caught up by Aerial. Shackles will reach him. They are pushing him on the sides, and it's gonna be first blood for Self-Hate. So, to summarize, it's gonna be a good time for Self-Hate. I assume after he gets the Falcon Blade, he's gonna be getting the Manta just to utilize the illusion play just a little bit more for the farm, for the play, for the annoyances.
I mean, I don't know.
And of course for the evasion.
You do like building a Manta style, mostly for the movement speed on Terrorblade, but I don't know if you build it that early, because you do need a Falcon Blade, and even then you can't press the Manta style as often as you would like to, because it costs 125 mana every 34 seconds, which is a lot for Terrorblade.
Yeah. I mean, it's currently kicking off with 363 mana. Is just a little too... not enough even to kick things off during the laning stage, in contrast to Nefrid, who, with the cool spray, he's always gonna be that good old spam bot.
Yeah, and Terrorblade, he also needs to spam out those conjure images, because they're still on a flat 16 seconds cooldown, but the mana cost still goes up. So the only thing that's changed with the conjure image is the damage has gone up a little bit, but that's not why people stopped playing Terrorblade. It wasn't that the damage was too low from the conjure images, it's that the mana wasn't worth enough. You know, if you put mana into all of those illusions to farm for you, in terms of the money you get out of it anymore. So people stopped playing Terrorblade, and now the hero is back, because 5% damage, that's 5% more mana efficiency, but it's still a high mana cost. So if you do rush the early Manta, I don't think you're going to press it a lot at the start until you have, you know, level 12 or whatever, and a couple extra mana regen items or int items or whatever. Because sustaining it is really hard, but I do also still really like the Manta style, both for the movement speed and for the, like you said, Manta dodging stuff with it.
Yeah, I mean, there will be quite a couple of things to dodge out. I mean, not sure if it's going to be a pixel perfect roar dodge, but it's going to be making your life a little bit more manageable against Void Spirit, and maybe, you know, for the Grimstroke. And speaking of the Grimstroke, a Desire, once again, he's going to be sandwiched between Vanilli and Self-Hate, as he will perish for the second time.
At this point,
and you don't want to give this easily to the TB, bro.
Nah, it's not him. This is once again the same thing we saw Zero Tenacity get wrecked with on Warwick the last time, right? Like, he's playing Grimstroke, he has this hero, and he's playing it like last patch. He's still adapting to new Grimstroke, and it's a stark difference. Like, it's a really, really big difference because of how facet-reliant Grimstroke used to be. And
yeah, but at the same time, he never had a good laning kickoff. It's not until you are able to rotate and keep up with the harassment and keep up with the fighting potential that you're actually good at. In the meanwhile, I'm looking at Dream dropping severely low, and they're gonna get the kill with the Ether Shock. Moose in danger. Kovis9.
They are out of...
don't have the X,
yeah,
so
they're out of everything. No mana, no spells, no nothing.
Maybe Zero Tenacity can't punish this the second the Beastmaster is back up. Kovis9 instantly throwing in the Wild Axes, but it's just gonna be a friendly reminder that the Beast is back into the lane. But Aerial on the side, the Impalement Axe with the Blood Grenade will connect. He's gonna get the Lotus if he really darnly needs it to survive, but he may... Actually, he's gonna pop it. Across the bridge he goes, but they still have eyes and spot and everything onto him. Will the foul play be enough? Moose, he wants him dead. He pops the Impalement. He cancels the Salve. He is sticking. He's gonna pop the magic one. And after all of these efforts, Aerial is fine and well.
Yeah, I kinda expected as much, because, yeah, Shadow Shaman was out of mana and out of all resources, but the moment he gets that Lotus, Ariel is just gone. The moment that he picked it up, they could have kind of, you know, put all of that harass into the Kunkka instead. But of course, it's very easy to know those things when you're sitting in the caster seat. Well, over on top lane, the aggression is also mounting up. But two things I've been meaning to say for quite a while now over this top lane. So for one, as far as heroes goes, Terrorblade lanes against Bristleback is one of the better ones, because he deals physical damage and Terrorblade has insanely high armor the first couple of levels. So this top lane is just impossible to play for Zero Tenacity. You got an offlaner that deals no damage to the enemy carry, and you got a Grimstroke who, with that... Oh wait, on bottom lane we're gonna see another dive.
Moose. Oh... It's gonna be again a successful takedown, but now Kovis9 is severely low. Dream still keeping up the pressure. Beautiful shackles. Aerial will try to cancel this out. Enough. It's actually on point because the Wild Axes were not off of cooldown, and it's just gonna be a poor support falling. But top side, it's gonna be Nefrit, as you were pretty much expecting it. This top lane is severely gonna be under pressure for Zero Tenacity, and Self-Hate seems to keep on proving it. They got Desire twice, and now they got the big one. Even though they traded off versus Vanilli, but the Terrorblade is just gonna grow insane.
Yeah, but Grimstroke is just crap nowadays. You wanna know why? The Ink Trail. Look at the Ink Trail. Like, the damage reduction now goes up by a percentage, and it's always been the meta for, Grimstrokes to play around Ink Trails. But it used to be it reduces the damage they deal to everyone, meaning you would, land a two-man stroke of fate. And,
speaking of Desire again, he's gonna force successfully a TP Inkswell out. So, yeah, it just adds up to your argument. But can Nefert get one off his own? Vanilli, he's being chased down. He does not have the dive available, and he has 4 stacks on top of him. One more pop, he's gonna get it.
Yeah, Nefert, he may not deal any damage to the Terrorblade, but being able to get the Phoenix like that is huge, especially after Grimstroke makes it out alive. But Grimstroke, I don't know, I hate the new passive. Make it reduce half as much for allies or something. Oh, the Amplify, though, goes to Warwick as over on the mid lane. We're gonna have another fight break loose.
Yeah, but it's gonna be on top of Yang Ji, who's forced to pop the Rolling Boulder. Beautiful log there onto Warwick, and it seems like he is the one who's having a little bit of trouble for claiming that Amplify. Either way, Namiga, they realize it's gonna be a 3v2 contest, so they just give it up. Down bottom, Kovis9, finally Dream gets those axes for the kill.
Yeah, Beastmaster, a much needed kill at that, because Terrorblade is already 2-0-1 and farming extremely efficiently. He's going for an early game Dragonlance on the Terrorblade though, which I really love, because we just kind of talked about why the Manta style early isn't as good anymore. It's still a good item, mind you, but you just don't have the mana to press it every time and get extra money from it like you used to. But Moose...
Minute 7, time for the Shrines. Instantly caught red-handed.
Yeah.
Won't be able to do anything, just pops the whoopee cushion just to get over the bridge, but Young G is right on top of him.
Nothing he could have done
Shrine
there.
on one end and one on the other.
At the very least, he did kind of warn Dream, the Beastmaster didn't even come in there with the Roar anymore and can now free farm because he is going for that Aghanim Scepter. So I really like the idea of just making jungle stacks, having Beastmaster pop off and come online super early so he can contest the Terrorblade successfully.
Yeah, definitely you need to live up to that expectation because, again, we've spoken about this TB multiple times within these first 7 minutes of the game, and things have been great. The core that he needs to counteract is pretty much within his domain. And he's gonna rotate down bottom now, because you were hoping Dream to punish Self-Hate, but it seems like it's gonna be the other way around. Self-Hate goes across the gate with the Metamorphosis, they land the hacks with the Shackles, and Dream gets the punishment. Self-Hate on a killing spree.
It is way too early for that. I'm literally just switching over to the gold net worth chart, and we're already in a position where Terrorblade is looking super free. I don't think he's gonna have, a free game and it's gonna be over just from that, but contesting him is gonna be so hard when they are the team that can just jungle farm for 20 minutes and then win against the Beastmaster. It's the Beastmaster that needs to deliver the tempo, and delivering it against the 3-0-1 Terrorblade, it's gonna be very, very difficult. Still, Zero Tenacity, the one good thing they have is Warwick got his level 7, comes into the bottom lane looking for a kill, won't find it quite yet, but the moment this White Spirit does actually go for those kills, he's gonna be a terrifying force of nature.
I think Namiga are on the double in terms of how to react to that, because they know if you have a Spirit on one side, kills are imminent, so either completely avoid or you just double down against whichever primary target, which is going to be the case. Top side, they double down around securing Self-Hate Vanilli. He's going to be the first one to be caught up. Ariel in the backlines finds Moose. Pango with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to try his best to push around targets here, but it's just going to be Ariel falling by the hands of Moose. This Ringmaster barely making it out of that one alive.
Nope.
So far, 2-4-1. Can they find somebody else? Nefret on the run, and he's going to be absolutely fine.
So apparently the Unicycle is a Dark Carney souvenir now, which is funny because the Unicycle was the main reason that nobody played the other Ringmaster facet. So they basically removed all except the crappy item from the other facet, which I think is so annoying.
Why not? I mean, you wouldn't have walked in with 6 souvenirs on Ringmasters. Like,
no, but
halfway through you're like, oh my god, where's my tonic, where's my whoopee cushion, where's this, where's that, you're rummaging through your bag at the moment you need to run the hell away. So
yeah, but
I'm fine with these options. They're not the best, but it feels good.
I mean,
And I want to see more unicycle plays.
no, like that's the thing. They didn't change the unicycle. They took the worst thing, the one thing that nobody, that was the reason nobody chose the other facet ever. And they put it in this.
Vanilli. No shield, no life, no nothing.
Well, at least we're gonna see Void Spirit actually pop off and go hard. Because he is the main tempo generation. Like Beastmaster, he's not generating as much tempo as he wants, so he's now getting killed off as well. If Ringmaster cannot save his life.
Nice save there with the escape back. Team the Beast is going to connect onto 3, but it's not going to last for long. They still have a lock on to Dream. There's the Grimstroke deciding to join in, but still binds is still not available. Dream, he needs to run pretty much by foot here. Thankfully, the supports are going to do enough of a job to keep them away from their mark. And now Tenacity, they're gonna double down on this one. Warwick jumps in, he sees Self-Hate, he sees Kovis9, gets the lock onto the Conkick, takes him down, but now he's out into the fray versus 4. This is a bad trade-off for Zero Tenacity. They're not gonna be getting any kills out of this, but they will be securing Dream. At the very least, their efforts will be, somewhat successful, but
I've just decided I don't like Ringmaster anymore, and that was actually an alright-ish fight, because if you look at the gold, it was actually a massive turn in the gold in favor of Zero Tenacity still, but they are going to lose this bottom tower for it. So even though the Beastmaster made a very clean getaway, it's not going to be as worth it anymore.
I mean, the very least you can, let's just say, be happy with currently as Zero Tenacity is you've left off the tension of the top lane. Nefert, he was able to push in topside, get a little bit back on, his farming tempo. He opted in for the Vanguard, so not sure if the Consecrated Wraps... Actually, no, the Consecrated Wraps are on its way, so Consecrated Wraps and the Vanguard on top so far for the Bristleback, so he really wants to start going in face on here with the rest of the crew. But they gotta find a way to enable this completely work. He wants to fight, he wants to jump every single time, but he needs his backlines, he needs his supports, he needs his carry. His carry is gonna be online in about 1,000 gold upon the Aghanim completion. Yeah, and that's on a good day. Namiga can strike you back instantaneously once more.
Terrorblade is gonna have that farming Yasha soon with the Aghanims though. Beastmaster's farming speed is really gonna get started, so from there he needs to triple down on farming basically, and everything is going to get, just sorted just fine. Though it is not so easy to pull off. But yeah, my point about the Ringmaster is the other two, from the other facet, the Pie and the Crystal Ball, were both really good, and people like those. And nobody picked it because the unicycle was just basically worthless since they reduced the damage threshold. And you just saw it where the Ringmaster tries to make a getaway and one axe, one tiny AoE hits you, you're on the ground now. It's not worth it self-stunning when you're so easy to get, but you do kind of need to use the unicycle to get it out of there, and it feels bad. I think they should have changed it with the weighted Pie or the Crystal Ball.
Well, it could be either or, we're still waiting on those balancing out patches to arrive. It's still too early, to make that call, but hold up, mid lane. Oh, it's gonna be a swift and easy catch onto Ariel. Nothing too special, but yeah, it could be either swapping out the trinkets for something else from the previous assortment, or add something new, or, balance out against these ones, because maybe Valve feel like they're pretty good, but they gotta find their sweet spot.
Yeah, I think Valve really want them to have that unicycle and just make the damage threshold like 100 or 200, so one single quill spray doesn't knock you off of your unicycle, because that's usually what screws over the Ringmaster when he uses it. But I used to like both Ringmaster and Grimstroke, and I feel like both of the supports for 0-10 have just gotten straight up worse over this patch, and it's a lot of where the lane difference early on was coming from.
We shall see. Zero Tenacity, they're venturing towards Nemiga's side of the map. They've been trying to push into this tier 1 tower down the mid lane for quite a while. Nemiga are, responding to this if Zero Tenacity overextend, but Zero Tenacity, they're not giving them the pleasure, so I guess it's a problem still for Zero Tenacity. They're not getting objectives, they're not getting kills, and they're falling down the farming line, even though it's only Nefert that favors this sort of a situation. But the more you're giving the free space and time for the Terrorblade, I'm still scared that it's gonna be bad. Possibly around the first Roche contest, which both sides, I believe, have a very good chance of getting, especially with the Beastmaster on one end. Scepter complete, Blink Dagger in sight. But still, do you want to wait it out that much? We could wait for the next 10 minutes.
I mean, Terrorblade is like, he hasn't died a single time. I think that's the biggest reason why he's such a big problem. If they would have killed Terrorblade once or twice early, it would be such a difference. Because Beastmaster, he's now farming faster than Terrorblade. But Terrorblade, that kill and XP difference is just what's keeping him in the game right now and preventing Beastmaster from snowballing all over him. But Beastmaster snowballing all over is kind of the win condition here, whereas Warwick, not going for that much of a momentum-based build, he's not intending to be that aggressive, he's just kind of playing that utility, well-rounded kind of Void Spirit here.
I mean, definitely you need to go in for the setup here, the shard enabled with the Remnant to be a little bit better, because for Zero Tenacity, they will be slowly piling up on the within the damage department, but it's the lockdown department for the kills that you need to work a little bit better around with. You're either going to be throwing in the Grimstroke with Nephrit combination, but of course, Warwick is going to be jumping into the backlines and finding supports on the side. The rest what you can do is pretty much evade and jump over the escape act. And down bottom, it seems like that attempts are being made on Dream. Ariel will fall into the process despite dropping the snakies and all of that. Dream pops the roar and he's going to be absolutely fine. Rolling Thunder on the getaway.
Nicely done, as, you know, with Young G being there, that was supposed to be Nemiga getting aggressive, but Zero Tenacity, they're finally winning a couple of these engagements. Over on mid, they will get another one on the Kunkka, taking down Covis9, and now we're finally seeing that snowball slowly starting to roll downhill. Whether it'll pick up enough speed, of course, depends on them, but I do think we can see some very interesting action as far as that goes.
I mean, they're definitely looking to be enabled in that direction. It's time for Roche number 1. Yeah, I want to see them to keeping this ball rolling, because when Nemiga, if with their current draft, are going a little bit down the passive line, you have yet to see what they have, you know? So it could be good, it could be bad. If you start taking them down right now, they're not going to be jumping back on the high horse and keeping up with the farm and keeping up with their solid items and the early game advantage they have teamed. But if you don't do that, if you give them the next 5 minutes in the trade-off for the farm, it's gonna be a bad checkup next time you meet up 5v5.
I mean, yeah, honestly, this is kind of an early Roche, because this is forcing Dream to, by the 21-minute mark, at least have one of these tier 2s down when a tier 1 tower is still standing on bottom, and he still needs to farm a little bit. So I too still think Nemiga got this, even though the Dota 2 win rate believes that this Beastmaster can snowball at, say, 60 to 40% now.
We'll see. There's still a lot more to go here. 17 minutes in, we are pretty much tied in terms of kills. It's 10-10 with 2k net worth, currently favoring Zero Tenacity and with the Aegis on the Beastmaster. Across the map, they are trying to keep the lanes in check. They're trying to push things out. Bottom side, we're seeing Dream along with Moose now popping a smoke to try to intervene behind enemy lines, where potentially they might scout out a Covis9 just farming on his own. Thankfully, the Ancient Camp did die out on time, so he's gonna just walk away, leaving Zero Tenacity so far empty-handed. But can they invade via the backlines and maybe get a catch on Ariel, who's been protecting the tier 1 for quite a while? Maybe. Let's see, Nephrid. Oh, come on, he's way too far out.
They don't get any vision on him just yet, and Ariel, ooh, he sees the Bristleback in time. That is so lucky for that Shadow Shaman, but he gets to live. As, well, the laning stage being kept quiet is still really favorable for an Amiga, or, well, the post-laning stage, I guess. But they're still farming lanes, and they already got Pangolier, the Blink Dagger plus Diffublade combo, but at least Dream will use that Aegis to take apart the last tier 1 tower, get Zero Tenacity a bit of that gold back. And let's check what the Bristleback is up to. You'd never have guessed it. Consecrated Rabs and a Vanguard.
I mean, we were talking about, in a way, either or. But the fact that these two are able, you know, to stack one on top of each other, it's definitely going to be cancelled out. And now with the Vanguard improved into the Crimson Guard, Dream gets a catch onto Ariel, topside Vanilli, attempting for... Not sure why he's there at that current time. I mean, it's 19 minutes. You don't have shrines.
They just want to Shadow Shaman ult the tower with the Phoenix kind of being there to guard him. But that's the problem. If you rotate 2 supports, it's suddenly a very easy kill for the Beastmaster, right? Because he has the Aegis. Even if the Shadow Shaman catches him, even if the Shadow Shaman hexes him, he isn't afraid of that like you usually would be on a carry.
Yeah, maybe it was a cheeky way for Nemiga to, you know, to push in the wave to keep Zero Tenacity distracted before the Tormentors or stuff like that, but it doesn't seem like, you know, the worthwhile idea, because Zero Tenacity, they're instant on the response, and they've completely pushed back the lane. So, how... It seems like we've lost the Tormentor instant rush within this patch a bit.
Yeah, like...
Oh, down bottom, hold up. Something's happening with Dream. He's gonna have to pop the warp. Rolled back into the ghost ship he goes, and down goes the Aegis. Zero Tenacity, your carry is dying. Young G in the backlines, he will find Moose. Beautiful blink away from Dream. I guess it's gonna be fine, given how many resources they poured in for an Aegis during that push.
Yeah, not even getting a single support kill out of that is actually kinda rough for Nemiga, but at the very least Nemiga, they do have their Terrorblade farming, so as long as TB is doing what he's supposed to, I guess they're still confident that they are gonna have this late game, even though they're already 5,000 behind, and the longer this game goes on, the worse that gold deficit is gonna get, because Beastmaster, he's always gonna farm faster than the Terrorblade, as now the Tormentor will actually go down, even though it took them quite a while and 5 heroes, because Tormentors are a lot harder to take already, and then in the current patch, a lot of the good heroes are also not great Tormentor trainers anymore.
So it's pretty much down to the hero rotations that have made this contest a little bit less attractive for teams. But they're still, you know, gonna go for it. Either way, top side is gonna be a shrine for a shrine. Ariel is gonna try to beautifully intercept the one on Zero Tenacity's end, but it's just only 2 supports with well, 4 people out there already. Snakes drop down. It's gonna be Moose taken down. Desire on the run, and finally we are gonna be seeing the Ornaconda popping up, but it's not gonna scare off Warwick just a tiny bit as he jumps out, take down Ariel, making it a support trade-off.
Yeah, Ornaconda, it's currently really weak, because it does scale on your ultimate. Like, if he had 2 more levels, it would be really powerful again, and once he gets that level 2 ultimate, it's gonna hit a lot harder. Level 1 Ornaconda feels kinda underwhelming, but at the very least this game there's no instant counter for it, so we are gonna see that new Shadow Shaman Shard come in a lot.
Nefrit, similarly to Dream, is gonna be farming out very deep into behind enemy lines, and it's taking them a lot of time, and this is pretty big, a very big flex coming in from Nefrit, but he might fall into the process. Second X marks the spot is gonna drag him back, as he will die by the projectiles closing in from Self-Hate.
Yeah, Self-Hate still hasn't died a single time. He can hit Bristleback from behind and just ignore the Quill Spray damage he takes from that.
Yeah, it's completely fine for him, and they're willing to keep up with the pressure. Nemiga using the Nefrit Death for a tier 1 siege, but Warwick, he doesn't take that lightly, instantly jumps in. Still, the illusions are doing their bidding. Dream gets pulled back. Fortification is going to be used up. This might be enough to force Nemiga to disengage.
I mean, for now it should be, because, again, Nemiga, they don't have all of the resources yet, especially when that Metamorphosis is about to wear out. They are playing around the Terrorblade timings here, but Terrorblade, he's already going for Shadow Blade, so we're probably going to see him get a Silver Edge, just to deal with this meta Bristleback even harder than he already does.
Yeah, probably is going to be the Shiva's completion before the Silver Edge goes through completely, because for now you can work with the invisibility, and if you really desperately need the break to appear, you can just swap it out. So, knowing the nature of the TB, we're gonna roll back into farming and see which one he's gonna prioritize based on how Nemiga are gonna keep up with the tempo. But it's been, the past couple of minutes have been really good for them. They've pushed in towers, they've obtained some very good net worth advantage after those first 10 minutes of, I wouldn't say devastation, but of allowing Self-Hate to reign pretty much free, which still may be the cause of a lot of their problems further on. However, they took down Nefrit, so they've slowed down his progression, but him and Dream are the only ones who are pretty close to Self-Hate. The rest of the cores from both ends are feeling a little bit worrisome, especially Kovis9, who we've barely spoken about during this game.
Yeah, but that's because he's barely been having a game. Like, it was less hard of an offlane than the Bristleback has, but with the Kunkka, you're a lot less exciting to look at, right? You're a lot more utilitarian. He has that pipe already, he has the ship, and that's kind of his job. Give everybody the pipe the pipe active, give everybody the rum, and your job is done. You can now die in the team fight. Which is, he's been doing that well, and he's having impact this way. It's just not really something to talk about, not really something exciting to look at.
Until we see it in action. And speaking of, we are going to be seeing it around the Twin Gates as ENG gets a pop, beautiful jump onto moves, but an instant reaction with the escape act, and he's going to be fine. Now the Snake is on top of him, but Ariel, he will be paying the price for throwing all of his units down on the ground. Vanilli is dead and gone in the backlines. Eventually, Foul Play is going to buy some beautiful time, but still ENG, Ariel, Zero Tenacity, they're cleaning up Nemiga and punishing them severely for this over-aggression.
But when his
and they
team
didn't even take
needed
moves.
him the most, Covis9 disappeared. Now, mind you, he wasn't just farming or whatever, he was following the Terrorblade around, being like, okay, our Terrorblade hasn't died yet, I need to protect the Terrorblade. Our Terrorblade hasn't died yet, I need to protect the Terrorblade, right? And yeah, he does that. He's following the Terrorblade, he's making sure he's always ready with that pipe for Terrorblade, but 3 people just died, and Covis9 wasn't there to protect them. So, that's kinda rough. Because he can't do everything, right? You can't end tank for the Terrorblade, end tank in the team fight, but there he was really needed for that team fight, and now the punishment is gonna be dealt out to Nemiga.
Oh, Nefrid, once again, escape act for the safe away from the ghost ship. They're gonna waste a very big resource there, Nemiga, to protect this tier 2 tower. Still, I mean, now they're the ones who are being scared, even with self-hate lurking in the backlines. He did pop the Metamorphosis, but they don't have the right catch, or they're not willing to throw all of their resources for Nefrid, who currently he is looking very tanky and very strong. So the Terrorblade is reconsidering how badly he bullied him during the laning stage.
I mean, the thing is kind of there's now a Rolling Thunder again. There is like that Egg Rolling Thunder synergy available, but without the Egg Rolling Thunder combo, neither the Pangolier nor the Phoenix really wants to fight right now. And, well, we do have that combo online, so all Nemiga need to jump right back into this game is to land their combo once, but that's easier said than done with so much pressure on the mid lane already.
Yeah, and speaking of 26 minutes in, I don't think we've seen a single Supernova being used up. So, Nemiga either... I mean, they really haven't had a good chance these past 15 minutes. But yeah, I want to see it. I want to see it happen. I want to see some sign of life, because Nemiga, they're building up the tempo. They're building up for something. They're building up for the big team fight, which I still do believe they can make execute, given that Pango still has had a good time. Self-hate is still intact, but they're definitely hindered down. This Beastmaster impact is showing immensely, and he's downright on a very smooth sailing towards getting potentially, well, there's gonna be a second Roche and a Shivas afterwards.
Yeah, Roshan with the Bristleback Goo, it's gonna die pretty quickly. Zero Tenacity, they could potentially take this game number 1 after all, though they still have not killed Self-Hate, and Self-Hate is about to get that Sunder level 3, making this game significantly easier for him. Whether it's gonna be enough to withstand an Aegis remains to be seen, but in a way, you know, both of the carries have second life now. It's
well,
not
to some
over.
extent. It's far from over still. Nemiga, they were aware that Roshan was being taken down, so the best they could have done, which they did, was push in across the rest of the lanes. Ariel, very sneaky there in the attempt to claim the shrine, but it's not going to be successful. Meanwhile, around Nemiga's shrine, they will soulbind both Covis9 and ENG, but the trade-off is just gonna be for Desire. A little bit of something, but yeah, Nemiga, they've pushed on top. They have secured, I do believe, one of the shrines, and they've gotten a kill out of it. So, but still, they've traded in the Metamorphosis, which I want to see something more every single time it pops up, you know? Just get a little bit of an extra guy, get Covis9, get him to X-mark the spot somebody and just drag him back.
Look, this time around he's actually kind of learning from his mistakes. He gets the mid tower, and now he can walk away. We have still like 15 seconds left on the Metamorphosis, knowing this Metamorphosis was actually used for the value it needs to get, because they got a kill and an objective.
Good. That's very good. Just don't waste it out on, you know, back again farming. And speaking of farming, ENG, who was lurking a little bit too deep within Zero Tenacity's territory, Warwick commits for the jump. They will throw the Roar as a very last second, because they don't want him to pop off with the Rolling Thunder as a very last measure.
Yeah, Pangolier, he's really strong this patch, and a lot of teams are really spamming him. Everybody who's got a Pangolier picker basically lost the Pango being the strong again. But, first of all, the Rolling Thunder, it's really strong if you get it off, but it's still, you know, a hit or a miss in a lot of these situations. That hasn't changed one bit. And the other thing is, Squashbuckle, fun and powerful as the ability may be, it's all physical damage. So the hero still definitely has his weaknesses, and those weaknesses have been exploited, making sure that he only goes 2, 2, and 2 against a 6, 1, and 6 Void Spirit. Warwick just won his mid lane so incredibly hard.
Yep, it wasn't the smoothest of sailings, but in contrast to what we've seen yesterday, it's a great performance. I think we're still missing out on his Earth Spirit performance. So I think yesterday he went across all of them during the series that they played out versus Team Lynx. We just have one more to see. Yep. Meanwhile, Age is still up. 0 Tenacity. They have suffered ever so slightly from Nemiga after the Desire takedown, after the... I think it was a dual tower takedown. One in mid lane, one on top side. But now 0 Tenacity, they want to use up the remaining 2 minutes. They're pushing in top side. Last tier 2 tower for the Taken. Meanwhile, Nemiga, they have 3. Trying to counteract the effort with the smoke down mid lane. But at the same time, they will be forced to fight eventually. Ariel scouting around topside to still have a good check of what 0 Tenacity are doing, but it's obvious as they're pushing high ground. They want all your tier 3s, well, at least one tier 3 gone for the time being. Covis 9 is gonna be there. Roche Banner dropped into the backlines. That tier 3 is falling pretty fast by the hands of Nefrit and Nefrit only. Two on Nemiga are making a detour on the backlines. It's the Ariel and Youngji who are going to be trying to engage from the backlines.
Nice way of dealing with the Roche Banner, but the tower's still going to crumble, as that is going to be one huge objective. And the team fight still not kicking off, but they have to go.
It's going to kick off into the backlines as they find Desire, they find Moose, they pop both of the supports instantaneously on 0 Tenacity, as now they're forced to run. Rolling Thunder trying to close in the gap onto Nefert. They're chasing down this Bristleback. Do you want to commit? Maybe not. Covis 9 is still out of reach for that X marks the spot to land, but enough of a takedown to disengage 0 Tenacity from committing further down the top lane.
Yeah, that was just both of the supports, so I don't think 0 Tenacity mind that much, but they're not gonna get value out of that last 40 seconds or whatever of the Aegis at least. So it is a nice defense. Even though 0 10 are gonna have their supports back again and try again soon. The thing is, there's still not any answer to Sulfate. Terrorblade is going 7-0 right now. Beastmaster may be able to clear his illusions, but he can never clear the real Terrorblade anymore with a 9-second BKB being loaded up.
Yeah, and I love the fact that he did the switcheroo between finishing off the Silver Edge and then going for the Scotty. You'd better have an instant response with the break rather than waiting for that extra slow and damage. Just because Nefrit got stronger, he got better, he also got the Sanjin Yasha, so a lot of status resistance, movement speed, a little bit of something to make his life a little bit better. Can you grow Dream topside? Finds Ariel. Swift and easily.
Yeah.
Can you grow more as Nefrit from this point of view? Like, can you get something else to make this hero even more juicy? And I'm not talking about like a Heart of Terras, of course, if you want to go down that linear line.
I mean, honestly, there's a variety of things. The main issue is that he's already building full utility, right? So whatever he's gonna build to make his hero more juicy is gonna be one of those items that really help your team more so than you. I could see an Assault Curse for the extra armor. Because, yeah, well, Terrorblade, Pangolier, both of those are high amounts of physical damage. Being more resistance against that would work, but honestly, I like the idea of either an Aghanim Scepter or even the Bloodstone, because New Bloodstone is kind of good on heroes like Bristleback again.
Thank you. I was baiting you to say the Bloodstone, because I was like, is it still good enough? Is it back for this hero? Because it's been reworked, so we did see a Bloodstone Leshrac. I am looking down the line of seeing a Bristleback, a Bloodstone, and maybe even a Timbersaw.
I would like Shivas as well, though. Extra AoE.
Broken right now.
Like, extra AoE on Timbersaw is also really good, so that's another option, because he can only get one more item. And Bloodstone would be kind of good, but he needs the BKB. And maybe then replace your boots with, like, some item that helps you. Because I like the Bloodstone, but I think he had too rough of an early game. Bloodstone you can generally get as your second or maybe third item. So it's a bit late for it, even though I do like the idea of going at a super late game item as well. I think Nefrit needs to help his team rather than himself here.
Yeah. Either way, on the long run, both of these teams have to be careful because victory might be sweet from this series, but you gotta think about the long run because if you win, you're going to the grand final, and the grand final, if you're playing like if things end up like if you're playing versus Team Falcons and drag things all the way to game 5, you're definitely gonna be exhausting the enemy side. So use up that already predetermined slot in the grand finals to its maximum.
Yeah, we get Dream coming in, hunting down this Shadow Shaman now, as it's once again just gonna be executions. One of them, and with the Void Spread
it's
coming
gonna
in.
be the other one as well. Vanilli was trying his best to Sunray away, but nope. The model running away from the TP, circle is a little bit too slow.
Yeah, it's always the catching people off guard that is really making things hard here, because it's always the two supports just instantly melting, and then you don't have the lockdown, you don't have the egg anymore. Good luck taking a team fight now, even though Nemiga in theory would be able to take one. They just don't have the resources until their supports respawn, and it could cost Selfhate his life, but he does have Invis.
Well, it's always, two supports, either or on one side or on the other, because once they're gone, it's a lot more manageable for both sides to keep up with the fighting. Even though I do believe Nemiga, they do have the more sacrificial kamikaze sort of supports, because with the Shadow Shaman, I mean, it's good if you're alive and well. He's gonna go in for the BKB to try to sustain himself a lot more, to throw in with those pesky shackles and hexes and stuff like that, and not die straight right out. But same could be said for Phoenix. Supernova needs to pop. We still haven't seen it. I'm afraid that that's the case. Even though so far things are looking, I guess, stable-ish, given the lack of that big spell reveal.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Supernova and stuff are available again. But I do think the difference is noticeable. If you kill Zero, Tenacity supports both of them, they're not gonna have defensive tools and they're gonna have to back off earlier. If you kill Nemiga supports both of them, they don't have offensive tools and they now can't fight. And that's kind of what keeps screwing over Nemiga. That's kind of why, despite the win rate not even being that bad, all things considered, this war of attrition is just really not favoring them whenever there's a trade being made, because that trade means you can now not fight while the enemy still can.
And speaking of fighting, Nemiga, they are going to look at the opportunity right after the smoke. They latch on to Warwick, but he is a little bit too far off. X marks the spot, takes him back for only a short distance. They have exposed the location of at least one of the members of Zero Tenacity, as they are closing the gap towards the last, towards the bottom actually. It's still not last standing, bottom tier 3 tower. But they're going to recommit once again. Second smoke instantly popped out. Nemiga, the last time the detour worked out with taking away the supports, but this time Zero Tenacity, they might be ready for this, even though, well, Roche, Dream, this is a big one. They have the Beastmaster inside. Shiva's gonna be popped up. Beautiful jump from Ariel, getting the Hex and the Shackles, but nope, the escape back instantly. It puts a stop to it. There's a Supernova being popped up. They're trying to take down the egg. It's Warwick, and Nefret is gonna be successful. In the meanwhile, Desire gets taken down, but he pops the Soul Bite very last second, connects Kovis 9 with Young G. They're keeping up the pressure. Wheel of Wonder gets a hold on to Kovis while Young G is gonna fall. Spotlight again onto Kunkka. It's gonna be 2 for the price of a double buyback on both ends of the supports. With Zero Tenacity, they still have the incentive, they still have the chance to keep up with the push.
Selfhate still hasn't died once, and he's now finally going for that Hydra's breath. Whether it's gonna be enough or not remains to be seen, though, as, yeah, that teamfight just kind of shows how they're now too low on resources, because that was finally a beautiful act with that Rolling Thunder being there, all of the synergies coming together, but it just took everybody down to half health. The combo that was supposed to team wipe took everybody down to half health, and then they turn around the moment the egg pops and just buy back their support.
Oh, Kovis 9 once again caught up. They're trying to slow him down, but it's the objectives that they gotta wrap up with first. Nefrit and Dream on the double. Selfhate, he only wishes that this was him, pushing Rady inside, giving how much of a safe game, how much of a beautiful farm he had across, but it's not him. Bottom racks, they're dead and gone. Time for Roche number 3.
Yep, Roshan gets smashed and bashed and punched around. It's once again gonna roar. See, one thing I don't like is they didn't buff the Roshan war. Like, I'm not sure who it was, but one of the officials for Dota, like one of the well-known officials, I think it may have even been Bruno or one of the other, you know, TI personnel turned into Valve employees. Yeah, one of them said that it would be great to nerf the Roshan roar so that every time he roars again at your team it gets longer and worse, and they didn't go through with that, and I wonder why. Maybe it will happen in the later balancing changes, because we've both talked about it yesterday. This patch feels like it's setting up 5 different patches that we're gonna see soonish now.
Yep. Nemiga, they won't be contesting Roche on the spot, but they will be going in for yet another smoke, catching on to Dream. Beautiful escape back for the safe moves, will be punished for his, well, for his attempt. Again, the Aegis will fall. ENG rolling about, they're setting up the ghost ship, they're setting up everything. They want Dream dead and gone. He's broken, he's gonna be destroyed, and he's gonna be obliterated. It's gonna be a big one. Support is gonna be buying back from Zero Tenacity, but
I think it may be GG. This, like, Hydra's breath item
we were
is just...
saying that 10 minutes ago for Zero Tenacity. What the hell?
And they didn't end! Yes! I said it may be GG, but they really need to end. Didn't I? And they didn't end. They took one lane of Rex. Good job. That lane of Rex is missing. But now, 10 minutes later, the late game Terrorblade.
Lightning fire from self-hate. He's there for the punishing with the Hydra's breath, with the Scotty and everything. This guy decided to play 40 minutes into it.
Yeah, he ignored the high ground push. He was just farming while they were pushing high ground, and now he's online. Now it's looking super favored for an Amiga again. Like, it's not over yet. The win rate still says, oh, Zero Tenacity are like 80% likely to win this. But did you just see Terrorblade deal with the Beastmaster in 4 seconds flat? I don't think the win rate is, you know, anywhere that far away from 50-50 right now. Because if Selfhate catches the Beastmaster, there is no answer for him. And he can, you know, dominate like he just did in that last fight on mid. The other way around, though, if the Beastmaster gets another one of those roars straight into the backlines of an Amiga, then Zero Tenacity are going to be able to end this. So the moment that Zero Tenacity mess up once, it's going to be GG, but the same thing can be said about this Terrorblade.
Yeah. And as long as, you know, Zero Tenacity, they've been proactively fighting S5, and this was an insanely lucky opportunity that Nemiga got. Like, they isolated Dream away from his team, they instantly exposed the location of Moose, so, you know, they forced out the buyback on the Ringmaster, which was a pretty good one, and without the Beastmaster, without, you know, their very tight and compact draft, they're not able to do much. But at the same time, if you get the Terrorblade, it's gonna be GG. He's playing this smartly, by the way. He's not rushing into items, even though the Blink Dagger would be a nice addition. He needs to save for the buyback.
Yeah, and one more thing I want to point out is Beastmaster's build is also not the most late-gamey build. He does have a Bloodthorn, which is a great answer to both the Terrorblade and the other 2 cores on Amiga. But one thing I really feel missing from him is the Abyssal Blade, just because if Terrorblade keeps snowballing like this, you're not going to be able to answer him without it.
Scan with a fine. It's gonna be Desire caught up in the backlines. He did use up the buyback earlier, and he doesn't have one now either. Soulbind as a last resort. Zero Tenacity, now they're completely alert. They're popping a smoke off their own, and they're anticipating Nemiga to jump in, but they don't know if they're there. Nemiga, they're just gonna keep at it. They're gonna keep up with the mid lane push. Zero Tenacity, now they have them under vision. They know what they're cooking and where they're at, and they're gonna commit for the jump. Dream makes the jump onto Vanilli and Desire into the backlines, but is it gonna be enough? No supports have perished in an instant. ENG keeping up with the chase. Nefrit running off with the BKB up. Zero Tenacity, they might be regretting this. Axe marks the spot, takes Dream back. They have him on a walk. Escape back is trying to save him to the best of its ability.
No.
We Love Wonder popped up, but still Dream is gone. Warwick keeping up with the chase. Covisign is just clearing out targets one by one, and they have a lock on to Nefrit. They're just destroying them. 43 minutes into this game, and Nemiga have been building up just for this moment, just to punish Zero Tenacity.
Yeah.
Insane.
I mean, this Hydra's breath item, it does feel really broken. I think it's gonna get nerfed a little bit. Because 2.5% base damage every second, like, it is so incredibly strong for how cheap it is. Honestly, though, I don't think they should change the item. I think they should just make it a lot more expensive. So, because Self-Hate, it was one push. He literally sacrificed one lane of Rex, and that's all the time he needed on a Terrorblade to farm that really powerful item. Uh-oh.
jumping in. He wants to play with self-hate. He's gonna drop him. Like, this is by far the lowest we've seen in self-hate, but he's still not dead.
Yeah, that was really nice response with the urn and the Lotus are both instantly pressed.
Oh, jumping in once again. Soulbound. They have Kovis9 and they have Young G silenced up, locked out, but they're just gonna pop the BKBs, pop their Lotuses, and it's gonna be fine. Without two, Zero Tenacity.
Their top Rexes are gonna fall like this.
It's fine. Just throw in somebody, small support. Let's just keep the pressure. Let's just keep up with the push. Because Zero Tenacity, they cannot rat this out. They cannot throw in some boots of travel into backlines and punish this. Instead, it's going to be Nemiga that keeps up with the double. Nefrid, they are trying to take down this guy for quite a long time, but it's actually not going to happen. He did force out a buyback for the occasion. Now the chase is for Zero Tenacity. They've allowed Nemiga to walk away with, well, a bunch of golden occasions. It's gonna be Young G that they catch up, but he does have a buyback, so... Do you want to push in right now as Zero Tenacity? Do you want to, you know, use the fact that you have two lanes popped into the enemy lines? Or you just want to
Nah, again,
recuperate for 10 more minutes?
Terrorblade has percentage-based damage for Beastmaster. Like, Dream cannot out-heal that Hydra's breath. You need to find a better answer to deal with the Terrorblade, and I'm not really sure what that answer is gonna be, because like I said, Skull Basher would be huge, or Abyssal Blade even, because then you blink Abyssal on top of the Terrorblade, and then when his teammates come in to save him, then you proc the Roar second to kind of, you know, drive them away again. That's the kind of gameplay I want to be seeing here, where you just prevent the Thunder from coming out. But if you look at Terrorblade's health pool, over 3,000 health behind 42 armor, like over 70% physical reduction is insane.
Yep, absolutely. Regardless, with him still being alive, Zero Tenacity, they will be committing for a mid lane push. They want to go in for the Megas on the top side. Warwick is keeping up the harassment onto Self-Hate while Nefrid is pushing in. And he's pushing in fast, even though this is a very risky play, but he does have the AC. Things are looking better, but they get a lock. X marks the spot with the Ghost Ship, with everything. They will save him for the time being, popping the Wheel of Wonder. This is a big target that needs to that needs to live, and it needs to die at the same time. They will bait out the Supernova, but it's going to be the trade-off with the cheese.
Yeah,
and they do a lot more damage. Zero Tenacity, they're feeling very aggressive about this, regardless of how badly they were taken back in the past 10 minutes.
I mean, they did know that, you know, most of the big resources have been used, because the egg is still on a 90-second timer. The Shadow Shaman ultimate is there again, but there's still no ship. So currently Nemiga are low on resources, and if you just get the mega creeps, this game is still so winnable for the side of Zero Tenacity. But yeah, you see every time how quickly when the Beastmaster gets caught, Terrorblade just kills him off easily.
Still, they're gonna respect that. They're gonna wait things out. They are gonna wait out for the BKBs to arrive once again. Supernova is not gonna be available for a full minute, so that gives you a little bit of a, you know, working space. But how can you make that entry? Desire uses the Dark Portrait illusions, and Warwick is gonna use this as an opportunity to keep up with the siege, but is it good enough? Nefrid trying to do the same down the mid lane, keeping up with the distraction. He does have a higher chance of claiming this mid lane rags, but Nemiga, they're very aggressive. They want to put a stop to this. Again, the escape act for the save, but this time Moose is not gonna be alive enough to drop the Wheel of the Wonder, paving the path even further. They have Dream on the lock, TP, BKB out. He doesn't want to fight us, but they have him! X mark the spot! No. They're gonna pull him back! Oh no!
Yes, buyback, but yeah, no Megas.
No.
2 lanes of Rex is held. Nemiga. I think they're gonna win this. I think it was over the moment that the 1 lane of bot Rex fell and nothing else, because Self-Hate was farming the whole time. He's now a fully 6-slotted Terrorblade who can only get an Aghanim Scepter, and then he's like as fat as it gets.
And a Moonshard, you know.
Yeah,
just get that button click a little bit faster.
This is ridiculous.
Let's see.
0-10.
They're still there. They're still topside. They have Kovis9. Warwick. What are these ballsy moves? He lives, but now it's gonna be the Shackle on top of Warwick. They have a lock. No, actually, Kovis9 does not live. He's eventually gonna burn out.
Desire got him with the illusion.
The escape route.
Terrorblade screwed him there. Terrorblade literally killed his teammate there by pressing the Demon Zeal because the, whatchamacallit, all illusions get it, including enemy ones. So Terrorblade literally gave the Grimstroke illusion the Demon Zeal, which made the Grimstroke illusion catch up to the Kunkka and kill the Kunkka. That's horrible. That's such a fun interaction though, I love it.
Joe, I think we've gotten to a scenario where we might be seeing a base race.
Oh, that would be beautiful. Well, first we see this Roshan getting raised though.
Oh boy.
First Rose for the Biga.
Zero Tenacity, if they're not gonna know about this because Roshan is not gonna snitch on Nemiga. But now they're gonna learn it the hard way, so you should have pushed in Mega's top side. The creeps are gonna be trying to do that. Ariel jumps in and tries to defend. And now Nemiga, even though they got the Aegis advantage, they're withdrawing back to defend this Megas to the best of their ability. Warwick jumping in back and forth to keep the creep wave present. The mini massive serpent board is going to be there for the defense. Nefrit jumping in, escape tag for the save. This time the Will of Wonder will go through as Moose is going to be fine, but they still manage to pop up the Rolling Thunder from Young G. The snakes are going to be used up as well, but in vain. Big ultimates are being poked up, but the racks are gone. It's just down to these melee racks.
One half melee barracks. No base race, but we got 4 minutes of Aegis time on the Terrorblade. Zero Tenacity, they still gotta deal with that raid boss, but they don't want to deal with that raid boss. They just wanna knock down one building and call it a day, get themselves to the finals. One thing that I'd love to point out is we're already giving the teams half an hour of break time, right? Like in between this series and the finals. But I think whoever is gonna go into the finals against Team Lynx are gonna have such a disadvantage coming out of this series. This is gonna be so tiresome.
It's gonna be very difficult. I mean, unless, you know, they end up having the next one very fast, but we'll see. Nemiga, they're scouring out because they've dropped Nefrit pretty low. They do have a solid chance of at least taking one person down, and it's gonna be Desire during the duration of the Supernova. The rest of Zero Tenacity, they're falling into the backlines. Young G keeping up with the chase. Dream, do you want to turn around? Do you want to jump? There's the jump with the roar. It's gonna connect, but Self-Hate, he sees the Beastmaster. He wants him dead and gone. The Wheel of Wonder will be popped up, connecting the illusions with Young G. Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it's gonna be enough for the Pango to be gone, but the chase is still on to Dream. Self-Hate, the raid boss, he's been alerted. He's angry. He's taunted. He's hasted. He wants to take down Dream. It's gonna be eventually successful with those final projectiles from the Shiva. But is it gonna be enough? Zero Tenacity, they've bought back Desire for this occasion. The illusions, again, they're gonna drop the Aegis on the ground. Do they need to commit a buyback? It's the first time that Self-Hate has fallen, but he's back up fully alive and well, and he's there to keep up the punishment with the Nefrit.
Yeah, that doesn't count as a death. That was an Aegis. He's still having a perfect game, 13-0. And Bristleback dead for 2 minutes because of that dieback time, but he does have another buyback. So this is probably going to be that 60-minute game, the first game of the series. And yeah, I really like it because, you know, it's kind of fair that, you know, the teams have to struggle more coming from the lower bracket into the finals rather than being the finalists like Lynx. They're probably currently watching this game, you know, sipping a nice cold beverage, munching on some popcorns and preparing their strategies for the grand finals. While these two teams are sweating it out and fighting for their lives for a solid like hour now.
Maybe like they are sitting with a bingo card, you know. It's like, we were trying out this and this combination. Okay, this is working out. This is not working out. Okay, scratch off. This is not working out. Okay, Grimstroke is still messing up with the Terrorblade just because of the Dark Portrait. But now, Nemiga, finally, they managed to reach Zero Tenacity's base. They could go on and end this. 10 more seconds until Dream come back. They need to force out the Nefrit buyback. 5 more seconds, fortification will be popped up. They drop the snakes, they drop the Roche banner. They're going in all to the tier 4s. There's the buyback from Nefrit. Self-Hate, they do see him. They will commit for the jump, but instant break. Nefrit, he will need to fall back. Warwick chooses this as a right time to initiate in the backlines. Arrow's gonna be caught up by Dream, but now this exposes This exposes the Beastmaster, who's dropping severely low. The chase is on from Self-Hate. Beautiful escape attack for the last second save, but is it gonna be enough? The answer is no. He needs to force out his buyback. The time is now. The defense is for Zero Tenacity. Nefrit doing his best to try to punish Kovis 9. The Kunkka is gone. Self-Hate, meanwhile, takes down Warwick. He does have a buyback dieback off his own as well.
No,
If he needs to,
Grimstroke.
Yangji keeping up the pressure, taking Desire out of the base. Beautiful distraction so far. Zero Tenacity. Can he use this as a chance? Self-hate. He's dropping severely low. He still has the Sunder and the BKB popping up, but they pop the roar. Loads everything to keep him protected. The Sunder. Is it gonna go off? No! This is the first time Self-hate dies in the game. Vanilli will follow right after.
Dream, he had to buyback for that, but they do get the Terrorblade, and Terrorblade counter buyback because they still don't have Megas and he wants to protect these barracks. I'm gonna switch over to buyback status now as all of the buybacks have been used. And Shadow Shaman is about to get his back and literally just 2 gold, but Nemiga, they should have gone for the Megas. It's like the Thanos meme with the should have gone for the head, right? Should have gone for the Megas.
Always go for the Megas. I mean, at the very least, you'll have 3 creep lanes
I mean,
fighting for you.
I kinda get it. Imagine if the Prismac wouldn't have had buyback, right? Then the game would have already been over. So I think that was the idea that they gambled on there. And yeah, they gambled and they lost.
Exactly, never gamble. Never gamble against... I mean, it's a very close neck and neck. In 55 minutes, we don't have a definitive net worth favoring any team. But it's definitely gonna be the one last strike for both ends. Nemiga, they're venturing out, they're trying to find... I mean, these detour tactics have worked out really nicely for Nemiga across this game. But let's see if it's gonna be that one last shebang, or if it's gonna be that one last, jump before we end this game. Nemiga walking in with the advantage as Kovis9 will be back soon enough. Moose caught up, Snakes, he's out. 1 dieback. Both supports for Zero Tenacity, they're out of the picture. And those melee racks, they're still standing like Elton John.
Yeah, Terrorblade is gonna be absolutely devastating on the one hand if he, presses his next Metamorphosis, being as fat as it gets, even having that Moon Shard, only going for the Aghanim Scepter now. On the other hand, though, he needs to play a lot more careful because everybody knows he just bought back, and if he dies one more time, it's gonna be over.
Yeah. Thankfully, Nemiga, they always need to force out one person to be staying back to defend base because those, 2 lanes of super creeps are definitely a problem. Nemiga using the mid lane as an opportunity to charge in. 1 more minute without the Ringmaster. Zero Tenacity, they will make the stance. They want to commit onto Kunkka, who they know is on a dieback. Everybody's on a dieback. It's the final stance. Supernova popped into the mid lane. Desire, they're trying to burn down the Grimstroke. He's doing his best to stay alive. Solar Bind onto Kovis9 and onto Aerial Nefert, leading the charge. Self-Heat, he's still alive and trying to pressure targets down, but nobody seems to be dying aside from Desire. They still have a lock onto Nefert. X marks the spot, takes him back. Dream tries to jump in, but the lock is too heavy. Nefert, Dream, both of them will fall. It's gonna be GG for Nemiga.
They pull it through, yeah, like just the late game alone rewards them, and their own base is also rapidly dying to the creeps, but I think they should end this in time. Wait, there is backdoor protection actually.
Work, TP. He's doing it. He's going. Now he's gonna go fall back. It's gonna be an Ancient versus an Ancient. The backdoor protection is doing its best to protect, but it's just against Warwick and the remainder of Nemiga.
5-man backdoor the Ancient. The game, it ended as off meta and weird as it started though. Backdoor the Ancient at 60 minutes.
I did get a little bit of a base race at the end there. I mean, it was not the full-blown commitment. Insane was screaming which Ancient is gonna pop to 0. But it was there. Still, 57 minutes between Zero Tenacity and Nemiga in this game 1. I mean, what can you do here? You did say Nemiga had the better overview, the better oversight of how this patch currently works out. They bid their beautiful time for Self-Hate to get better, but they're not gonna do this one more time for sure.
Yeah, I don't think they want something as slow as the Terrorblade with a similar draft, because this draft, it assumed, the idea was we stop the Beastmaster from snowballing and it'll be a really easy game, but the Beastmaster snowballed, and at 40 minutes the game was almost over in favor of Zero Tenacity. You can see that massive gold upswing, and then they tried to push high ground, got 1 lane of Rexes, and didn't push through. They weren't able to deal with the Terrorblade during his Metamorphosis. Had to back off, and I think that's what cost them the game, because from there it was basically a downhill spiral where Terrorblade just got better and better late game. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, as I think we may be falling behind schedule even with the extra long break, if this goes to a third game, we better head to a little bit of a break, get the next lobby ready, and yeah, we'll see you all in a couple of minutes with game number 2 of the semi-finals as we are drawing season 35 to a close. See you all then. Thank you all so much for watching, and I hope you're enjoying the show.
5. You're not gonna get all of them. We only have $1, and we gotta spend it right. And in this case, that $1 is your pulverize.
I mean, I don't think it's that bad, because they did force 3 teleports into a mid lane that can't be pushed in. So space created, and Young G is gonna suffer more for it, but Young G is the person whose lane has been sacrificed all game. So, yeah, enjoy your suffering, Slardar.
I mean, he's not necessarily, you know, suffering right now. I mean, it's this tier 1 that they're gonna be trading it off for the distraction of the Slardar to farm, for self-hate to farm, and maybe get a kill here or there. But it definitely does open up the map. Let's see, fortification is gonna be popped. They're not giving them an easy time to claim it though, but they're still keeping them distracted. Top side, we have 3 on the wait out. They see Nefrid. He is eyeing out for a Ravage to be popped. There's Warwick and Desire closing the gap. Vanilli, he does have the Noxious Plague, so he can just throw it around and die here right after. But can Nemiga utilize this for something more? They're just gonna fend away and keep self-hate protected.
Nah, Noxious Plague is super weak nowadays. It's no longer that big teamfight ultimate. It's really powerful once you have a bunch of good debuffs, because it spreads those around, but it deals a fraction of the damage. And I think that was a hard waking up moment for Venomance to realize, okay, Snakebite is 80% of my damage output now.
I mean, it's not too shabby. They still, you know, implement the facet. It does bounce at one point, but I guess you need to be a little bit humbled, is what I'm trying to say with the Noxious Plague, but Veno is still not out of the game. He is trying to keep up with the pressure, but currently he is the one who is being rained fire by Nefrit and Warwick. It's gonna be, again, an okay trade-off if you're going down the mission of keeping self-hate and the rest of the crew protected, but you're just throwing kills currently for Warwick, and as well for Nefrit, who did have a shaky time down during the mid lane, but now he's on a good path of completing the consecrated wraps.
Yeah, the new patch, like a bunch of these items have been really quickly well figured out. Consecrated wraps, every hero with a decent health pool really likes those. Ariel is probably gonna get himself caught over on the enemy bottom lane as he's running for his life from 2 supports, but
yeah, he's been kind of scouring a little bit too much there. He is gonna keep them busy though, so 2-for-1, and they have an eye on to Warwick once again.
I mean, they did have to bring 3 people in to kill 1 support, so space created for the Morphling, I guess, but we are already seeing this Terrorblade slightly outfarm the Morphling and only pick up more tempo the longer this game keeps going on.
I mean, the worst flex is Dream is farming off of the lane where self-hate is, because that tower had been lost, along with the remaining of the tier 1s, which currently, Nemiga, they're not even close to getting them. I mean, that's gonna be eventually spare money across the board, but this is not what we were anticipating from this Nemiga draft. So far, their laning stage has been a little bit disseminated, has been destroyed, so they can just stick around at the backlines and try to farm up, but that's exactly where Zero Tenacity want him. As self-hate, he's gonna be scouted up topside, but pops away for him to be safe and fine.
Yeah, as far as the current game state goes, it is kind of getting awkward for an Amiga. Things are looking a decent bit harder, as both the Queen of Pain and the Terrorblade are still having a really good game. Now, of course, so is the Morphling, but if Morphling dies once, then Amiga could very quickly be in a losing position. The other way around, 1 Terrorblade kill would be so huge here, though, and absolutely game-changing.
I mean, given what we saw during the previous game, Nemiga were able to completely pull that off, even though it took them 57 minutes, so you don't want to go down that lane once again if you are going to go in for a clean 2-0. Downpot him. It's going to be Ariel being taken down, Supernova for the Serpents. Nefrit's gonna keep up the pressure, finds Covis 9 next to the shrine. He needs to give up the extra XP as it's his life, or, you know, 2 XP shrines going in for Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's really huge that they get all of that XP going in their favor, because for the first time this game, the win rate is now at 50-50, and Amiga are actually struggling. Their Morphling still isn't, mind you, he's still farming up, but going for a defensive consecrated reps, which makes a lot of sense given the health pool you get when morphing. It does feel a little bit slow from Self-Hate. It does feel, you know, kind of risky. I'm not sure if it's gonna pay off, because it's kind of like the Mage Slayer used to be, that early game value item that scales really poorly into the late game.
Speaking of self-hate, he is trying to bait out Nefert a little bit closer to comfort. Vanilli scouting out on the trees. We have Ariel arriving on the double alongside with Covis 9. They can't commit for the jump. They have the Blink Dagger. Just go for it. There's the heavy hitting. There's the trampling about. They are going to be having the log. The Noxious Plate goes off. There's
See,
no
this is how you're going to use the Noxious
Pulverize. Just get the Pulverize. Oh no, actually they don't have mana for it. It's just gonna be Shackles. It's taking them way too much time. Enough time for Warwick to reinitiate, jump back in. They have Selfie on the lock. Okay, fine. Now they use the Pulverized and it's gonna be on to Warwick, managing to save Self-Hate once again and putting Queen of Pain in a very bad spot. She will be able to fend away even though she is heavily ticking, but it's not gonna be enough. Nor for a kill, nor for a deny.
Yeah, Self-Hate, he's having way too good of a game. He turned into the Queen of Pain, allowing him to blink away there. But this is why I think Nemiga are looking so strong, especially today. They pick the greediest carries that always out late game, and then they somehow end up, you know, keeping that carry from dying the entire game. If I had just one game kind of going like that as a carry, I will be like, oh, thank you all my team, I love you all so much, whereas here...
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's feeling good so far, and the best part of it is they're actively baiting out Zero Tenacity to go for these, let's just call them false objectives, that they're looking to get something but they're not getting into. They're actively throwing Warwick in, and this, I wouldn't say this poor Queen of Pain is forced just to farm, but she's not getting any kills, and she's jumping in, committing with the Sonic Waves, but it's pretty much being brought to naught at the current pace. We are going to be having... I'm very curious about how Covis 9 is going to build up this Primal because you still have that opportunity to go in with something interesting, but so far it seems like he's going all out
I love
aggressive.
the Shivas. I actually really love the Shivas on the Primal. Like, I think that idea is so good. I also wonder what he's going to be doing with that, like, Veil of Discord, because, of course, a bunch of the build paths have been changed a whole lot, but I think it may be a Bloodstone Primal Beast as... Shadow Shaman on bottom lane once again, forcing a big rotation, once again just dying for it.
I mean, that's fine. We're gonna keep on saying it. It's fine, Self-Hate is farming, you know, we trust Self-Hate. This guy, greedy, you know, trusts his late game, but late game, it might not be brought upon him as Nefrit. He feels angry, he has the Ravage, but look how casual Self-Hate is acting about this. He's just gonna walk away. It's not like his life is in immense danger. Even though there's three looking out for him.
Oh, Venomancer though, not anywhere near as tanky, so he's gonna melt.
Nope, he's not fine at all. The Sun Ray is gonna burn him to shreds.
Yeah, both of these supports from Nemiga still having a very hard time. Morphling though, he is tankier than the Tidehunter. Like, Consecrated Wraps, every 7 seconds you get a barrier, up to 360 barrier. When you take damage, so it's really, really powerful, because when you're morphing, you live for like 10-20 seconds anyways. And of course...
you get a 20% movement, so just run.
Yeah, it's also a farming item, like that movement speed is both great for farming and really, really good for actually running away. Though the item does fall off, he can replace it later on. Titan though also got Consecrated Wraps, so we are gonna see that item basically early on for almost all heroes with a really high health pool. As Primal Beast is the only person skipping it, though with that early BKB I kinda see why.
Better trust the good old BKB. I mean, because right now, the way you put it, it seems like Consecrated Wraps is the new not Veil of Discord, Helm of the Dominator.
Yep.
Once again, top side, Self-Hate, he's under pressure. This time they bring in the Anchor Smash to bring him, well, not the Anchor Smash, the Dead in the Water, which is the actual anchor being brought in. But they will be only saturated with the Vanilla kill. Once again, Self-Hate walks out of there alive and well unscathed, but still they're keeping up the pressure topside. They want to take away this tier 2 tower, which Nemiga, they're not gonna take this invitation to keep up with the fighting. Self-Hate gets the hell out of there, and they will be refocusing their effort onto Roche instead.
Yeah, I was about to say, they will fight, but the Roshan rather than any enemy teammates. With the both Shadow Shaman wards and the Anaconda being committed beautifully, this Roche is gonna drop so quickly, and a tier 2 is still a pretty big sacrifice at before the 20-minute mark even, giving massive tower gold to Zero Tenacity, but with only a 3k gold lead, the win rate still says that Nemiga should probably be able to pull this through as long as their Morphling doesn't die.
I mean, their Morphling can die at least once in the next 5 minutes, but he's gonna keep up the focus with the farming. He just has that extra safety layer if Zero Tenacity are willing to overstep here. But so far, they've been keeping a good lock on him. He's been pretty... I mean, 103 so far, and however, he's 40 creeps away from Dream, which currently... I mean, it did translate to the Manta being completed. He's gonna once again opt in for the Scotty. I mean, same as self-hate that during the previous match.
Yeah, this game Scotty is actually way better value as well, so Terrorblade is gonna love having it at a really good timing. Though the thing is, Morphling always farms slower than Terrorblade, and he scales way better than Terrorblade. So I'm just kind of waiting for that Hydra's breath.
Let's see, mid lane, they're gonna be looking for a catch. It's gonna be on to Desire. They won't connect the Pulverize, but it's gonna be enough of damage. With Young G finally getting back into the game, we are seeing a little bit of something from the Slaughter, which early game, it was very difficult to work with, but 0-1-2, it's not too shabby.
Yeah, I don't know, it's feeling too much like repeat of last game, because I said they needed to kill the Morphling once in the first 10 minutes, it's 20 minutes and Morphling hasn't died.
Yep.
0-10, like, it's deserved that they got here, and they're a really good team, but I think because of their playstyle and because of how different the individual players play, they need a lot more time than the average team to figure out a patch, and this patch timing screwed them up so much, because, let's be real, the last patch, Zero Tenacity had 2 of their very best comfort heroes as the top meta picks, and they kind of got screwed over by the patch, but now they're also being screwed over by not shutting down this Morphling. So maybe they can do it. They will get a Tormentor. I really hope for that game number 3, because the first game has been so incredibly hype already, and I want more.
Definitely we want more from these teams. Definitely we're going to be seeing more from one of them later on into the grand finals, but I don't want to see it, you know, sooner than... I want to see it later, not sooner.
Yeah. Because, yeah, one of these teams, like you said, is gonna make it to the finals, but Nemiga, they really want a bit of a break. Because if they do 2-0 this, they get almost an hour of break time to kind of recover from the stressful first game. But
yes.
I feel like Zero Tenacity is just... They read the patch notes, and they kind of understand them on an individual level, but they didn't really have that, you know, where you sit down together with all of your teammates, you kind of discuss like, hey, which heroes do you like to play that are strong this patch? Oh, these are the heroes I like to play that are strong this patch. Here's the combos we can make with that. Because this draft, it feels really strong from Zero Tenacity, but the only meaningful synergy they got is the like Tide Hunter and the Hoodwing to protect the Phoenix Axe.
Which I mean, if we see that scenario, it could be a good one for Zero Tenacity, because they still have, you know, just that little bit of an upper hand, but it's mostly given by Dream, who's been proactively farming and is currently at the top of things. But look how... Wait, hold up. Bottom side, Kovis9. I was about to say Nemiga's scores are getting a little bit better compared to Zero Tenacity's over time. But I didn't say it. I didn't hex him. Kovis9 is gonna be alive and well and closing into the Aghanim Scepter now that the BKB is up and operational.
I mean, honestly, if they get outscaled, they get outscaled. That's just the nature of Zero Tenacity's draft. That's not the problem. The problem is because Terrorblade is so much faster than Morphling, they didn't kill the Morphling, they didn't capitalize on that. And despite the sacrificed mid lane, Slaughter didn't do anything the early game. Had a really bad level 7 timing like we've discussed. And now he's ahead of the Queen of Pain. As I say that,
Queen of Pain.
well, Warwick will get a nice return kill and still be behind.
I mean, they're just throwing out supports to keep them ever so slightly busy, but on the same note that we keep on self-hate hasn't died, Dream hasn't died either, you know, and yeah, he's still playing on his games, he's still trying to outfarm him. The fact that 5 minutes have passed off of the Aegis and they've been fully focused on to farming, it does feel a little bit of concern, as especially Zero Tenacity kicking off this 3-man smoke, going in deep towards the enemy territory. They have eyes on Vanilli going in for the Venomancer. I mean, if it's just the Veno that they're getting, it's fine, but Nemiga, they're on the close by. Veno is still somehow alive. He did throw out the Noxious Plague, but it's only going to be connecting onto the camp.
Sulfate
Instead,
still got Desire for that, so it's a support for support trade. The Aegis is now gonna be reclaimed, so Sulfate needs to be really careful all of a sudden. But Namiga...
It was a very small window that both sides were hoping for something, but...
Yeah,
support for support.
they keep their Morphling, and with that they keep the win rate super favorable. Zero Tenacity kind of realizing we need to do something before the Morph is online. We'll start pushing the mid tier 2 tower with the Metamorphosis, making sure it doesn't fully go to waste. Still a pretty good commitment, I think, because the tower gold is what's giving Zero Tenacity that chance to, you know, find the same amount of tempo, find the same amount of aggression that they did with their Beastmaster last game.
It's feeling more and more so reminiscent of the previous game, like looking how fast Zero Tenacity are trying to close in this game. Last time it was, you know, what caused them in the end.
Yeah,
But
it almost won them the game, but they, like, when they started to retreat from that bottom lane, they coordinated poorly. It was so costly. So I wonder, will they back off again? And if so, will they do it better? Because maybe the issue wasn't that they backed off, even though for me it still kind of feels like it. But maybe the issue wasn't just that they, you know, kind of backed off in a panic rather than really coordinated.
Speaking of coordination, Namiga will be on the double to coordinate, get together, and go in for a smoke towards the Zero Tenacity jungle, but where once again, unfortunately, is going to be Desire that they're going to be finding, who instantly drops vision, tries to get away with the sharpshooter, but he's going to be instantly trampled over.
Yeah, I think he really wishes he had a shard. Oh, he does! He does! Did they change the shard? I didn't read the Hoodwink patch notes that well, I think. Because I thought it was...
Still the boomerang.
Yeah, okay. So no, they didn't change the boomerang much. I'm not sure where all the damage went, honestly.
I mean, no damage. But speaking of shards, by the way, we do have the Demon Zealand in play, which kind of reminds me of the fact that there's no Grimstroke to give you a little bit of a, you know, capital punishment based off of your illusions.
Oh, that was so funny.
Yeah.
Like, imagine killing your own team. Imagine, like, killing your own teammate because you want to buff yourself to get a return kill.
I mean, if it's something that wins you the game, sure, small sacrifices to be made, but it did almost kill off of an offlaner, or it did kill off an offlaner, it did kill off the Kunkka in the previous scenario that we watched.
Yep, and what I'm thinking of now is, what happens if Morphling uses, like, ultimate on the Terrorblade? Because he's not a he's not a Terrorblade illusion, and it's very specifically only for Terrorblade illusions of any source. So if Morphling makes Terrorblade illusions, then those are also going to be affected by the Demon Zeal. But if Morphling presses Demon Zeal, those are also going to buff Terrorblade's illusions.
Oof. That's we need to see that, or if we don't see it, we'll need to test it out.
They really, yeah, I was about to say, they really
demo.
don't want that to happen, but I do think that maybe we should showcase that as a demo hero or something, because it's really funny that you can have 2 stacks of Demon Zeal active on all Terrorblade illusions from both sides. I want that, like, illusion versus illusion matchup.
But there's the question once again. As a Morphling, you get the shard ability as well, right?
Yep.
Hold up.
You do if, like, I'm pretty sure you do. If he has the shard and you morph him, you do. There was a couple of exceptions, but
no, you don't. Gaining their basic abilities, so I think it's considered a basic ability, not a shard ability. But we'll need to double check. Meanwhile, we have a fight going off. It did kick off with Young Jeep being harassed here, but it's gonna be Kovis9, which keeps up the pressure, but do you want to keep up? It's gonna be a BKB run away with the anchor still latching onto him. He's gonna turn around to try to take it down, but it's gonna be Zero Tenacity that takes him down first.
Warwick now again out farming the Slaughter. Finally, took him long enough, but Young G being a little bit behind the Queen of Pain again is huge for the Queen of Pain, because the chances of blinking out in time when the Slaughter targets you are so much higher now. And at least they did kind of cut their losses, did make Morphling that space, but it is feeling in a repeat of last game in that Zero Tenacity are finding a lot of aggression and are dominating most of the map right now, while Morphling is just kind of hiding in the corner farming up.
Or at least trying to. I mean, he is close. They are close by right now, but Zero Tenacity currently are not necessarily looking for the aggression, even though they do have the Ravage if they mean to overstep. But the only thing they're finding is the self-hate illusion, so he's gonna try to keep them distracted. Roche back right now, and it could be, I mean, it's gonna be on the other side of the map in about 20 seconds, 30 plus, along with the walk time. So Zero Tenacity, they could have a chance to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, they do need to, but it's so hard. So, do they pull it off or not? I do really feel like they indeed need to go for it, but having those resources, having that availability, you can Terrorblade Metamorphosis once in 30 seconds every 2 minutes. So, Nemiga instead are gonna be the aggressors, which is gonna make things a lot harder.
They did saw their observer ward being taken down, so they know that the time is right. So let's see if it's gonna be a worthwhile aggression. So far, they're having a hard time deciding on the angle upon which they're gonna go for. Zero Tenacity pop a 5-man smoke off their own as well. Scans so far not finding anybody, but they might meet very close on the dire side where Young G is currently scouting out by himself. The smoke will be popped, beautiful blink away, but look at all these pings just being flown across all sides. Zero Tenacity, they will be revealed by one more hero, while Nemiga, they're backing off from this one.
Perfectly done, because fighting into that Ravage is impossible, and knowing that Zero Tenacity may want to be more aggressive and still go for some more good initiations here.
Still, Zero Tenacity are hesitant as well, as they're, jumping in back and forth across the Roche pit. Zero Tenacity, they're trying to chase target. They're not feeling really confident about this Roshan, because obviously they're not willing to jump in with everybody completely alive. So yeah, even though Dream is gonna be committed, Moose is on the standby.
Self-hate, I think
Maybe
he's
they
gonna
want to
let
take
them,
objectives.
I think they're even gonna let them get away with this Roshan.
If they take 2 towers in exchange, sure, that might be worthwhile, but then
Roshan is
it's a
dying
question
quickly.
It's a question of how Zero Tenacity are gonna utilize this one, because Nemiga, their 5 minutes of safety, they were used up for farming. Zero Tenacity, they might not fall down at that description, as they have everything on the get-go, and they find even an Amplify damage rune onto work, and they find Self-Hate first, instant latch onto him, dead in the water.
Okay.
Dead before the water, it seems like it.
This is what they needed to do this entire 32-minute game, and finally they succeed in bringing down the Morphling, which of course increases the chance for us to go to that game number 3 after all significantly.
Yeah, it's been smooth sailing. And it seems like Zero Tenacity are gonna keep up with that wave, with Dream utilizing the I was gonna say the Aghanim Scepter. They just have the Immortal to go in for a high ground push, knowing that there's 40 seconds without his arch nemesis. It seems so far that the motto is who has the Terrorblade, who wields this winged demon, and the Metamorphosis is the one who wins. Ravage popped onto Kawuvis 9 with the Sonic Wave. No offlaner. It's a green light. Keep up. Go in for the racks. Go in for 1. Go in for 2. Go in for more. Take what you can. But the tier 2 down bottom is preventing you from going in for more, so just 2 sets of racks. I think Zero Tenacity can be happy about it.
Yeah, this is a perfect showcase of how reliable the Morphling is as a carry, that the moment that he's down, the entire draft is just going to fall apart. But they're not done yet. They're gonna try to initiate from behind, and we'll get a beautiful kill on the Phoenix first.
Young G. He is gonna be scouted up. They're trying to chase him, but it's Ariel that they're gonna be latching onto first, who already dropped the snakes. It's a lot of manageable target for the takedown. Nemiga, they will be losing 3 the second they try to go in for their detours once more. Nefrit keeping up with the siege, but it's just Self-Hate and Young G on the other end. They don't have, well, they only have 1 buyback onto Vanilli, but they're not gonna commit for it. Mid-racks, well, top racks will have the same destiny as the mid-racks, and Zero Tenacity will kindly back off, even though they have, well, 2.5 solid minutes to just keep up with the pressure, knowing that they have the better out of it. 34 minutes, 18/9 with 11k net worth advantage.
Yeah, because that's kind of the thing, Morphling is slow. He may be able to outcarry Terrorblade in late game, but he is very, very slow. So Terrorblade, he's already fat. He's already really strong, and he is gonna get stronger the longer this game keeps going on for another 15 or so minutes. And only after that 15-minute mark, Morphling is gonna start outscaling him. But 15 minutes for one lane of Rax seems like a really long time, and it is definitely gonna be so hard to defend for the side of Nemiga.
I do appreciate also the fact that Warwick, despite the difficult kickoff, I was expecting a little bit more of an aggression of Queen of Pain, or maybe, you know, Warwick in general as a player. This is the first time in the past 2 days that he's not playing a Spirit. I do appreciate the Aghanim Scepter being picked up on the Queen of Pain. It just adds up so much of an aggression with the Shadow Strike, which has been her forte to keep up with the punishment on ENG during the earlier phases of the game. It feels like a very overlooked Scepter, and I like that it just keeps this wave going for Zero Tenacity, that they picked up very nicely from since the Aegis has been obtained.
Yeah, though I think it wasn't the Aegis, it was that first kill on the Morphling that just caused everything to fall apart over the span of 2 team fights. And now Nemiga, they're possibly onto their last stand, as Terrorblade knows full well, later on this Morphling is gonna out-carry him, so he needs to end this soon, and that's exactly what they're gonna try to do.
Less than 600 HP remaining on.
Oh, the
as the
Ravage.
fight kicks off on the sides, Kovis9 will jump in, but yep, beautiful Ravage. They're gonna take him alongside with Vanilli. Double buybacks have been forced up, but the tier 3 is gone. Zero Tenacity ever so slightly retreat, even though they have solid 40 seconds left remaining on the Aegis. They still see self-hate, they know of the buybacks, they're fighting against 5 once again, as they know the Pulverize hasn't been used up just yet, so they shouldn't really go in for the setup now that the window of safety is closing more and more so.
20 seconds and
Still
the Aegis will be gone.
Those racks being exposed is a very big problem.
For sure. Last game they held on with one freaking melee rack, but this game is going to be so much harder to pull something similar, because these illusions are already pushing out bottom lane. Terrorblade is always going to keep up this pressure, and is always going to stay aggressive on at least one of the lanes. Nemiga though will smoke up and try to see if they can't get a good teamfight initiation to counteract it.
I love this dedication, but if it doesn't yield anything, it's gonna be bad, because right now this is their open window that they're having. When again, it's these big ultimate drafts that Zero Tenacity have things working out with, but when they're down on cooldowns, there's not much they can do, even though the Terrorblade, well, he does have the Metamorphosis in 10 more seconds, so they might just punch them back. I don't know, Nemiga, they will be losing that momentum, even though it gave them a little bit of a info, a little bit of a, you know, map opening experience, which is looking like it's gonna be closed down quite soon. Zero Tenacity moving in with a four-man smoke down bottom.
They need to kill this Terrorblade so freaking badly. Like, if you kill Dream, everything can be fine. Nemiga still stand a chance, and that's why they're not GGing out, that's why they're not tilting. They know if they kill this Terrorblade, prevent the Sunder from coming out, everything will be fine and dandy. Whether they can do it, though, well, that remains to be seen, because it's definitely not gonna be easy anymore.
Yep, for sure. But I'm definitely scared of a TB jumping in with now a Scotty with a Daedalus and stuff like that. The damage potential is immense. They're just sending off illusions, they're keeping Nemiga at bay, and even that one illusion is just doing so much damage. And yeah, looking at the scans, Nemiga, they're anticipating for, you know, a jump to appear. Counter scan used up. Oh, actually no, it's the other way around. Nemiga, they scouted out their presence around this triangle, while Zero Tenacity were trying to see if there's any shenanigans happening out there so they can do it again. But
the Ravage is there, they really want to do it again.
Yeah. They're already doing so much damage with these illusions. These poor Plague Wards and this poor Self-Hate cannot do much. But as he is busy with keeping the wave at bay, the rest of the crew are gonna try a 4-man detour. But they don't have a lot of intel. They're only gonna be walking around this observer that they have in the upper portion of the map. And they do have some vision, very deep in the Radiant jungle around the Ancients, but they really cannot utilize that.
They did see Warwick under
they're
it.
on their end.
They did see Warwick like move to the bottom of the map to farm, and they're kind of trying to catch this Queen of Pain. It's not going to be an easy catch though, even with that vision.
But she's gonna turn around to try to finish off the Ancients. It could be the bringing of her own demise. Locked her into the pulverize, and she will be dead and gone. No buyback on her. Still, Namiga, they're not gonna be gambling this one as they see a Dream, and they're gonna be backing off. Kovis9 still sticking on around the spot. BKB is gonna run up, instantly caught up, and he will be dying under the tower. It's gonna be a trade-off, a core for a core. A little bit of a something, but it doesn't change anything.
Not really, no. It's a favorable trade for sure, but with the Primal Beast having such a long death timer, thankfully the Roche respawn timer is long, but Namiga don't know that, and they're probably gonna be even more so in panic mode than before. Morphling now got his MKB completed, and I wonder what items he's gonna replace, like how this Morphling is gonna continue itemizing, because the Hydra's Breath is so overpowered on him, and I think he really wants to pick one up. Maybe replace the Consecrated Reps with a Hydra's Breath and then replace the Vladimir's with a Satanic, that kind of thinking.
Possibly. I mean, you're definitely gonna need to drop the Vlads at one point. And speaking of the Hydra's Breath, Dream is closing in on getting that item. I did see the Specialist Array. Actually, scratch that. Full items completed.
Uh-oh, yeah, this is the most terrifying timing for Terrorblade. The good news is he's not gonna get much stronger from this point with like the Moonshard and what
Let's
have you.
see though. Nefrid jumping into the backlines. He's not gonna connect that first, and he's completely stun locked and no Ravage available, so he almost fell there. Selfgate in the backlines. He was having a near-death experience as well, so he's forced to run away with the BKB. Only Vanilli will die in the process. Roche, he's not gonna show up for a full-blown minute, so Zero Tenacity, they've defended this objective, but they're not gonna get it for a full minute, so enough time for the Venom to return and for everything to get off of cooldown.
So Roche timing really doesn't want 0-10 to take this, but 0-10, they've been taking these teamfights perfectly. They've been kind of using the Phoenix X in a way that, you know, not the entire team has to protect them, but rather the Phoenix X protect the Terrorblade, which has been working so well for them. Because don't die on the carry, that's how you win Dota nowadays, and a 5-0 Terrorblade is definitely showing just how well that works out.
Let's see if it's gonna be, you know, the same scenario with one or less deaths this time around. Roche, 15 seconds left remaining. Moose is scouting that out, and he's waiting for his eager return. Meanwhile, Namiga, they're using this sweet time to try to open up and retain some of the portion of the map back. Pushing down bot lane. Mid lane, there's not much that can be done, and top side as well with the super melees and super range creeps coming in. Zero Tenacity, back where they left off. Roche back amongst the living, and soon amongst the to join the dead once more. He's gonna scream, he's gonna cry for help, but Namiga are not gonna be there to help him, as they have so much work to do here. Even though, looking at the net worth and looking at how colorful it is, not necessarily leaning onto the green or onto the red side, even with Ariel dead right now, it's still a decent sign that it's not a one-sided stomp, whichever way it goes.
8% chance of a comeback according to the win rate, as Shadow Shaman once again just runs down a side lane, trying to fix things. I think given the circumstances, 8% is still pretty huge, because last game they did it from 4%. But killing this Terrorblade, like, that's the only issue I see. How do you get past Dream twice? More like 3 times with the Sunder, actually.
No clue. And Namiga, they are gonna be sitting waiting ducks, waiting for Zero Tenacity to greed out and go in for the last set of Rex. Even though, how can you defeat him twice? You haven't had a chance to get Dream once, let alone go in for it twice. Kovis9, rest of the crew, they're waiting out. They're seeing that there's something closing in around the ward's work. They want to commit for a jump onto Queen of Pain first, but she will be blinking away very fast.
The Ravage is there. I'm just waiting for it, because they have a double Ravage with that Refresher Shard.
They gotta do it from high ground though. They gotta wait it out, but still, They can go in for a suicide dream just to go in, go for the melees, take it down, or maybe just keep it for the illusions to do his bidding, but eventually he's forced to commit. Clovis9 jumping in with the pulverize. They have him on a lock and he's gonna perish for the first time, but they managed to connect Sonic Wave off the floor. Clovis9 will die, forced out to buy back. There's the Ravage being popped into the backlines. It connects onto 3. There's it for the second time. They still have eyes onto Selfgate, but he still hasn't died. This Morphling is already fine. Now refocus on the bottom side. Fortification will be popped up. They're forcing them to fight. They're not letting off of these Rex for the Megas, but the illusion is doing the heavy work. Range Drags have fallen. Now it's down for the melees. Nemiga, they do a good job of defending them, but Dream, he reconnects. There's the Mega secured, but is it gonna be good enough as it's his life on the line? Hold up, it's gonna be Selfgate. He's gonna be taken down, forcing out a buyback. Nemiga, they are on the run. Supernova has been popped. Youngji onto the other side of the wall as he will be falling. Another buyback has been forced out. They have a lock onto Moose. The Phoenix has fallen. Dream popping up the search. He's now forced on to run. He's lacking resources. He's looking pretty low, but he's gonna turn around. He's gonna try to take down Clovis9. It's gonna be successful as he's still alive and well. Takes down Vanilli. Vanilli popping up a buyback. It's gonna be Dream finally falling along with his godlike streak, but he's gonna force out a buyback as Selfgate is down as well. 2 minutes without the Morphling. They're gonna find Young G, and GG is gonna be called out. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go to a game number 3.
And what a game it was once again. This time around, Zero Tenacity, they looked a lot more dominant, but the first 20 or so minutes felt like such a repeat performance that it really shows how much they've learned from that last game, making absolutely sure to kind of spread out their damage well and, you know, not just focus down the Morphling. Even though I was very scared by how long it took them to kill Morphling the first time, once Morph was dying the first time, he was dying a second and a third and a fourth, and eventually he just stopped having a game at all.
Yep. And it seems like we're going down the motto, who wields the Terrorblade and who can farm him up faster is gonna have the better off of time. Dream having a lot more of a smooth sailing compared to Selfgate, and we definitely underestimated Zero Tenacity and their learning capabilities compared to Nemiga, so even with the Morphling seemingly looking pretty good and a lot of the heroes counteracted by Zero Tenacity, they played right in their face. They knew what they were up against, and they believed that, and they knew that they could get the Terrorblade online a lot sooner. Warwick playing things out very nicely on the Queen of Pain. What else can I say? Desire, absolute menace onto the Hoodwink. And yeah, I think we can close it all off unless you have any other remarks for this game too before the break.
Not really, no, except maybe the Venomance I think is worth addressing, because the thing is Vanilli, his first couple of ultimates were really poor, until he kind of figured out the order in which you need to apply the debuffs to spread them as efficiently as possible, and then he landed a couple of beautiful ultimates, but this learning factor, it matters so much for both sides, because now Zero Tenacity, thanks to that last game, they did learn a lot by doing there, and it paid off for them. So yeah, with that, as you said, let's head to the break, see what the next game has in store for us, as this has been such an insane show that now I'm really, really hyped for more.
another melee hero on the other end. Just you're taking them away from the farm, even though the lane is gonna be, you know, pushed in back and forth a lot more aggressively. Still, you're gonna get the upper hand sooner, and maybe be a little bit more annoying with the epi.
I'm waiting for those epis. I'm eagerly awaiting them. So far, the laning stage is gonna stay for the most part pretty chill, pretty quiet. As I think those early kills were a really good teaching moment for an Amiga, that they do have to rely on Luna's out farm first before they can actually start doing anything with it.
At the very least, the fact that Vanilli hasn't fallen, it's a good kickoff for Jakiro to get that level 3 and have a little bit more of a punishing power. But speaking of punishing power, it's going to be turned right against him, as Desire and Nefrid will turn pretty much his full HP down to 190. So yeah, better not overextend. Even though they do have some sort of a chance, the Luna is still at level 2, she's still lacking, she's still out of farm, so maybe wait out for that sort of an action about 7 minutes, 8 minutes in this game.
Over on bottom lane, Venomancer is being really aggressive, is putting all of his harass to some good use. So really make space, that's the name of the game right here. Because you can see the gold lead and the win rate, they basically mimic each other almost exactly in a game this momentum based. And Dream having a really good start means he's gonna be quite hard to kill with the time walk at a certain point.
Yep, I mean so far it is Zero Tenacity having a little bit of a farming time. But I do believe that, with the Vanilli takedown being enabled, yeah, they can just keep up the pressure. Still be on top of self-hate, pretty much dive him under tower. He's gonna pop up the lunar orbit, but it's not gonna be, it's gonna be enough to fend away Zero Tenacity, but not get a return kill.
So the new
Still, if Nemiga survive, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead. Because, yeah, Nemiga, I do agree with what you're about to say. If they survive this, Luna is going to be able to win some team fights really easily with the ultimate. But the new Tidehunter passive, it's so fun. Every time you're involved in a kill, you get stronger. It's exactly the kind of ultra late game scaling that makes him so fun to play.
Bottom, Venomous Gale is sticking on to Moose. They will commit the Blood Grenade, but Dream there with the deny.
Interesting, because the Venomancer, this we saw factor in as well. The Venomancer is just really bad at getting you those safe kills. A lot of times they just get denied, and then suddenly this offlane is now behind in money compared to the enemy offlane. Because yeah, Tidehunter, he's really rich. He's still eating some fishies.
Yeah, we really haven't discussed about that. It is new. It is fresh, because I did see it actually at the end of the scoreboard during the previous game. And I was like, what is this? I didn't really pay attention to class. But hold up, Covis 9 down bottom. Oh, it's gonna be fine. He's playing a dangerous game though, being ultra low.
He should be okay, or at least he would have been until this teleport from the Hoodwink comes on in.
Oh, they're gonna keep up with the chase. They have a lock-on to Aerial into the trees. And it's gonna be a poor old support down the drain. 4 kills so far for Zero Tenacity. I mean, he has the last resort Fairy Fire if he needs it. And oh, he's gonna be able to punish Moose severely. Venomous Gale, and the touch is not gonna be enough. Even though Dream was jumping in for yet another deny if needed. Meanwhile, mid lane, we have Young G. Between Desire and Warwick, as he will be able to fend away, but the rune, it's not there, it's topside. Good stuff, it's a region rune, but I do believe he's gonna reach it on time.
I'll take your tribute.
The rune not spawning next to the White Spirit there was huge though, because otherwise it would have just been snatched from him. Now Young G immediately gets a full bottle refresh, and at the very least he is going to stay favored in terms of the timing. But it seems like this Tidehunter, unlike the last one, he's cancelling a lot of the fish, because you have 2 kills and you can get one each level up as Nefrit.
A little bit under fire, but the big watermelon's absolutely fine. On the other end though, Young G, he is scouting out. He's gonna be spotted by Desire there, as he did find the sentry, but he did not find that observer there. So caught red-handed. Minute 7, shrines are gonna go 1 on each side respectively without any further conduct, but now, given the recently obtained intel from Young G, they will need to challenge these stacks. Before they get any bigger, I assume.
Well, I'm kind of wondering what means do they even have to take the stacks quick, because I can see Warwick going in there and trying to take all of them, but that would be really obvious. They need to keep him in the lane for a little while longer. So these
best case scenario.
What do you think is the best case scenario? Because I think maybe they have to commit in the Sand King, but you can already see Ariel trying to go for a punish here and with his ward steal some of that farm.
I mean, there's cheesy number way 1, which may or may not work, or Ariel gets instantly punished there. So, option number 1 being cheesy does not work. I would have said maybe taking a team fight which does involve self-hit and then utilize the Luna during those, 10-15 seconds before Zero Tenacity regroup, but that is feeling a little bit more like an ideal scenario rather than a best case.
I don't think they should fight with the Luna, because last game it all fell apart because self-hate dying too often, and the Luna already has 1 death, being up against a completely free-farming Faceless Void. I really love that they are kind of giving Luna a couple of stacks, that they make sure her GPM when hitting the jungle is up to snuff, because without it she would fall apart so hard against this Void anyways, and they're keeping her online, but the teamfight idea in theory I love even without the Luna though. Because there is the Void Spirit, there is the Venomancer, and there's the Covis 9 Rolling Thunder. So the synergy is definitely there, the stunlock is definitely there for a team fight, even without bringing in the Luna. But it seems like Nemiga, they don't quite dare, given that the Chronosphere is up on the Faceless Void, and Sandkin got the Epicenter. So the 2 valuable core kills both got a really good answer.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yep, even though they, may not go for that ideal setup just because they're so good right now and they can play independently. Zero Tenacity, they have the stopping power for the Rolling Thunder, so the fact that you have that as an upper hand is definitely preventing Nemiga to go in for those Pango setups, for those Pango jumps. So currently you either gotta, you gotta rely on Warwick, you gotta rely on Youngji to, set things into motion. And so far this is an interesting build that we haven't really seen as often onto a Void Spirit. It's not going to be a Vessel Rush, it's going to be a Yule's Rush instead.
Oh boy, that's not something we see every day, but I like it on Young G. I do think Yule's has a lot more of a spot in the current patch nowadays.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But also, I guess it gives you that little bit of an extra setup that you can maybe work with the Jakiro a little bit more. And, the good old disengage.
Is under attack.
Especially against the Tide Hunter, dead in the water, it's really good to be able to use the person with the anchor while then hitting the anchor. It's gonna be fun.
Well, indeed it's gonna be fun. The action has somewhat subsided as both sides are a little bit, down the lanes, farming in, pushing towers. Self-hate, he's still, doing his good old farming route. Now a little bit enabled by the Mask of Madness being present, but he's still gonna need a lot more time. In contrast to him, Dream, same as the Mask of Madness department, he can't be used if the Chronosphere is needed, and this might be the chance as Nemiga are kind of pushing in. They're going to use this chance, jumping in with Warring and the Epicenter. They have a beautiful lock onto Young G, a little bit of an overextension with the Ravage there, but they make sure he's dead and the tower is defended.
Honestly, with Young G being like half of the tempo that Nemiga still had left, that's such a worthwhile kill, because if we look at the net worth now, all 3 of the cores are already ahead, and Vanilli is gonna die for that on mid.
Yeah, they're gonna go for a Desire. Oof, he's gonna TP and get the hell out of there. Supernova for the reset. The Macropyre is gonna be popped, but it was gonna be eventually Moose latching onto him. But still, he's gonna pay the price by Kovi's 9 Swashbuckler. Both mid lanes, tier 1s are still absolutely fine, as we finally did see some exchange, which I do believe it favors Zero Tenacity just a little bit more.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Let's see down bottom. Dream, Nemiga. They're using self-hate for this siege. It feels a little bit, courageous there and going in for such an obvious dive.
Bottom tower is under attack.
But still, they know that 3 ultimates were used up within those last shenanigans, so it's gonna be a little bit of free time. Still, Warwick takes up the commitment. They drop the Chronosphere right on top of self-hate. Regardless of the supports being on the sidelines, they won't be taking anybody down as a return, so self-hate will be punished for his crimes.
Oh no.
And maybe Zero Tenacity.
Bottom tower
Have a look at the win rate, will you? Because I'm completely in agreement with it.
is under attack.
The moment the Luna took
I
the
did see it
second
earlier.
death, it's a complete disaster. And Void, he's so free. Sure, if you kill Dream, you can make a comeback, but with the Faceless Void, it's not like a terrible. If you kill him once or twice, the hero is gonna be behind in gold and has to, claw his way back up. With the Faceless Void, if you kill him once or twice, okay, that probably meant the Chronosphere was on cooldown, and eventually it's gonna come off cooldown again.
Yep. But still, Nemiga, they are pushy. You know, they're not giving up their conquest. They are trying to keep up the control down bottom here. Again, it's that grace of the big cooldowns being unavailable that gives them these small chances, but they're losing these small chances regardless. So things might turn over a little bit too soon, and I wasn't personally expecting this. But Zero Tenacity, they're playing, you know, very well. Their laning stage, I mean, it's over, and it's been very fruitful for them. And Self-Hate, guess what? He's dead for a third time.
Instant epicenter out of nowhere when you least expect it. That's how Warwick likes to do it, and I think he's gonna be super pleased with that little engagement.
Yep. I mean, Luna, she's fast in farming, but she's not good enough in staying alive, so... And that's the problem that I have with Luna generally. Like, she's like really strong on the right click, but there's nothing else that you can, you know, deliver much. Yeah, the Eclipse is good, you can amp it up just a little bit more, but if they get to you, you're dead and gone, and there's so many ways that Zero Tenacity can respond to it. Yeah, they're gonna commit big, but the long-term investment is really good, and it gives time for the Faceless Void to get a lot better. It gives him a chance to complete the Mjolnir. But now let's see. Nemiga are on the move.
This has got to be a huge engagement for them if they want to be, you know, fully back into this game. And with the Phoenix Egg being there, it could be very difficult. But Void Spirit still has a lot of burst, still has a lot of tempo. So they just need to find a clean go. As it's probably going to go with the Phoenix rather than the Void being ran down. So that alone is already huge.
They miss out on the first opportunity with the Astral Staff. Enough time for Nefer to jump in with the Ravage, but he's still popping off the Rolling Thunder. But there's the Supernova in the backline's Dream, catches both supports within the Chronosphere. Yep, they are willing to punish the Phoenix, but at what cost? They wanted to go for a 1+1, but they got 3 dead instead.
3 for nothing. Once again, both of the big ultimates being used in perfect synergy. Well, 3 of the 4 big ultimates, I guess I should say. Because Chronosphere, Ravage, and the Egg were committed for that. But the epicenter is almost up again. So while everybody else is going to go back to farming, waiting for their ultimates to be ready now, epicenter is still there for Warwick. And Warwick, if he just finds a good way to use it on this Luna, it should be huge.
Maybe he's gonna give it up for just a little bit. But yeah, even with that little bit of an overtake from Zero Tenacity, they don't care currently. I mean, Nemiga did not pass the skill check. They went in for what was seemingly very easy to execute, and again, what the hell is happening topside? That epicenter, it only has Self-Hate's name on it. Like, it doesn't care. They want him in check every single minute, and they are getting it. I was about to say Nemiga opted in for something presumably easy, but the Phoenix is not that easy of a target. He does have the Supernova for the quick reset, and the fact that they missed out on the Astral Step was problematic. Young G, once again, being proactively punished here. He's gonna pop the Remnant, pop the Yules, pop something to stay alive, but it's not gonna be enough at all. Down bottom, once again, under siege, but there's the instant response. They're not letting this one go, and it just proves to show how well Zero Tenacity have, well, fortified their position in this game number 3. 60 minutes in with 8k net worth of a difference.
It's only gonna get worse and worse and worse. Nemiga, they just need to wait for a Luna to level up one more time, because then they have the level 2 Eclipse, and I think that's currently the best comeback scenario that they got. They have so many resources still, they do have that damage. You just need to remove one of those high damage heroes so they can actually take their time getting those resources where they need to be, getting that damage in on the enemy heroes. Whether they can do it or not, we'll see, but Self-Hate, he is trying to be aggressive.
They're under chase, they're gonna pop the Ice Path, but instantly there's the jump, the double Burrow Strike, they will pop it, the Eclipse, but doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. Warwick is even going in for, you know, the all chat taunt here. And, you know, it's been good for him, even though he, you know, he got 9 assists out of it, because mostly it's been Desire who got those last hits and, you know, the sharpshooter executions, but he set up Self-Hate to die freaking 5 times.
Yeah, Self-Hate, 0 and 5 Luna is the most horrible place you can be in, because Luna, you're supposed to be twice as rich as the Faceless Void almost. If he's richer than you, you've basically already lost the game. Dream Faces White isn't a little bit richer than Self-Hate. He's like 3,000 gold richer than Self-Hate already. So with that next Luna kill, seeing a comeback here is really difficult. Not impossible, because there is some big team fight, especially with the Rolling Thunder synergy.
But there's still the Chronosphere that you have to worry about, and getting close and personal to Dream is feeling like a very, very big problem. Presumably Warwick can do that. My bad. I keep on saying Warwick just because of the spirit play. ENG, he might set that up in motion, but he will be putting himself too far out there, and the rest of Nemiga, they don't have necessarily the reach, so by the time they get one hero on top of the Void, there's gonna be the Chrono, you need to force out the Rolling Thunder, and you got already 2 heroes dead. Let's see, they make a catch. It's gonna be Moose, who will be finding Ariel scouting across the trees. Pops his Noxious Plague, but he's just gonna fall for it. An easy kill.
And another fishy Tidehunter. From that new innate, he's already gaining very little health, but 18 points of damage block, and at least a little bit of attack range, which no longer affects the Anger Smash at least, so I guess that has been fixed. But Roshan, the late game favoring Zero Tenacity and them already being so far ahead, and makes for a 90% chance for Zero Tenacity to win this, and I hate that I can't even really disagree anymore.
I mean, maybe there's that miraculous play, maybe there's that high ground defense, maybe there's that, you know, one last final stroke of luck that Nemiga can, you know, get here. But at the same time, is this the way to pave your path into the grand finals? Because Lynx will be insanely merciless. Let's see what happens. 3-man smoke. They are going to be headed. Where to? They're going to be headed around maybe that lower portion of the map where they still have some remaining vision. Zero Tenacity definitely are going to be looking for that path to jump in, but even if you jump on the Faceless Void, and even if you commit for taking away Aegis Life number 1, you've already exhausted potentially way too much. They still go for the catch. Yules with the Macro Pyre and everything. The Aegis is on the ground. Zero Tenacity now on the response. They already have the Faceless Void in a good position. They just have to have him locked down long enough for not to pop the Chrono. They will get it off, but still Zero Tenacity, the remainder of them are a big problem. Ravage will go through. Self-Hate will die right after. A carry for a carry, an eye for an eye. Ariel keeping up with the chase. Phoenix will disengage. They will find Desire. Kovis9, he's been keeping up the pressure onto the supports of the backline, but he dies himself. Him and ENG are completely exposed. It's just gonna be one after the other falling off. Yep, they did get the Void, but at what cost? Almost everybody from Nemiga are dead.
Nefrit, he's the one carrying that fight. Tidehunter 4-0 and 8. Thanks to the Sand King having kind of enabled his kill so early by killing off the Luna with him, this Tidehunter is now the MVP both in terms of net worth, but also because of how hard he is to kill with all of those fish eaten. 28 points of damage block, which do keep in mind the Kraken Shell has been made significantly weaker, but he's almost blocking 100 points of damage now. He gets so tanky against physical damage especially, and with the bouncing glaives, the glaives are already worthless against him. I think, like, this new Titan is super fun, but also this matchup is so favored for him against the Luna.
I mean, also by the time the Luna begins dealing damage, is going to be, you know, it's not going to be present. She's going to go in for the BKB. So, I don't know what you can do currently. The damage department is not present. Nemiga, they got a couple of good kills when they, you know, get super focused to it, but the cost is a little bit too heavy. Yep, they get a big fish, which may or may not be a Tidehunter. But they're dying right afterwards. And speaking of dying, Zero Tenacity down bottom on the Tormentor. They could have lost 3 heroes for the price of the Warwick Shard. But it's still fine. Top side. Ooh, they are going in for the Shrine. They have Dream on the lockdown. It's a big catch with the Shrine on top, but they have alerted the remainder of Zero Tenacity and they could punish them once more. Warwick, beautiful jump away across the bridge, but in the backlines, Warwick, he has eyes on Self-Hate. This Luna, the TP is on cooldown for 10 more seconds. They can take him down. He does have the Epi if he wants to commit. The Eclipse is out of the question, but it's just gonna be a gank 3v1 as she's out of the picture. Meanwhile, Desire will die into the backlines.
The Void kill is massive. Desire, I mean, that's to be expected. But this Luna keeps on dying, and she's not overtaking the Faceless Void anytime soon. The gold difference between the two has been reduced by a little bit thanks to Faceless Void also going down there. But we're just gonna be stuck with two poor carries. At the very least, the good news is Sand King falls off. The epicenters are going to be a lot weaker as time goes on.
Oh, but ENG, he's gonna die into the Chronos just committed for him. He's been. It's very impressive, by the way. 23 minutes. Nemiga have been trying to siege down this tier 1 down bottom, and they failed attempt after attempt. Even though this time Zero Tenacity, they have committed the fortification and is within range of a deny, they're still not giving them, you know, that opportunity. And the rest of the team, they're up top.
One thing worth pointing out is how hard of a game this is for Cobus9 on the Pangolier. Because over on bottom, I did not expect, and I totally missed it on camera, that Void Spirit kill. But specifically because there was a Cobus9 sitting around the corner, having all the defensive tools ready, but into a Chronosphere, none of those tools are gonna work. You can't Shield Crash, you can't Rolling Thunder into the Chronosphere. So Cobus9 just went back and had to go home.
And speaking of, it's gonna happen right after at topside, as he was a little bit under siege there by Nefret, but it seems like the action might move around this dire triangle as Zero Tenacity, they're actively pushing in across all lanes. Now it's the time for smoke. This time they're gonna go in for the kills. Let's see if they're just, you know, and now they're not gonna go for anything. There goes my dreams of kills.
Yeah, this is the most kind of chill, kind of slow game that we've seen between those two teams coming out so far.
Which may or may not prove to show that we might have another over 45-minute game.
I don't think so, no, at least not at the current pace. Nemiga, once again in the mid game, they are stabilizing, their team play and synergy are really good, but if you pick momentum based and you need till the mid game till you can finally work together as a team as well as you should, that is very, very noticeable.
Topside, Nefret commits a Ravage for an aerial takedown. I mean, presumably he's going down the Notion. I'm not gonna be using it for another 140 seconds, so I might as well just...
Besides the yummy fish counter, it goes up and up and up. And even though they're just one damage block each, having, you know, a total of 27 extra damage block, 102 with the Kraken Shell factored in is just so powerful. But speaking of powerful abilities,
Warwick, they're gonna find ENG as a deep dive from Zero Tenacity is gonna yield a big one. Cobus9 charging up the Rolling Thunder. He's there to push in, but instant reaction with the Chronosphere. You said he's got a lot of good stuff, but it's not gonna be good enough if the Chrono is there, but still TP out, it's gonna be successful. No way to lock in onto him. Still the duration of the Rolling Thunder is good enough against the Chrono. Still, Zero Tenacity, they keep on punishing Nemiga.
it's good enough exactly till Void gets a damage item, because right now he's playing really defensively. Having had that Mjolnir, he went for a BKB, and with that BKB completed, looking towards the Skadi. But the moment Void gets a little bit more damage, Pangolier is gonna die in those situations. And even right now, committing the Chronosphere and the Ravage for a Void Spirit kill is kinda worth it. Just because of how much space Void Spirit needs to make for this Luna, and how much tempo hinges on ENG, that he hasn't really been able to find angles to deliver anymore. Now that there's both a really tanky Tidehunter and that Stunlock from the Sand King.
Nope. And they gotta, find a way to compensate for all of these losses. He's still, looking out on the Aghanim Scepter, and on a good day he would have already had it completed. But yeah, again, the lack of a tempo that he's dictating, the lack of fights that he's been setting up for the Luna is turning to be a problem. They were looking out on Moose here down the lane, but look at Nemiga instantly jumping in. Now ENG, he's hesitant. He's got him and Self-Hate right there on the double. They don't see the smoke, so they're... Zero Tenacity, they're in a horrible position right now.
At the very least, Nemiga doesn't know where all of them are and are gonna attempt to slowly back off. Now Zero Tenacity are gonna go for a smoke of their own, and both teams smoked, looking for an angle to catch the other once again.
Oh, they find my Dream there. They saw the Lotus. There's the instant duels with the Remnant being popped up. They're responding with the Rolling Thunder. The Chronosphere is still on cooldown for 35 seconds. They're gonna try to turn this into an opportunity, but the Ravage landing in, locking onto 3. ENG's dead and gone. Self-Hate dropping severely low. He will be forcing out for a BKB runaway home, which is gonna be successful. Same goes for the rest of the crew. They're not gonna connect for the remainder of sports, but which means Cobus9.
He accepted
gonna
his
be
death
just one.
there. Running from the
That's
void,
fine.
just not useful when he bashes you every 2 hits. Kinda sad, but Zero Tenacity, once again, the Ravage was there, even if they didn't have the Chronosphere. Sometimes just one big ultimate, if you hit it well enough, can be sufficient. They still have the egg, they still have the epicenter. That's kind of the worst part. It's not that they win a fight, it's that they can immediately fight again after.
Are scanning.
Yep, and it might just happen topside. Macropyre also been popped down bottom, but it's gonna be this big self-hate takedown with the sharpshooter. Oh boy, oh boy.
They don't even have to use the epi for that. They still have the epi. They still have all of that damage on Sand King. I was so doubtful when they picked Sand King and Faceless Void and the Hoodwink into this Venomancer. But guess what, Ariel, he's 1 in 7. He just doesn't get to move at the start of the team fight. He cannot even get the Snakebite out. If you get Snakebite out, Venomancer is one of the best possible heroes here, and it's still not quite gonna cut it.
Nope, it doesn't seem to happen. I mean, I'm not surprised about the EP not being used up because, again, on the Luna, damage gets up, agility goes up, everything goes up, but HP does not go up on her. She pretty much stays the same. For the Sand King, just hit her once or twice, set it up with the Burrow Strike, she's already down to, like, more than half HP. And she's dead right after.
Dire's middle
Yep, Roche gonna be back in about 30 seconds, and speaking of Warwick, once more he's gonna find a catch onto Young G. Instant setup, again the sharpshooter, beautiful avoid there with the dissimulate, but is it gonna be enough? Yule's attempt for a save, nope. Nope, nope, nope. Bow to your liege, he says.
Everybody kind of having the same issues on the side of Nemiga, where you just get overwhelmed, you cannot press any of your buttons. I was just talking about how Venomancer in theory is so good, but in practice just doesn't get to press any of his good abilities. But now this core mid lane Void Spirit is in the same boat.
The problem is that I have with currently Nemiga is the how short of a, you know, short-lived draft that they have. And not that they haven't really, you know, kept it up. They didn't get that early impact, they didn't get the Luna online, and self-hate is just, you know, keeps up getting punished and punished, and as this game keeps on going, it's gonna get progressively worse. But let's see, there, again, I'm still sticking by that sliver of chance, which Gaben Graph is currently says 4%. We've seen comebacks from 4%, but
Literally this series we
drafts
saw a
like
comeback
this.
from 4%, but it was a way better draft, yeah. But if
Oh,
anyone
boy.
can do it, it will be these two teams. Though Nemiga. They are gonna group up, they are
it's time
gonna
for
smoke.
Roche.
Luna ultimate is ready and loaded up. They don't have the Luna Aghanims though, which feels kinda bad.
There hasn't been a... Yeah, actually there has been a singular Roche so far, and it did go to Zero Tenacity. So if they jump in, Nemiga will know about it. So who's gonna get there first? Eventually Zero Tenacity smoke is gonna expire. Scans are dropped on both ends, nobody's picking up anything just yet. Meanwhile, creeps are pushing in mid lane. Zero Tenacity, they're looking at the top of things. They're waiting for a smoke to broke. Ariel found something. He's gonna blink away, but it exposes the way towards self-hate, which may be a problem. Bushwhack popped in. There's the BKB going through. It's an early BKB. It's gonna put Luna into a lot of problems in the backline. Dream closes in the gap with the Chronosphere dropped on. They have a log. They have her dead as well as Vanilli.
Huge
And
2
oh,
kills.
we're gonna go for
nothing.
next.
Make it another one.
Ariel. Yeah, making it look way too easy there.
Dire's middle tower.
It was kind of a very bad panic move there with the blink away coming in from Vanilli. I mean, yeah, it did prove to show that there's something in the vicinity, but ho ho ho, the big one was right around the corner.
Also, the BKB pressed way too early because they still had the Chronosphere and took away all of that crucial BKB reveal. Especially this early on, because yeah, that was the 8-second BKB. It's now down to 7, which at least is a second longer this patch. But it's always gonna be
It's
worth.
not enough.
Yeah, it's always gonna be worth for the Void to just chrono to, you know, use up the BKB from the Luna, force it on cooldown.
I mean, she was already have that. He already has the Mjolnir going on. So there's that damage item that you were looking for, which does, you know, give that huge difference between what the chrono does now, 32 minutes in, and what it did, you know, back at minute 25. Zero Tenacity. They get the Aegis, they get the top tower, they're getting the kills, they find Vanilli once again hiding around. It's a push after push, a take after take. It's a question how much more Nemiga can suffer from this, because they're definitely crumbling.
And yeah, I don't think it's like, you know, there's no late game either. It's not like they can just say, okay, we wait for 20 minutes and this Faceless Void is gonna fall off. Because Faceless Void only gets stronger going into the late game in Chronosphere. It's one of the best super late game abilities ever, allowing you to just prevent the enemy from pressing any and all of their buttons.
And speaking of, down bottom, Dream is dancing around Selfhate, who... not sure what he was going after there, like... or was he just fine? I'm gonna die, I'm just gonna throw a couple of hits on the Tormentor and hope for the best? Not even a chrono committed. I mean, Luna does not go far, she does not walk, she does not stay alive, and she does not even have a secure damage output, so she's been completely humiliated across this game, and she's standing there at around 14k with the remainder of the course, while Dreamer has doubled the value. They're taking down Youngji on the other side and keeping up the hunt on Kovis 9 as they're dropping lower and lower. Ariel joins in, moves on the other end. Vanilli, he pops the Macropyre upgrade, but it doesn't do anything. It's just gonna be a kill onto Desire, but he still exposes himself. Supernova into the backline's work. He's gonna close in the gap along with the Icarus dive, and it's gonna be 4 kills for the price of just 1. And Tier 3 is under siege.
This game, it already started going bad when Luna took her first step, but now she has 10 freaking deaths.
My support games look better than this, I'm sorry. I had to be that brutal.
Oh no, I get it.
I know you're fine with it, especially because A, you don't like supports, and B, nothing is funnier than supports bashing each other.
Definitely.
But yeah, it's been absolutely merciless. Like, maybe there could have been a better option. They did opt in for this Luna to go in as I do believe the last pick, but it doesn't seem like it was the most.
No, it was the second to last pick, and the last pick Void counted as hard.
Yeah. It did feel like an overcommitment for Zero Tenacity, but it did prove to be the right one. They pushed in bottom side, they pushed in mid. They're completely, pretty much peeling off ranks away from Nemiga second by second, and they still have a almost solid 2 minutes on the Aegis timer. Nothing is stopping them from pushing in on Megas. They still have the big ones all available except for the Epi, but it's gonna be Nemiga who closes in on this engagement, finding moves in the backlines, but there's the Chrono, locking onto Kovis 9, locking onto Youngji from the side. Work jumps in right after it expires, and there's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people dying from Nemiga. They're over. They have 3 buybacks if needed, but they don't have anything to throw into the concoction, and there's the GG. Oh god.
It's a pair of G's in chat as, yeah, Zero Tenacity. This Faceless Void last pick was too good. That was the only upside of their draft. The Tidehunter having a really good lane and the Void last pick. And those 2 upsides, the entire game revolved around. And the Tidehunter enabled all the other teammates that had a way harder time kind of getting their ultimates off, getting their spells in, making sure all of those could do the work. And I think Zero Tenacity, they prove that sometimes you don't need to win a draft, you don't need a draft advantage, you just need to make sure that the enemy cannot deal with 1 or 2 heroes, and it's gonna be enough. And in this case with the Faceless Void, he's the perfect hero for that kind of gameplay.
Yep, I mean, again, I don't want to, say what you said, but I'm just gonna double down on it, because yeah, it's true. When you put your mind combined into what's the right objective for the Taken, you can eventually shut them down. And looking at the scoreboard at the end, 111, 110, 110. It's like basically when things go so freaking bad and one of the players calls out the heroes in all chat of how badly things were. That's how badly things went for Nemiga. So yeah, I guess when you don't know much about the new patch, the learning curve kicks in a lot better. And Zero Tenacity are here to show for it, at least for this game, second to last game before the grand finals. They have fortified their position, but is it gonna be enough to take down Team Lynx? Before we go on a break, any final remarks there, Joe?
Well, after this long-ass series with us getting the next lobby ready as soon as possible, exhaustion has definitely got a factor in, but I do think, well, Nemiga, they had the better theoretical understanding of the patch, they had read up more and understood better what the heroes do. Zero Tenacity, like you said, they kind of learned while doing in this series. They did not risk getting done in Kruger, where they think, oh, we got this patch all figured out, but instead they kind of try new stuff, and time again it goes better, and the synergies pair together more. So now, I do think Zero Tenacity are as warmed up as it can get for the Grand Finals, but they're also going to be equally exhausted, and I wonder which of the two is going to, you know, have the bigger pull on their performance. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head right away for a break as the Grand Finals are about to start here at the European Pro League, and we're gonna conclude Season 35 right after the break for you all. Hope you're enjoying the show. More Dota 2 action coming up. scene where I actually really like, because even in the last game where it was pretty good, it just ended up having a really rough early game, and because of that early game just got nuked and destroyed. So here, Venomancer, a lot more defensive capabilities from the Doom, from the Void Spirit. I think it's definitely looking very good, but the last picks of course make a world of difference and could potentially completely, you know, ruin everything here. Zero Tenacity though, what last pick do you think could it be? Because I would have loved that Brewmaster, which has been banned out. Bristleback of course is super meta, but I don't think he would have had that good of a game here.
We're looking for the pick, or we're looking for the last ban? I didn't catch that question right.
Well, the thing is, I know we're looking for the last ban now, but Zero Tenacity, they gotta base their last ban on what their last pick is gonna be. So I think the Zero Tenacity pick is what matters the most, and it's gonna be a Slark ban, which it may just be because of Slark would have, like, you know, had a free game except for the Ringmaster, because Jakiro, Sand King, Earthy, you ignore all three of those. But I want to know the 0-10 last pick, because they need a really big last pick, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell, and with Alchemist on the other end. I don't want to say something like bring in a Viper or something of that sort, because whatever you throw in a Zero Tenacity right now in the offlane as a melee is kind of bound to be punished on the end of Team Lynx, so I'm kind of worried if you're going to go for some Underlord's Dawnbreaker type of a pick.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know, it kind of feels Viper most likely to me. But at the same time, it doesn't have a good synergy with the remainder of the course, but it does give you some good early damage that you can give in for the punishment, or just, you know, rotate in the Sand King down that position. But at the same time, I'm not a firm believer in the Alchemist, especially, well, aside from not knowing what it does in Dispatch, but I've never been down the liking of this hero.
Oh, I really like the new Alchemist. I think this is, like, because I really like the Aghanim's melting down thingy that he used to do, and now they've changed it. So nowadays you scale based on the kills, based on the impact you have, and the times the Aghanims you give away. So every kill gives you 6 extra gold per minute per Aghanim's Molten, which is huge. And I do think Jezu playing the Alchemist as a core isn't gonna opt for Aghanims as early, but because he's a core, if he gets a bunch of kills, giving away the Aghanims in the mid game I think is the way to go. I wonder if he agrees or if he's just gonna skip them till late game though, because that has been the meta for quite a long while. But I do think, you know, get a Radiance, get a Blink Dagger, farm jungle, give away like 2 Aghanim Scepters, build another like teamfight item, and use that teamfight item to get a few kills, because at that point you don't need to farm and you're still out farming the enemy carry. But the curve is really complicated, because, you know, you need kills and to give away Aghanim Scepters to really use the Grievo's Greed as efficiently as possible. The other way around though, his damage increases based on his GPM as well. So Alchemist can hit incredibly hard if he gives away like 5 or 6 Aghanim Scepters. And yes, I'm saying 6 because technically, you know, his own Aghanims count, but it doesn't do anything. Like, it's literally just, oh, ha, extra Aghanims.
Yeah,
Plus
it's just, you know, at one point a flex. But yeah, it is indeed going to complement Team Lynx, especially within the later phases of the game. I would have said Doom brings in a little bit of a stability to the draft, but then you have the counter reaction coming in from Dirsa. I am kind of concerned from what Team Lynx have to offer, despite the fact that I said that I dislike something in the melee against Jesu that might be utilized in a kill. Nafred on the Underlord does not seem too shabby of an option, and at the same time, we've seen what happens when Zero Tenacity, they go in head first with their own decisions. Last draft, we did not believe that they were going to be able, you know, to win it completely, but it just proves to show that when they put their mind into it and they put, you know, the right objective taken, the right rider of harassment, they can even win with a losing draft.
Oh, fun. We're gonna start things off immediately with a pause. As of course, the side of 0-10, they just came out of one hell of a heated, all the way going best of 3, so I get if they need just a moment, but it seems like this is actually connection issues, or, you know, something technical as Jakiro is disconnecting.
Yeah, we did kick things off in the morning with a early PC crash, so it led to a little bit of a delay, but it's fine, we're still on schedule. Still gives us a little bit of a time to discuss these drafts. So, what would be the ideal scenario for either one of them?
Yeah, that's a good question actually, because the ideal scenario for 0-10 is pretty obvious. They have like a 4 protect 1 drat centered around Dream. It's get Dream a like 10-12 minute Battle Fury timing, get Dream the initiations with the Underlord, win the game. It's that simple. The only issue is it's not late game proof whatsoever, as the go when ready has been called, and we're gonna see just how much work Mellow can do here and how he's gonna build this new Alchemist, because I do think Alchemist is gonna be really fun, but Mellow needs to make so much space in order to get Jezu online, right? It's still a traditional carry in the sense that you're reliant on your mid lane, or you're reliant on the space.
Yeah, for sure. There's the double G being called up, but it's gonna be yet another unfortunate disconnect. I do like, the Doom again being picked up, and it feels very aggressive. Vladik does like these in-your-face type of offlaners, which it could give him some early pressure, onto the Ursa, regardless of the fact that, Ursa can very easily strike you back, and he does thrive on very tanky, juicy targets. Pretty much every single time you think about Ursa, ask Roshan how he feels like every single time he pays a visit. But yeah, finally, we are back into the game, ladies and gentlemen. It's game number 1. Zero Tenacity versus Team Lynx. It's time to delve deeper into this game number 1 of the grand finals. So, no smokes, which is very interesting to see.
Well, they gotta have some, right? But it looks like there is one on the side of Lynx being held by the Venomancer for the perfect moment to use. And yeah, 0-10 of course also bought a smoke onto Jakiro, because 0-10 are the ones that actually really need to smoke to get some advantageous vision going.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity are gonna pop the one on their side a little bit defensively, whereas Team Lynx are going in aggressively. They are gonna be dropping this Observer Ward here. 2 smokes are broken, so some information has been relayed here. There's definitely some heroes lurking around here from Team Lynx. Can they catch this Ursa with that earlier observation? But it's gonna be around the dire side where we see a little bit more of an action. The concussive unstable concoction is charging up. Desire in on the sidelines. They are throwing projectiles. They're throwing everything they can, but they don't know which hero to focus down first, as all of them are a little bit too difficult to catch. Eventually, the bounty will be collected. Cracker keeping up the pressure they have. Moves on the lockdown. Once again, they're charging up the stun. They will get it, but first blood is going to be drawn as Cracker falls. However, both supports will be dead. Jesu looking severely low. They will be popping the Bramble so they can at least save the carry.
Yeah, Jezu is gonna be happy with that. He got a last hit and now gets into the lane with a decent XP advantage, but the first blood going the other way around is not great. Because Lynx, they're not really worried about tempo too much. The late game, they're always gonna have solutions to the Ursa. They're worried about, the side of Zero Tenacity getting the tempo, and then the first blood is exactly that kind of tempo that Zero Tenacity are looking for, while Cracker not enjoying this top lane. I may have talked about how this is the first good Venomancer game that we've seen, but the lane is definitely not gonna be where he's gonna start having a good game yet.
Oh no, for sure not. Especially, the slower he is towards getting that level 3, the more problems that he's gonna be having, because regardless of all of the beautiful additions that he got, he is, a lot more impactful when he has at least 1 Plague Ward, 1 Snakebite, but nowadays we are seeing the priority onto the Snakebite despite the Venomous Gale being used up, well, around that 2nd kill. Down bottom, we're seeing Dream dropping severely low as Vladik and QBFY are keeping up with the siege. Maybe they are gonna get something, but still Zero Tenacity. They find Sanctuary below the tier 1.
I do think that the Poison Sting, it's so underwhelming nowadays. Just, that used to be one of Venomancer's main kind of harass possibilities. Nowadays the main reason why it's still kind of good is the debuff, like just being able to apply an extra debuff. Though we can already see the Snakebite being used to make sure Ringmaster can't really do anything against him, while over on the bottom lane,
it was close, but not enough. Oh, but still QBFY charging up over the Shadow Realm. He's gonna get Dream down to 0. Still fighting things out versus Moose. Either way, they would be happy even for a trade, because they are keeping the Ursa in check.
remember when we talked about how good Doom was in the earlier laning stage? I think that's really coming into effect here, because Ursa, like you said, he likes tanky heroes, he likes trading in the lane. suddenly Doom outtrades him. That's not what you're used to seeing from that really slow, kind of awkward Doombringer hero.
Yep, and they'll try to keep up the pressure even further just by... I mean, the more you keep the Doom fed up, it's regardless if it's heroes or, you know, creeps, he's gonna be absolutely fine with it. He just wants to dominate, he just wants to be present. I thought we were gonna get some action topside and some return kills because I did see Desire actively trying to push Jesu down to 0, but I guess it's still not gonna happen. Still, bottom side is where we're getting most of the aggression. These supports are pretty much at themselves. Once again, the Shadow Realm will be popped. Look at the damage output. Dream, once again, in a very bad state. They can't do it again in about 10 seconds. But now Moose, he's charging in. QBFY safety measures with the health.
Over on top, there's a bit of brawling going on as well. But Cracker, once again with the slow, just keeping Alchemist saved up and making sure that he doesn't die. As these two supports, they're having such a heated, hard-fought battle. But I do think Jesu is enjoying the princess treatment quite a bit right now. He is Grievous greening well. He is making okay money.
So far, so good. I mean, I would correct you to say all 4 supports, you know, are at each other, but it's gonna be Jesu. He gets the worst out of that princess treatment, as unfortunately he falls by the Pit of Malice. I was checking out mid lane as well because I'm seeing Warwick venturing out way too deep behind tier 1 and tier 2 tower. It does, you know, he's 400 gold away in terms of net worth, but he's feeling very aggressive here, and this Sand King has a chance to turn into a menace.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Over on the other side, Nefert
dies in his pit even. Venoman's definitely delivering that really good damage now. But one Alchemist kill is already very good for Zero Tenacity, even though both of the carries have died once so far. Alchemist, he's gonna farm so fast that every time you kill him it's a major cash infusion just because he's richer than every other hero.
Yeah, but, you know, he's gotta stay up there. We wanna see, you know, the bringing in of the scepters. We wanna see some big things happening. Because, you know, when you get an Alchemist, you're always thinking big, and you... If you're doing good, you need to be doing 10 times better. Because, again, it's Deercell on the other side, which might turn into a problem. Even though 0-1 0 so far, it might be a good check. Vladik hasn't been taken down. They'll be dropping the Brambles once again on top of him. And look at the damage output. They're even throwing the blood grenades and everything. Once again, the Shadow Realm goes through and Dream is gone. Even though Vladik is falling severely low, backup is going to show in by the form of Desire. They won't get a trade-off. They will be getting one additional Zero Tenacity, QBFY, Moose, burning him down.
It's alright, kind of awkward with the TP and the punishment, but at the very least you are delaying the Battle Fury from the Earth, because Battle Fury got buffed. It's now back to a Ring of Health and a Void Stone that you once again buy from the secret shop, rather than the Cornucopia, because Cornucopia made Battle Fury super meta. It was way too comfortable.
Yeah, but RIP Cornucopia, I'm not gonna miss you.
Radiant structures are
To be honest. Still, it makes Battle Fury a lot easier to gain and a lot more beneficial in the early stages of the game. Speaking of Warwick, even though he was venturing way too far out there behind enemy lines, he is gonna be the first mid laner to fall.
The second time that this Dark Willow comes in with a teleport rotation and QBFY, he is having so much impact, making sure that not one but two lanes are being won at the same time by his teammates right now.
Yep, he is definitely doing his best. But next up is gonna be that Shrine contest, which I do believe both sides are willing to challenge, but there is a very far more chance likely that it's just gonna be a secure on one end. Because still, you need to have the stability around this lane, bottom lane especially. You want to get that Doom setup into motion as soon as possible. And, you know, just keep the pressure even further, but yeah, so far things are looking quite decent. Zero Tenacity, they're gonna be scouring a little bit more into the backlines to try to get Warwick back into a good position and, you know, speedrun his path towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, that early Blink Dagger on the Sand King is gonna be so good for enabling him to go after Mellow Jewel, but we've talked about Mellow Jewel being the one to deliver the momentum, being this huge tool of tempo and aggression, and I think that's definitely something that's gonna come into effect with him already having the level 7 and not really going for any ganks right now, so once Void Spirit leaves the lane it's gonna be huge.
It better be, because he does have the Amplified Damage rune bottled up, so that's a big item to wield. Well, big rune to wield very early on. And you gotta bring in the potential top side. We're having Jesu under siege, once again locked into the Pit of Malice. They're gonna drop him below 50%, but he is not dead.
Jesu, I think he's gonna look towards a really good Radiance timing at this rate, as he's already starting to save, already got his courier at the secret shop. Over on the bottom lane, meanwhile.
They have a lock on Vlada Gate. Closing in on the bottom side is going to be Moose being taken out first. Nefert closing in on the back lanes. He does slightly regret his choice, but at the same time, Lynx are not willing to overcommit. They're going to respect this one support kill and just keep it up as mid lane. They're having a support dying off their own, and it's going to be Cracker. Maybe they can turn this into a return opportunity as QBFY jumps in. There's the epicenter, but it's not going to be connecting onto anybody. It's a waste of a big spell. Metal Jewel closing in on the other side. He finds work. The Amplify will eventually expire, but unfortunately, it's going to be QBFY who dies on the other end. Metal Jewel now locked in. He is bleeding, but he is not dead. He hides under the tower. He's all fighting well, but they're calling him Dream on the double. They want to kill him. They want it now. But unfortunately, they're gonna give it up. Still, actually, Cracker, he's gonna arrive at the outpost. Dream takes this as an instant chance and takes down the poor Venom for a second time.
Urza, I won't say he salvages Battle Fury timing, but it's a lot less terrible looking now. Another kill like that, and it's actually gonna be good Battle Fury timing for the Urza here, because he needs like 2 or 3 more minutes, and if he doesn't die until then again, I think it can definitely be huge. It can definitely accelerate him to the point where he can keep up with the Alchemist for quite a while.
Definitely, there is a small chance, but they gotta keep the ball rolling. Jesse, in the meanwhile, he's looking quite stable. Sacred Relic should be arriving in about 370 gold, which will pave the path towards the Radiance a lot easier. Meanwhile, mid lane, Desire is under siege, but Metal Jewel won't overcommit for even a support kill. Top side, Moose, he found Jesu, but still he's left on his own devices, so no chance to siege him down. Meanwhile, Lynx on the move out. They're scouting deep, they're trying to get some more intel across the map, as they should be looking to punish Zero Tenacity now with the Doom enabled.
Well, they're instead trying to go for aggression on the mid lane first and will not quite connect with the Void Spirit Remnant as instead QBFY. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. Work finds him and executes him on the spot. Even though they didn't get a rune, it's gonna be on the other side, but a kill's a kill. And of course, it's the first Blink Dagger reveal.
It is a really, really good timing for the Sand King, all things considered. Looking at the net worth, he's still ahead of Mellow Jewel despite having such a rough lane. Simply because Mellow Jewel, he has not been able to find any snowballable timing. He has not been going for those side lane ganks yet or anything like that. He's just trying to keep the Sand King as poor as possible for now.
Yeah, indeed. With that, he is successful, but at the same time, the Sand King is, you know, right after Jesse in terms of farm, so that is pretty much a good sign, because with him, you can actively dictate the tempo. And speaking of, Smoke up to going towards the top side of the map, where Jesu is currently farming up, but he is on alert that he might not be fully alone here. Still, they're a little bit venturing too far out. It's just gonna be Desire revealing himself with the snatching of the camp. They're gonna pop the Chemical Rage, but nobody gets anything aside support farm.
Yeah, they did get a good D ward there. I do think this trade, it slightly benefits Lynx, even though the stack from the Alchemist got stolen really hard, because they got the vision back. But Zero Tenacity, like I said before, their Urza is still looking at a good-ish Battle Fury timing. I mean, we're almost at 12 minutes, so it's not gonna be great, but it's gonna be good.
It's gonna be decent. I mean, that venture up top did grant Zero Tenacity the top lane tower in the first one so far in the game. So it is a good sign, as middle is also actively being pushed in. Warwick does have the Epi if he needs to pop it. And Meljul, he's still somewhat of a manageable target. And he is gonna be going and just gonna check his item. Yep, he's gonna go for the Mage Slayer first up. So every single time we're getting a Void in this patch, it's a completely different itemization.
I do love the Mage Slayer. It's a very greedy build. It means he's gonna opt for the right click, which is kind of back. It should at least be back. as far as I've read the patch notes, and no Kaya. So he is going for spell damage after all. Shame. I was so excited when I saw Mellow queue up the Manta style there. But maybe he wants a Kaya because, yeah, look at Jezu. Oh, never mind, Vladik dies.
It's Vladik. He is completely obliterated. I mean, it was a 3-man setup with the gate closing in from across the map. Lynx are looking to respond to this. Jesu, he's charging up, so just gonna. Oh no, he's gonna stun himself. Works, uses this as an opportunity. Jumps right back in with the epi. Meljo will punish him on the spot right after. Zero Tenacity, can they go for more? They are pushed in for more. Moose gets dragged back, but they catch them 3 in the Pit of Malice. Wheel of Wonder into the backlines. It's gonna be actually a deny by Dream as he takes down QBFY right after. Meljul keeping up with the siege in the backline. The Bear is done with the hunt and he's gonna get the hell out of there as one more has fallen on the end of Zero Tenacity, even though they were looking for the Cracker 3rd takedown, but it's gonna be Nefer that they are gonna be losing.
4 for 2. Alchemist dying does give Warwick so much gold there, and if we look at the fight recap in just a second, you can see that factor in, as it's still almost 500 despite them losing 4 heroes worth of profits from that fight. But Zero Tenacity, they just overextended. It was such a clean fight when that Urza went in with the wheel, they should have just ran back after.
Yeah, but I think that Pit of Malice 3-man was too, greedy of an opportunity to give up just like that. But yeah, they gotta be counting their blessings because this is the first time Team Lynx decide to chip in into this game, and it was punishing.
Yeah, Team Lynx, they didn't make it all the way to the upper bracket, to the grand finals via the upper bracket for no reason. They are definitely considered the strongest team in the EPL for the last patch. As for this patch, they don't seem to have that many issues with it yet. Managing just fine to retreat over on bottom lane as well without any catches or any awkward out of position situations.
It was a slight awkward moment, but Meljul on the Voice Spirit, Swift 2 astral steps away, he popped the Remnant just to make sure you avoid the gate. Even Gate was committed for his attempted siege, but he's gonna walk and he's gonna be fine and keep up with the fight. Jesu, Radiance, we spoke about it, is completed, so he is halfway through completing his first scepter, which is really interesting to see.
I love it.
Might be spotted out top side. Meljul. Oh, Bramble, they're gonna find him. He's trying to charge up, but he's rooted up and he's dead and gone. On the other end, Desire pops the Wheel of the Wonder Dream. He wants to jump in, but he's gonna be terrorized. Still, they have a lock on to Meljul. He is gonna be caught up into the Pit of Malice, so Dream will get something, and it's a big one. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, he was on a mega kill streak, having had such a good lane, having come online really early and kind of snowballed away. Very clean gameplay here from the side of Zero Tenacity. Once again, kind of getting karma for having lost Warwick there.
Yeah, just a little bit. And it's also Dream getting the value out of this. He did get the Battle Fury at a decent timing, so it's a good path towards the Blink Dagger, but he does seem to have ventured too far off now as he has angered the supports on the end of Team Lynx. The Noxious Plague is spreading and it will take him down. Cracker, you might be stronger than Warwick, than Meljul, but you're not... you're having a problem with this Veno. And you said it earlier at the start. This was a good Veno game, but it does just prove to show.
Specifically because of how many options there are to do just this. Protect Veno from the Urza long enough to stack up 5 different debuffs on him, and suddenly Venomancer can get those really huge ultimates out, because the ultimates are as big as the debuffs you apply beforehand. But once again, we do see Nefrit with a beautiful Fiend Gate hop into the bottom lane, get a kill, go back mid, but then immediately get initiated on.
Yeah, he's gonna use that Swift Gate service just to jump in back and forth, but it could have been sudden death. Still, Dream jumps in. Beautiful Remnant is gonna buy enough time for QBFY to get the hell out of there. Still, that tower is standing, so again after again, Lynx are not getting a piece of that.
But guess who got the first Aghanims? The Void Spirit. 17-minute Aghanims plus Yasha plus Mage Slayer. I love this build. This is exactly how they need to play, and I think they're super aware of that.
Dire's bottom tower
I do like the fact that there's this instant rush, because the one thing that I have a little bit of a problem with the Alchemist is there's this fall off that does resonate as the game keeps on progressing, if you're not focusing on the remainder of your, teammates, cores, whoever you need to give the scepter to. If you get other heroes online a little bit more and not, super focused on yourself, it's gonna be a lot better. So, let's see if we're gonna get a Doom one next.
I do hope so, because keep in mind this Alchemist, he now just gets 1 extra Grievous Greed stack, making like 25 extra gold per lasted. And that number's only gonna keep going up. He is gonna start printing money ridiculously fast, so he's already opting for his own BKB, knowing full well if I die on the Alchemist, I'm gonna feed way too much gold, and not dying is the way to go. But look at the net worth, look at how ridiculously strong Mellow Jewel looks right now, thanks to that Aghanim Scepter being completed on him. If they can kind of... if they can kind of be aggressive with it, like get a good multi-hero science with the Resonant Pulse, I think that's currently the name of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're just pouring in 4k from one side to the other, so you're looking good, and you're just, like, pretty much piggyback drawing somebody back in at the top. Top side, we are seeing some movement. There were some pings there on Dream, but it's a little bit too soon still. Somewhat farming on both ends, even though Lynx are a lot more favoring on that type of contest. If you're just allowing the Alchemist to farm, the next time you meet up, the entire team are gonna be super buffed up. And speaking of, they might have his eyes upon him. There's the jump with the Ice Path. They have Dream. The crown is taken. Oh, but a beautiful lock on the Pit of Malice. Then they're gonna keep him on the spot before it ticks out, but still Dream. He's dropping severely low, but there's no backup club coming in from Team Lynx. They will get a lock on to QBFY. Warwick pouncing around with the epicenter, not gonna connect on to anybody. Maljul, he's gonna find Dream eventually with the Remnant. They're turning this around, 2-4-3 so far for the time being. Warwick exhausted, going in for the run, make that +1. Desire gets caught up first.
Warwick, the last one to get away without any resources left. It was a really nice Alchemist kill, once again, getting a massive infusion of cash. But the win rate is favoring Lynx more and more, simply because, surprisingly enough, they have great late game thanks to that Alchemist, which feels so weird to say when he's the most falling off carry ever. But nowadays I don't think that's the case anymore. Nowadays he's just gonna make so much momentum.
I genuinely have missed out on this hero, just because he can, be really that properly impactful if played right, So far, things are looking good. I mean, ever since we got that Void Scepter, they won a team fight. They got, 3 towers out of the mix. Not sure if the bottom one got denied. Nevertheless, they have opened up the map a lot easier, and they can just keep up with the push and make this game, I mean, their entire farming field, because that's what everybody on their end is after, and just make Ursa's life a living misery.
Speaking of living misery, Mellow Jewel with that early Aghanim Scepter, he's gonna go be aggressive together with the Dark Willow following him around. And QBFY, he's been having such a great game enabling that aggression. Hunting together with his mid laner is definitely such a good way of keeping that up now that you're kind of falling behind in terms of damage, being a support and all that.
Nothing touches the heart like my venom.
Yeah. And at the same time, I just gave a quick check onto the net worth. Currently, Ursa is at the bottom of the Zero Tenacity course, and Doom is very close to him, so he's very close to getting to the bottom of the course in a unison. And interestingly enough, we have Venno being pretty close by. So, yeah, so far so good for Team Lynx. And it seems like it's about to get a lot more better, but how are we looking? We've been speaking about the scepters on Team Lynx. We have one on Zero Tenacity, which is the one most needed onto work. We're not looking at Nefer doing the same, even though I do like that scepter, but if you throw yourself aggressively enough from Zero Tenacity, can you get a little bit of a benefit out of this game?
I mean, I do think so, because Sand King, he's itemizing perfectly. He's going BKB into Skullbasher to make sure that you can kind of lock everybody down. And just because Lynx have the late game advantage doesn't mean that there isn't that really awkward mid game in which they have to defend against the Fuzzy Wazir. We're almost there, because Urza, he's already approaching that BKB. Once he finishes that, we're gonna see. Like, that's gonna be Urza either turning the game around or losing. But until we see Urza initiate and press the BKB, anything could still happen.
Yep. Thankfully, we are going to be back into the game. 20 minutes in is the score of 15/16 so far favoring Team Lynx, along with 8k net worth advantage. And yeah, seems
8k
like
is huge. Like, it's an Alchemist draft, I know, but do keep in mind he has late game. He actually provides late game for his team nowadays.
But he banked his investment. Look at who's at the top of the net worth. It's not an alchemist, it's a void. So it's, you know, you're throwing the extra items away for your teammates. They're getting the better out of it. So it's, you know, it's an alchemist game, yeah, but it's everybody else's game at the same time, which I absolutely love. And Team Lynx currently unable to be on the chase. They're not gonna find anybody venturing on the side there, but they're still determined. Meanwhile, Moose gets caught up there. As he throws the ice path for the reveal, and will need to accept that he's dying.
Gotta love how they give the kill to Jezu as well, just to make sure he can get that counter up. For when he gets his own Aghanim Scepter, he's gonna make twice as much money still. But with that BKB completed on Jezu, he's gonna buy the second Aghanim. I think he's gonna give it to Doom, right? Like, Doom is just too good.
Yes! Yes! Give it to Doom. Give it to Doom. AoE Dooms all the way. Because at the same time, it just gives you that, you know, additional advantage once the Sand King jumps in with the Burrow Strike and the Sandstorm right after. So it will connect, and we are... Well, it's gonna be a race right now between that BKB and the upcoming Scepters.
The BKB will be there at a pretty good time, but even with the BKB, pressing it at the right moment and finding a good initiation with it still needs to be done.
Yeah. They do know where Jesu is. Currently, they're lurking around his farming space, thankfully for him. He is gonna pop the unstable concoction in his face, but nobody is gonna die. And it's always a good sign for the Alchemist. But let's see, Zero Tenacity, they're still feeling aggressive. They want to utilize their power. They want to get this epicenter rolling onto somebody. In contrast to what we saw earlier with Warwick, just proactively punishing the Luna. Get a support, get a Burrow Strike with the epicenter. This time you don't have such a chance.
There is one chance for a big fight to happen over on the bottom lane with that Tormentor. Whoever goes second can take a lot of kills. Sand King.
They'll jump on Vladik, but they'll miss with the Burrow Strike. They still jump in with the Epi, but they popping off the Doom. We love Wonder keeping Doom occupied, but Warwick is taking out and he's dead and gone. One bad move and it was a costly expense for Zero Tenacity, as now they're on the chase. It's Nefrid. Can they connect? Jesu, he needs a couple of seconds for the stun, but it's gonna be the Ice Path that connects first, which is gonna be a green light. He's gonna have the safety space to keep up with the go. Pit of Malice dropped down. They're trying to push them away, but is it gonna be enough? They're still gonna get that Tormentor, no problem.
I can see why the Sand King did what he did. One-man epicenters are what carried Zero Tenacity to victory against that Luna. And I get that if you kill the Doom there, it's such a high-value kill that it can definitely turn a game around. But you just don't nearly have the damage to deal with Vladik right now. Not even a fraction of it. Between the BKB and the Consecrated Reps, he didn't even need to use all of his tempo there.
No, and at the same time, the miss with the Burrow Strike, it should have been an indicator enough to get the hell out. But you already committed, so you might as well be aware of the consequences. At the same time, you're trying to, you know, take down a Doom. It's not a Luna. Luna is 10 times easier compared to this. Luna does not have 2k HP and freaking 15 armor in 24 minutes.
And an Aghanim Scepter about to come in and just 1,000 gold being farmed by an Alchemist. So at the very least there is a good return kill from Nefrid. Nefrid, say what you will about him, but on this Underlord of his, he's so aggressive. He's denying so much space and will even take the mid-tier 1 tower. A large force.
Oh no, I absolutely love it. I love this guy on this hero.
Urza can go for the Roche now, as I'm honestly not that big of a fan of the Underlord usually, but it's really fun to see that he's still good with the ultimates. It's just the ultimates that kind of make him fun to watch. Other than that, I hate when he falls off. I hate laning against him because lasting is a pain.
Yeah. I mean, that even just proves to show that there's at least some sort of an impact during the laning stage that can resonate further. Because for some offlaners, we thankfully have seen the fall off of Largo as the patch unrolled, but for him it's a very crap laning stage. Then, you know, a good up once he gets the Scepter. And speaking of, we got one more, and it's on the Doom.
Second Scepter given away. Jezu, he now makes over 30 gold with each last hit. And he wants to turn that into that Bloodthorn, which is a lot better on carries again. I love his build, because I think he's gonna keep flip-flopping like that, where it's one Aghanims, one item, one Aghanims, one item, one Aghanims, one item. And then, once everybody got their Aghanims, what can you do anymore? Well, you give out everybody a moon shard to both.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look how far this propelled Vladik. He came from, I believe, 6th up to 2nd in terms of net worth, which gives the incentive for Lynx to push in. The one thing that you do have a problem with is you're gonna hit some things a little bit too early, so there might be a slither of a chance for Zero Tenacity to utilize that. But question is if they can close the gap up to there. Vision in the mid lane, they see Nefer, they commit with the jump, they have a lock onto the Underlord, Brambles, Micropyres, Ice Paths, everything is thrown in to try to get a hold on to Jason, but they're not gonna have him. Meanwhile, into the backlines, Doom has been popped, Dream is trying to chase him down, but is just gonna sign his own death horn. Aegis is on the ground, Warwick jumping in, there's the Epi, but nobody seems to be dying. Still, they have a beautiful lock onto Doom. Eventually, Vladik has fallen. So far, it's a 1-4-1. Jesse lockdown. He is trying to fight off Dream, but nope. The bear is just a little bit stronger, fresh off the shop with 100 HP, but they still have him on the lock, trying to push him back. Oh, they're gonna get him! And still Nefrit in the backline, taking out with the crown. Meljul leading up the charge, the Brambles surround him. Meljul will reinitiate that, try to take down QBFY, but a beautiful shadow, nope, not for long. Still, they're fighting things out. Meljul keeping up with the chases. Everybody from Zero Tenacity is pretty low. Desire forcing out a buyback to defend his course, and it's gonna be somewhat successful, but Meljul not giving up. Second, he gets the Astral Step. He tries to reconnect, but he might venture out too far. He is angry, and for the right reason, but he should not throw this game.
That was still a horrible fight for Lynx, and they still ended up winning it somehow, because they started off really well. The self-doom overthrowing it on the Urza was definitely calculated, and ended up paying massive freaking dividends for them. Here, though, I'm not really sure whether, you know, Alchemist dying is really 100% worth it. As over on top lane, however, Meljul gets bullied away by Warwick, but still almost 1.5 levels advantage over the Sand King, and a Nullifier about to come in with that new and improved recipe.
Yep, I mean, technically they got 3 for they lost 3 for the price of 4 with the double takedown of the Ursa, so at the very least you have the comfort that both carries have been shut down. But at the same time, the money-making factory has been hindered for just a bit, but now it's time for Alchemist to focus on himself. So we spoke about this Bloodthorn being brought up. It's gonna take a little bit of a retreat. It's gonna take some time until, I assume it's gonna be Roche that they want to go in for next, because it's gonna co-align with the time that we're gonna see Abyssals coming in from Ursa and whatnot.
Yeah, Urza quite terrifying. 8 seconds left on the BKB as that one is still ticking down. Though the kiting is becoming quite an issue, especially during the Doom ultimate. So once Vladik, there's his level 18 already. I was about to say once Vladik gets level 18, Urza needs to be careful to prevent what happened in that last fight from happening again, which is gonna be quite difficult.
Top side, QBFY, caught up. They are a little bit overcommitting on this Dark Willow, which is not really gonna die here. She is avoiding everything she can away from the Impalement Axe, and she's not gonna take out. Oh boy.
QBFY is having such an insanely good game and so much fun. It really shows just that he's enjoying himself, that he's having a grand old time.
Yeah, but at the same time, gotta be careful, because down the lane, Moose and Dream are present. But there's Lynx right around the corner. They are looking for a chance to jump with Meljul leading the way. They have them right at close proximity, just so freaking close to closing the gap. No, he's just gonna roll back to farming. There's the Pit of Malice, dropped in with the Gate Ice Path. Beautiful dissimulate for the getaway.
Created. So much space created from that Underlord ultimate being used. Because the Underlord ultimate coming in perfectly from Nefrit every time. It's the main tempo, together with the Urza. And taking one of those two things away means there's now a Fuzzy Wuzzy, but everybody knows, focused on kiting the Fuzzy Wuzzy. Make sure Urza cannot kill you. I am really sad that this Urza doesn't have the little Dipper the Destroyer on his back. I love that skin so much.
I do find this one very funny with the saw just actively doing its work, just cutting out the barrow. It's like, this guy's doing the heavy lifting and I'm cutting through this barrow. Let's go.
Yep. It
feels ridiculous.
It is pretty funny. I mean, this entire set, it's still one of the cooler Urza sets, but Urza is one of those heroes who has so many cool sets. I really like the Hunter of Roshan too, even though it looks kind of out of place, but that's what makes it work or something. But, you wanna know what else looks out of place? All of Team Lynx with a smoke towards the mid lane.
They're gonna make the jump onto Nefert. This Underlord never know what got him, but the backlines, it's gonna be Warwick who's trying to take down the supports and is gonna be successful for one, successful for the latter. Still in the... Oof, and they get Nefert though, for the prize so far. Still keeping up with the pressure on the top side. The Ursa is waiting. He wants his jump. He wants his commitment. He wants to jump on Meljul, but he's not gonna get him. Eventually, he's gonna take down Moose. Beautiful jump away once again. They're fighting things out. Buybacks are being forced out on both ends. Eventually, Meljul gets caught up. He's dead and gone. Bigger buybacks are being committed for Zero Tenacity just to win this team fight, and they are going to be getting a lock onto Jesu. But this Alchemist is a little bit too strong, and you can't really pop him as easily. Still, Warwick is committed. He is going to connect Dream. One more strike. He's going to get it.
Oof. That's huge. 1.3k for just killing off an Alchemist. And that fight, like I said, it started off horribly. They looked so out of position there. And Zero Tenacity, they suspected that, you know, a gank was coming, so they walked everybody except Nefrit back, tricked the enemy into focusing your tank, and it worked wonders.
And speaking of focusing your tank, they will be fighting Vlotic in the Radiant Triangle as well as... Yeah, he doesn't even stand a chance.
You can't really call that a fight, even more of a mauling.
Yeah, it is a maul. I mean, he does have the maul as the innate ability, so it's downright in the job description. Topside QBFY has fallen, so even with the ongoing pressure being committed from Team Lynx, Zero Tenacity, they get the strike back in, and it kind of, you know, proves to show what you good old heavy lifting building for your own items has to do with it. Yeah, we love your scepters and stuff like that, but Ursa, he just got in between the entire core team of Team Lynx in terms of net worth.
Yeah, he's not quite the richest, but you don't need to be the richest on Urza because of how much damage you have built in. Venomancer, though, keeping his Blink Dagger from doing anything. But they want him so badly.
Get it up, exposed and destroyed.
Cracker, he has had such a good game. He has had really good positioning. 3, 5, and 13. But now they're gonna prioritize him. They're gonna make sure to jump on him every time they can.
Yep, they gotta capitalize on this advantage, and Roche does not agree with them, so he's gonna be back in about 2.5 minutes, so better go venture out for some other objectives across the map, or just keep on pushing down these tier 2s, which are still firmly standing on the end of Team Lynx.
We're gonna see a twin gate rotation, as Zero Tenacity still wanna be on the aggressive. Honestly,
They are gonna get their gate in 40 though.
I'm doing some math here, and Alchemist, he should have really bought his own Aghanims first. Because if you buy your own Aghanims, it's 2 base, like it's, you know, it makes your Greevil's greed better in every way, and he had enough kills to justify it.
Well, he's not gonna get him as he's instantly jumped upon, hypnotized, taken back, and destroyed by Warwick. Desire will so far die into the trade-off. The rest of Zero Tenacity, they are trying to back off. Beautiful runaway there from Warwick. They still have eyes on Dream though. They still haven't popped the Doom. Meljul will connect, but they're super careful about this. The second they see the Pit of Malice, they're gonna back off, so... Not a good trade-off.
Yeah, Lynx, I don't even think it's falling off because Alchemist is late game enough as far as the scaling goes, but they can't really deal with it. They don't have any answers for so many resources where it's like, okay, you can deal with 2 of the 3 tanky heroes, but all 3 of the heroes are tanky, and then you're out of damage and Urza cleans up the rest.
Easy kill onto Moose, even like with the Ursa alive and well, the rest of the crew are being committed. With or without their carry, so at the very least, they are firm believers in what they've invested in, which is Vlotic and Meljul, and usually there's, you know, a very big difference between the carries and the rest of the cores and stuff like that, so at the very least, Lynx have balanced that out, but so far with these couple of interactions, Zero Tenacity are compensating for it.
Oh, they're compensating really well. They are gonna run out of time at some point, but Urza isn't 6-slotted yet. So for now, the bear stays terrifying, and while the bear stays terrifying, they want to be more aggressive over towards the bottom lane, it would seem. Or maybe that's just gonna be Warwick trying to steal a shrine.
It's gonna be a sneaky yet successful move as it seems pretty much right under the nose of Team Lynx. Swift TP back home. Roche is gonna be back in about 10 seconds from now, and he is gonna be up on the Dire side, which both teams are pretty far away from and completely unaware that it is happening. When you have an Ursa, you gotta be a little bit more alert, but even the Ursa is not gonna go for it. Still, maybe they will. There's the smoke being popped up. Lynx are on the other side of the river, as they are waiting for something to happen. Plague Wars being dropped up. Pet of Malice down the river. They do see Meloju, but he manages to snatch away the Arcane Rune. Will he put it to good use is the question. Zero Tenacity, they're still lurking in the backlines.
And sweet.
Such a boring and kind of low-paced game all of a sudden, but we're gonna see how things turn around, because yeah, you can feel the fear, right? You can feel Lynx being very reluctant, having gone from the aggressors to kind of wanting good initiations, wanting good angles to go in instead.
I mean, looking at the net worth, look how you know, much of a skyrocket has the win probability graph went into Zero Tenacity's favor. Like, it's speeding up so fast after these couple of interactions, which is looking scary, so both sides are respecting what they've done so far 37 minutes in. 27, 25 so far in the favor of Zero Tenacity, while 6K is currently jumping in back and forth in the favor of Lynx. But Roche is up. He is waiting for somebody to show up to claim the Aegis. But neither side really want to jump in first. First off, they know about the Doom AoV Scepter. He's got the Shivas as well. He also actually committed towards upgrading it, so he does have some free slots to do whatever he wants, but at the same time, the Epi on the other end. It's a classic. You cannot... You gotta respect it. But oh, Jesu! Uh-oh.
They had a really greedy ward over in the dire top jungle, and Jesu walked under that, and they have been drawing him out and pinging him out for almost a minute there, making sure to set up a perfect rotation to get him. And thanks to the perfect rotation, they're now gonna get a bonus kill, or maybe not if the Doom has anything to say about it.
Well, he's gonna be out of there, but he has been forced to initiate, so he'd better double down, or now Zero Tenacity, they're gonna push them in even further. QBFY gets taken down. It's gonna be an easy path towards claiming Roche. If they want to contest this, they gotta commit the buyback from Jesu. Roche has spoken, he is angry, and he will need to die, eventually. Lynx, unfortunately, they got nothing.
Well, it should still be a free Aegis. Lynx, I think their one hope right now is the good high ground defense that the team definitely has, but I don't know, like, where everything went wrong is just such a big question mark. Because Ursa, he was struggling, he had okay but not great Battle Fury timing, and he wasn't able to free farm with the Battle Fury, and still, just thanks to all of those Alchemist kills, they've managed to come online.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, so far. Still, is it gonna be... Not really sure if Lynx have a good high ground defense, because they will be forced out, you know, to jump in face to face. They have, you know, all cores being in melee, and Ursa just loves the face to face contest. I mean, look at the Stormy. Look at this poor thing, never stood a chance. Meloju jumping in right around, doesn't give a flying F. He's absolutely fine about this. They will keep up, and they will be finding
bonus
a kill. Easy.
0-10, they are making it look easy. It's still definitely the kind of game where you need to respect your enemy's map presence, but they catch Jesu, and that's so much.
That's a BKB, alright, with the chemical rage, but it's nothing. This freaking bear doesn't care.
1.2k. Every time Jesu dies, it's over 1,000 gold swinging around. He has 8 deaths as well.
Dire's top tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
Maybe working with a combo that has more impactful scepters next time, or just don't go in for the Alchemist. Definitely lessons to be learned for Team Lynx for being overly confident here, as once again on the top side, Ursa is keeping up the pressure. Yeah, he's doomed up, but he does not care. He's got the haste, he's got the heavy hitting, he's getting tower damage, but he's gonna turn around, reinitiate, jump back. Okay, that's already too ballsy, but he doesn't care. He's got an Aegis, back to full HP, he's got backup on the double boost, charging up for the Ice Path. They will reconnect once again onto the Doom. No Doom available, BKB up on the double. He needs that strike. Is he gonna get it? Vladik reinitiates, jumps in, but Cracker is on the side. You gotta be a little bit too careful here. But nevertheless, they take down Vladik. There's the Ice Path once again connecting onto the Veno. It's just these supports trying to fight out this carry, but he's got backup. He's willing to fight in. Beautiful Terrorized in the backline. Meljul will fall by the hands of Warwick. Eventually, the Dream will be caught up. But it's just one kill for the price of 3, and the rest of Zero Tenacity are charging in down this top lane.
Same problem as the last time. They are supposed to win against the Urza. They are supposed to out-resource him. But both times that Urza had the Aegis, they used the Doom to deal with the Urza once, and then they cannot deal with him a second time. This is the second time that that mistake has been repeated. And honestly, I think that's the one thing that we can pinpoint to the main issue. It's not even the Alchemist kills, which are a huge gold influx, but it's that you're neither, stopping the Urza, nor getting your carry a ton of farm and keeping him safe as well as you would like to.
Nobody's safe across this map. It seems like it. I mean, second somebody shows up, people are dying all across the place. But yeah, first tier 2 claimed, almost 42 minutes into this game, and it's gonna be favoring Zero Tenacity. It's a small victory, but can they keep this ball rolling even without the Ursa? Admit they find QBFY. The gate doesn't even go through. They already got him dead.
We got an awkward pause from Jezu on the Alchemist, as hopefully it's just gonna be a short one, but I am starting to think this game is over, not because of Alchemist lacking the late game scaling, but because of Alchemist not being good when he's behind. Dream is gonna be 6-slotted soon and kind of hit that tempo where, he can't really get much stronger. But Alchemist, well, he keeps getting stronger. Zero Tenacity, they just have too much teamfight, too much synergy. And you need to disrupt them, you need to stop them, you need to get a Doom, onto 2 or 3 heroes in the middle of a teamfight without there being an Aegis and just turning it around after instead.
I mean, definitely you need to pray for the best, but... there's a lot of strong points getting a lot stronger already from the end of Zero Tenacity. Such as the refresher already being present onto Sand King. Are we seeing another maybe onto Nefrit? Well, not queued up, but he's pretty packed up as well. Pipe of Insight, Lotus, Black King Bar, the Scepter as well. I mean, it's a good one, It may take some time for you to get it, but you gotta respect what it gives you. Too many Pit of Malices on the ground is just too disgusting to deal with. And we're actually closed in on a couple of level 25s, which is actually 2 currently on Zero Tenacity. So we have the plus 0.4 seconds of the Pit of Malice root on one, and on the other we have the 2 Earthshock charges.
Do keep in mind with the new level up bullshit for the Doom, it's multiples of 6 this time around, which is a lot less, like I said, a lot less random and a lot more sustainable, because it helps you create your own space, it helps you kind of fend off the enemies when they just unlock their ultimates. But even better, at level 30, Vladik is gonna be such a boss, and that's kind of the last chance I see for coming back right now. Unless, Urza makes a really big mistake or whatever. It's as easy as get Doom on top of a level 30 hero with the Doom active and a couple of right clicks, and they are gonna melt twice as quickly. Whether that's gonna be enough, I don't know, but the Alchemist alone definitely isn't, simply because of how much he needs to even be on par with the Urza, let alone outscale him.
Either way, it's definitely gonna, pull in some strings from, some out-of-game problems, and that is the fact that Zero Tenacity came in here from the lower bracket. They played in all the way to game 3. First game was, how long? 54 minutes?
Yeah, around that mark. Well, no, the last one wasn't that, but the second one.
No, the first one was the longest one, then we dropped down to about 45 minutes, and the last one was about 36. But nevertheless, as Nefrit is trying to claim the outpost, he's instantly gonna get caught red-handed. Lynx with a response. Can they get him? The answer is no. He's gonna run off and hide with the BKB,
the
but sends things up
epicenter.
to a beautiful epi coming in from Warwick. But he's gonna jump right into Doom. Still, it's gonna be enough for Jesse to pop. Doom or not, doesn't care. Ice Path, he's gonna connect, but here comes Meljul. A little bit too late to the party, but he is gonna be claiming 1 kill. Going in for yet another. Ursa is also back into the play. The crown will pop. Moose dies down the river. It's a 2-4-1, but don't go any further from that because now Dream is back into the picture, so don't underestimate the bear.
Yep, I do love the Sand King. Like, I told you, Daedalus Sand King was the meta and you didn't believe me, but now you see it in action and maybe now you're a believer. Right-click Sand King, get a Daedalus, get a Skull Basher, win the game.
First off, you're wrong. I was a believer because I've seen it many, many years ago. I was not, too super confident until I saw it in action, but I'm glad it's happening. Gotta be fair. It's bringing in, this old school Sand King just popping one target and then just, keep up with the push of the lane. Maybe when he can get himself some boots of travel to be just downright more annoying. I miss this playstyle. For real.
Same, and it's so good to see it back. Though I do think, while that was still a really rough fight for Zero Tenacity, the Sand King ultimate was the only reason why it didn't go worse. Speaking of going worse, though.
Dream's gonna get caught up, but it's not gonna be too scary for the bear. But just the fact that he has 2 less heroes on his end, especially Nuffred, it is gonna be enough for him to, just walk away a never tiny bit. Lynx, they have been able to fend off Zero Tenacity for just a tiny bit. Net worth hasn't changed in the past couple of minutes, but they're venturing on Radiant's side, they're pushing out lanes. It is a good sign that they're still, well, now not well back into the game, but well enough to contest.
Yeah, they are able to contest the game. The win rate is close to 50-50 right now, as Alchemist is starting to get fully
Charging up,
slotted, but
Warwick, they find Vladek, they have him locked out, he's dead and gone. Next up it's gonna be Cracker, this poor old Venomancer, but he's gonna be able to jump into the river and bounce back, even though he is not gonna be able to cancel the regen rune away from Warwick, who's gonna be back at full HP and ready to fight. Meanwhile, supports are gonna be backing away from site, so only 1 hero will die on the end on Lynx.
they are contesting these fights quite well, making sure to kite Urza around as much as is humanly possible.
But it's not enough because once you give, a little bit of a treat towards the bear, he's gonna turn into Cocaine Bear and just rush you down 2 lanes and do whatever the hell he wants. He's not gonna be Fuzzy Wuzzy anymore. He's way beyond that point, not gonna lie.
Cocaine Bear does sound about appropriate, especially since when doing, just like with Coquette, at some point he's gonna crash. He's gonna crash and burn really hard, but before that point, for another 5 to 10 minutes, he's gonna maul everyone, and I don't know if they can last that long. Like 10 minutes with a bear on a cocaine in a room with the door locked, I wouldn't last.
Yeah. What was that thing, like 100 guys versus a gorilla, whatever that math was at one point, there was a meme like that.
I know, yeah, it went viral. And it's honestly really bullshit because gorillas, they are surprisingly easy to kill.
Well, okay. You just broke the internet in half the sentence and it's not even, it's not even funny.
One guy with a rock. There's the solution.
You just made a baby cry, man. You just made a baby cry. Are you happy about that?
Yes, always, of course. Somebody's gotta be the bad guy. It's way too boring when everyone is good.
Oh boy. Yeah, not much has changed in the past couple of minutes. We're still seeing a lot of back and forths. Looking at the towers, like they're still standing in the same, in the same ratio as within the past 20 minutes. We are looking, presumably at the next Roshi's, at something. Roshi's gonna be back in 1 minute and 10 seconds. We are seeing gates, we are seeing some epis being popped down bottom, but it doesn't seem like they're finding their right target.
On the contrary, actually, they are giving away quite a bit of space for a smoke from the side of Lynx, which they're gonna take towards the Twin Gate from the looks of it. 0-10, however, they do have Sand King bottom, but they are grouping up with their whole squad getting ready to take a team fight. But still, the gorilla meme, it's absolute bullshit because gorillas, they are super prone to certain types of infections that us humans carry on our body. Oh, Sand King getting out of there.
I don't know what's been happening down that bottom lane. There's been a lot of suspicious stuff. Like, I saw the epi, I saw the gate, now there's the BKB.
Ward war. That's why they keep going there. Like, these supports have been having a ward war for this, like, twin gate and fountain area for a while now. And that's why everybody keeps going there. Which, funnily enough, the ward war was on the dire half of the map on top first. Where this time around, there is still that vision ward that cost Alchemist most of his mid game, having been replaced by the side of 0-10. So neither team is entirely confident fighting. Both teams really want that vision advantage, so we just keep running around into lanes and taking really sus fights, because we know if we get that ward we can finally initiate a team fight and end.
And speaking of team fights, the time is about 9:41 because Roche is back. Zero Tenacity are setting themselves up, so Roche is gonna speak if he's being heard. So let's see which one is gonna go in for the challenge first. Z10 with the smoke going in for the detour. They see these remnants, they know that there's somebody hiding there. Definitely it's gonna be Melju, who is running about with the haste rune. Still, on the other end, they shall hide. They're anticipating to catch Z10 on the other end, and they might make contact here around Radiant Jungle as lines are being drawn across the map. And they could find Dream first. Melju, there's the smoke reveal. Vladik coming in with the jump in. They are gonna initiate upon the bear. Jesse gets a lock in. The bear is gone with a buyback if much needed. They will reforce because the reference on to Nefert. This guy is running about on the other end. Moose is trying to set things into motion, but they're gonna find Melju on the other side now that the Dream is back in motion. Jesse looking up his target number 2. He doesn't have the BKB, has no layers of safety. The bear is on top of him and he can't take him down here. They're trying to fend him off away with Vladik, but nobody's being baited out. The focus is hard on Jesse and he's gonna be gone. Warwick looking out for a target. Up next is gonna be Vladik. Escape Dax, they're pulling off everything that they can, but slowly but surely Team Lynx are falling off one by one. It's just the supports left remaining. It all costed them for the Dream takedown. But he's gonna buy back, he's gonna be absolutely fine, he's gonna get the Aegis, and he's gonna go for your
Nobody remains. Nobody remains. Well, the bear, he's slowly coming down from his cocaine trip, but like I said, in close proximity, in a room with the lower doors, like, you're not gonna survive. I do love the play from Vladik. He's finally learned from his mistakes, saving the second Doom after the refresher, and only exclusively holding it for the Urza, because that was a mistake that cost them, you know, every time the Urza had an Aegis and the Doom was being used, and then you instantly get punished. But it was too late. If he would have done that one fight earlier, it would have been huge.
It would have made a lot more sense if he was alive, you know, when you were saying that, because either way, he might have learned a small lesson, but he didn't learn how to win an entire war just yet, because Real Tenacity, after this little bit of a sacrifice that they did, they're able to push in high ground. It's just the fortification, which, you know, it's pretty much being negated by this Jakiro. The creep wave is still there, they're pushing in, and they can even go in for tier 4s if they want to. But no, they're gonna be respectful towards
There's still a tier 2 on the
Lynx.
bottom lane, so as much as it may seem tempting, once the Dooms are up again and you haven't ended, that's when you are really gonna make to, you know, feel pain for that. So I like the idea of take 2 racks, take over the triangle, push bottom and end. Bottom is always the easiest lane to kind of slow push because of the triangle control that you can get around it.
Yeah, and you already have these Nephrid illusions just jumping, closing in the gap there. So you have it in close proximity if you're choosing to initiate, but you still have, you know, these graceful 3 minutes and 45 seconds onto the Ursa. So just keep at it, keep the ball rolling. They're instead gonna go for the Tormentor. How many shards are present? They need just that last one. Well, not necessarily need, but they want to go for it, and it's the Jakiro. No, actually, it's gonna be the Lotus that they're gonna go for. God damn it, the mini-map placements with the pings just messed me up for a little bit, but they're still proving me on point as Tormentor is down bottom.
Tormentor will get taken down, and while the Tormentor itself doesn't really matter, Moose getting his shard finally does. Because honestly, Liquid Fire, Liquid Frost, they feel kind of really bad and annoying now having a mana cost until you get the shard. And you can't afford to buy a shard, you can't go out of your way and waste 1,400 just to get the shard so you don't waste your mana. I don't know, it feels like a really big nerf that a lot of people are underestimating, and especially in these early laning stages we're seeing really hard though when it comes to the Jakiro.
I mean, to be fair, it's completely understandable because a lot of people did like the Liquid Frost just because, you know, you have that little bit of a slow for Jakiro, but you cannot commit for both of them to be free at the very start, you know? Liquid Fire back in the day, just for it, it was good. Now, giving him 2 free spells is just super unfair. And it came to be abused, you know?
Yeah, a lot of the time, like, things get abused in the new patch, which I can't wait for the mini patch already. Simply because of Hydra's Breath Sniper feels so broken. There's a couple of things this patch that were definitely not intended by the devs, and I can't wait for the patch to drop so that we can make a list of exactly what they are, right?
Yeah, thankfully we still haven't seen a sniper, so imagine that happening. By the way, the level 30 is closing in onto Ursa, which is definitely going to be problematic for Vladik. He's still down to level 25, and yet he opted in for the good old Muse. But let's see, 5 levels atop an Ursa, with an Aegis, with a little bit of everything. Let's see, in the backlines, they're dropping the gaze, they find Jesse. Oh boy, that's a very big reveal there. He pops the BKB to get the hell out of there. But is it gonna be enough? Now he's putting himself on the timer. Vladik trying to jump in into the backlines. He did pop Doom number 1, but nobody is dying. They have a lock on the Ursa, or then again, Ursa has the lock on them. Ice Path, Vladik, he's out of the picture. He's gonna force out a buyback. It's all or nothing here. They're trying to force down Warwick. Melojo being super aggressive. He's gonna be successful, but never dancing around into the backlines. They have them locked down with the Wheel of the Wonder, so they might be paying for their crimes in the backlines. The bear is trying to fight off the rest of the team, and the bear is gone. The bear is gone for 2 minutes. He's completely out of the picture and is just never standing here. Warwick is forcing out a buyback. The supports are slowly melting. Desire, there's another buyback being forced out, but they're throwing themselves one by one as it seems. It's Team Lynx still winning this team fight, still keeping things in the motion. In the back, down the river, it's gonna be Moose being caught up. Warwick on the run, but Melojo still willing to close in the gap. He sees him, he sees Nefer. Those are 2 buybacks that were already committed. Beautiful Pit of Malice, but Nefer now is revealed. The Remnant is gonna pull him back. Cracker gets a lock onto him. Now the Veno is finally showing his might and his full somewhat power to get stompy big targets a little bit too squishy, but still they're gonna give up the chase. They've already forced out a lot of resources out of Zero Tenacity.
Oh yeah, this is already plenty huge, because Zero Tenacity are 1 last team fight away from losing the game, though Doom has 2 minutes without any of his ultimates, let alone like double ult, and it's rough. You need to wait for Vladik now, and I think Zero Tenacity know that, but on the other hand, 1 good team fight and you end the game, so they really want to go for it, and let's see how Lynx are gonna decide to play this.
I mean, Ursa is gone for secure 50 more seconds. His buyback is about a minute and a half away. The rest, you've forced out. At least you're gonna be fighting with, well, let's just say 4 additional heroes if things go haywire, because you only committed Vladik for that equation, but still, you need him. You desperately need him, and he's gonna be active 80 seconds from now, fully. Still, they're gonna use this as an opportunity. 4-man smoke up, looking down the mid lane. Jesu clearing out the tier 2 mid. Can they use this as a high ground commitment? Dropping their wards, dropping the vision. They know exactly what's cooking. Pit of Malice will be popped up. 18 seconds left remaining. They're gonna go all in. They're stalling Jesu. They're keeping him on the lock. This Alchemist is not protected. He might fall here, but there's the BKB being popped up. The Chemical Reach still is keeping him alive and well. And in the backlines, Melojo decides to jump in. He wants to keep up the harassment. He wants Desire. He wants him dead and gone. Escape back for the save. Meanwhile, Moose beautiful double connect with the Ice Path. And then Microfire, he's gonna take down Cracker. That's just 1 support out of the way. Can they go for more? QBFY locked in with the gate and the Pit of Malice in the backlines. He is still under the tower, locked in the spot, and he might perish here alongside with Vladik that they caught up as well. Overextension, very costly for Lynx as they also lose Melojo in the backlines.
And now the tides have changed, and it's once again Team Lynx who need to just, you know, not lose any team fights, because a single loss will cost them the game. This is what the grand finals are all about. Immediately kicking it off with a 1-hour game where we still can't say for certain who's going to win as the Cocaine Bear. He can replace his boots maybe, but he cannot get any stronger otherwise.
I mean, aside from the moon shirt, that's the only thing that you can get, but you don't have the money for that. You need to, I mean, your current cost is getting the moon shirt or your buyback. And that's the only buyback the Zero Tenacity have left to work with. For Team Lynx, even if they find a way to defend this with a temporary 4v5, Well, that is, if they commit the Void one. It's still looking scary. Fortification is available. Are they gonna wait this one out?
Well, they can't really deal with Mega, so knowing that Zero Tenacity, they really want this lane of Rex, even if it doesn't mean the end to the game, and I think that's already showing with them committing now 2 heroes up the high ground.
I mean, there's absolutely no challenge that Lynx are showing, but if they allow Zero Tenacity to overextend here, they might have a slither of chance, but Zero Tenacity, they're gonna be respecting this. They just walk away, back off, refortify their presence, and maybe they can just go at it again.
0-10, they got everything they needed. Now it's gonna take like 2 really big team fights, because Urza has his buyback available again in 20 gold. And things look really hopeless at this point. And I'm kind of so annoyed by Jesus' build, but I think this game will be a really important lesson to kind of play the Alchemist a bit greedier yet.
I mean, yeah, you are still, you know, scrutinizing the fact that he did not go for his own scepter to begin with, but he did get an Abyssal Blade, so it does account for that little might and strength of the Alchemist just deleting targets. But if he gets the chance to, he's been target number 1 every single time. We haven't seen a good Jesu team fight.
Though the thing is, Alchemist, he can't get any stronger, and Venomancer, the one hero who's been doing like a lot of work with the ultimates every time, he's got his Aghanim Scepter already, purchasing it himself, so I don't know, it feels awkward when your Alchemist literally can only buy a Moonshard anymore, and yet your Venomancer, who's been the most impactful Venomancer support we've seen all day, is just buying his own Aghanims.
Yeah, some poor decision making made here and there, but yeah, we'll see. I mean, still, as you said, the Venomancer has some room to grow, but QBFY does not, as he... Not sure why he was there to begin with, all by himself, on a buyback.
Yeah, that's definitely questionable. He did have ward, so I think he just wanted to ward the enemy triangle and got instantly obliterated, which is still not great though, because you do need to get a lot more impact than just taking over a triangle, basically.
By the way, somebody in chat agrees with your sentiment about the gorilla fighting. We need a gorilla hero, and then throw 88 Beastmasters at him.
Yeah, no, that's my friend just trash talking. He's still, so you know 88 the player, right? He's like a legendary Beastmaster on mid lane that carries every game, so now the new meme is 88 Beastmasters are undefeatable.
So, Joe's friend's exposed. Once he picks up, you know, on gorilla fighting reality checks and stuff like that, they're gonna respond. They're gonna be like, double down, yell like, yeah, my boy's right. My boy's exactly right about what he's talking about.
I mean, I do have a track record to prove it. I have not went up against the gorilla yet, but you damn best believe it. I'm just gonna throw the most infectious rock at its head and then run the fuck away. If it ever comes to that. A bear on cocaine though? Now, that a rock wouldn't work because those have thick fur and aren't prone to human infections, so that would be a lot more messed up actually.
I mean, we see, at the very least, we see what Ursa can do at level 30, and I have an interesting item that I'm seeing. So we have a Divine Rapier onto Melojul, which is really scary to see here. So Team Lynx are going all or nothing.
I think like, out of everyone, he is the best carrier, and they do have to go all or nothing, but it feels really bad because it could have been prevented. They were playing for the aggression. They wanted this game to end at 30 minutes, which is why they didn't buy more Aghanims, which is why Alchemist... Because usually the moment you get 4 kills on the Alchemist, you eat your own Aghanims, and it's basically within 5 to 10 minutes gonna pay for another Aghanims, and give you 25 extra damage. But they decided against it because they wanted to end, and now over half an hour later, the game is still not over, and I think they're definitely regretting that decision, because... Oh, we got a 1 minute pause, fair enough, somebody may need to go to the toilet. Because the thing is, Jesu, he's definitely smart enough to see this interaction himself. He's definitely smart enough to realize, yeah, my mistake was not getting my own Aghanims once we had those 4 kills, because I thought we could end the game. And...
yeah. But at the same time, he did, you know, get hindered down, so he was not able to print money as fast as he did at the very start. So that was also a problem that he was facing actively.
Yeah, they were taking a lot of that money out of Alchemist's pockets with those really early kills. But that was a short 1 minute, so at least it's, you know, quite a short pause as the 60-minute items are coming out. Sand King got a Stitch and Desolate, Ringmaster got a Book of the Dead. Wait, you know what? I'm just gonna pull up the items tab so everybody can check.
Yeah. By the way, that was a very short minute, not gonna lie. It felt like less than a minute. Either way,
I'm trying to
we
read
are
this
indeed
Conjurer's
62
Catalyst.
minutes in.
I'm trying to read the Conjurer's Catalyst, as Doom still has that one, which is interesting, because that's the item that if you deal spell damage to one hero, that hero deals spell damage around them. And a lot of the jungle items, they feel wacky and interactive and interesting. I really love that. But Doom, he still doesn't have a 60-minute item. And not having all the 60-minute items before the next team fight is going to be devastating, because neither does Jezu, neither does Mellow Jewel, and they can't really venture out of the base to finally get some tier 5s.
Yeah, they're missing out on plenty of mat stones to get them, and those camps are looking way too far off. The closest one might be Bait, as topside, the waves are closing in. They are, I mean, they've already exposed topside and mid lane, like God knows for how long Lynx have been fending off against those two. So it's just one more left remaining. Actually, no, it's been Megas for quite a while.
Yep.
But even more so, it's... I mean, that's been a problem for quite a while. It's still commendable. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, they're gonna go in for potentially one last final stand here.
I mean, they don't really want to initiate without any good vision or the epicenter to catch on somebody. The moment they catch somebody with the Sand King ultimate, it could potentially be GG depending on who they catch, especially because of that rapier factor. The other way around, though, I don't think Mellow Jewel is gonna, you know, mess up or make any mistakes while holding that rapier.
Meanwhile, we're getting the buybacks back online, and it's so far Zero Tenacity who have 4 buybacks available. Quite scary given the fact that Team Lynx have absolutely no money for theirs, and there's absolutely no way for them to obtain those resources. Still far away from the level 60 tier 5 items, and they are going to be forced to fight soon enough, as down the mid lane we have the Necro units popping in, and they will commit for the jump. Jesu gets deleted on the spot by Dream, who also gets blasted onto the first tier 4 tower on the other end. There's a catch, Pit of Malice onto Melojul. He is going to be forced to run, as now it's the carry's buyback that they gotta force out, or watch this game number 1 burn. Team Lynx. Let's see. Oh, Melojul gets caught up into the backlines with the Will of Wonder. There's the buyback being brought in, and Jesu, he is forced to fight. He does have the buyback if much needed, but Nefrit, they have a lock on him. He's doomed out. Will they get the bear? Cracker looking bad. They will reinitiate Vladik on the bear Dream. He still has the Aegis, so be careful. You gotta better focus him down the second he gets back among the living. Ice Path is trying to keep Vladik at bay, but they still have him on the spot. Dream keeping up with the pressure. They're actually gonna get him, but he still has the buyback if needed. Cracker dies down. Dream as well. No, they're gonna take them one by one with the Epi jumping in. Warwick takes down 3 of them. Oh boy, they're one by one using up their final buybacks. Desire, he's gonna be locked out. Vladik is trying to fend things off, but there's the GG being called up. They lost their heroes, they lost the Divine, they lost everything, but it was a hell of a fight. Zero Tenacity take away game number 1 in 65 minutes.
It was just the indecisiveness. First they wanted to end, then they end early, then they changed their mind and tried to go for the late game. I think with either one they would have been fine, but playing kind of half and half is what got them punished so hard, because while Cocaine Bear will fall off and sober up from his cocaine trip, at level 30 you also saw the Doom late game factor come in, where he did like 10 times as much damage to the Urza, and it still didn't end up being enough, because Urza, they never took a fight against the Doom without having the Aegis anymore. They respected the Doom ultimate, and that's why the game took over an hour, but that's also why I think Zero Tenacity did really earn this victory, especially after that last already drawn out series. So I think we're gonna head to a break, as we're probably gonna have at least one more 1 hour game in this series now.
Yep, let's chill out, stretch our legs, drink some water. And yeah, wait out for the next lobby, because this so far, if this is game one of these grand finals of the European Pro League Season 35, I'm looking forward for what's coming next.
Me too. I do think that both of these teams have some really interesting takes and some really interesting, ways of playing the current patch. Because Lynx, they had such a good Venom game, and still Venomance has a 100% loss rate. Because it doesn't matter if Venomance is a good or even great hero if you can't keep him protected. So we're gonna see what the next drafts have in store while we take a bit of a breather. See you all then, chat. More amazing Dota 2 action coming up in our grand finals, as it is a best of 5 series. So we still have up to 4 games left to it. See y'all then. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back once again to what's only the second game of our one and only grand finals for season 35. As with me, of course, once again is the one and only base defender, and picked up once again is this one hero that we've seen all day, and it's not the Urza, it's the Venomancer.
It's the Venomancer, it's the Ringmaster, it's the Sand King, it's the Ursa. Are we like sure that we're watching the, game number 1 in a way all over again? Team Lynx are gonna do a good job at taking away the bear, which was really devastating against the Alchemist. I mean, Alchemist, he had a lot of distractions, a lot of changes that he needed to readapt to, even though the kickoff was really good for Team Lynx. But Zero Tenacity, so far they have proven that exhaustion is not catching up. But those were about, 65 minutes of onslaught.
Dire team pick.
That's a hero we haven't seen today, and one of the main benefactors from the patch, because Pugna was already viable in the last patch, and he's a bit better now, especially with 2 of those tanky heroes that you can put your health bar into, the Urza and the Bristleback, so I really like this pickup from Lynx. But Zero Tenacity, last game I talked about how good the Venomancer was looking because they had frontline, because they had Disable and could actually protect it and wouldn't just have it die every fight like in the last game of the previous series. This time around, Zero Tenacity are taking a similar approach though. Having a Sand King and a Ringmaster with a save kind of allows you to pick up this Venomancer, or at least so they think. It's still a bit of a greedy, a bit of a risky pick, but with how much work it can do, oh boy.
I mean, you still have a lot more to reveal because, this is obviously that once again it's going to be a war going in at mid lane, so you might as well try to work out a response to that, but they still have these, open options. One option we're going to see in about less than 40 seconds from now. What do you reckon? Do you think they're going to reveal an offlaner, or they're going to go in directly for the carry first? Ooh. Enigma.
I think that's the offlane. I'm reasonably sure of it. Though I wouldn't mind seeing Enigma as a mid lane suddenly. Like, with the patch changes, it feels kind of viable. It's kind of like, in the olden Dota 1 days, we've compared this patch to the old days. Because in the olden Dota 1 days, every hero could basically be played mid. And it kind of feels like that's a thing again. Because with the Enigma no longer having facets, he is a lot more about having levels early on, getting not just movement speed, but giving it to everybody else around you. So if you have a level 10, level 15 Enigma in the team fights, it's gonna be a massive bonus instead.
You're getting that from the Event Horizon?
Yep.
Or...
Event Horizon, do you see how much of a movement speed it is? It's 5% at level 1 for everyone around you. It's not half for everyone around you, it's 100% of the movement speed applied to everyone around you. The only drawback with that, of course, is the 600 radius is very small, but it's so overpowered. It is so overpowered compared to other, innate abilities. Because usually movement speed abilities like that scale per level either only affect the hero, like the Razor one, or they affect people half. This is a full effect, but just in a very tiny radius. So for those smoke ganks, for those rotating to the side lane kind of plays, Enigma is so much more powerful. He's one of the best gankers in the game. If you go for one-man black hole kills, which is definitely worth it early on a carry. I love it.
I mean, it does give you, that little bit of a catch chase moment that you can deliver, but I don't know, the Enigma laning stage is something that I'm a little bit concerned about. You are, you're gonna be having that safety of the Eidolons to keep up with the farm and stuff like that, but it could easily turn into counter farm from Ursa, and hello, Muerta is gonna be brought into the play, and she, as it seems, is gonna be living up to the carry role, so something to put a smile on your face.
No, the opposite. I'm currently cringing.
Really?
Yes, I've had this experience.
No!
I've had the exact experience they're in for it. I can tell you right now, Zero Tenacity, they're gonna have a really good early game. They're gonna have their Muerta snowball hard, and then around 20-25 minutes she's gonna feel so useless and cannot do anything. And that's how Muerta goes. She is a really good hero against the Urza, so at least the matchup in carry versus carry scenarios is good for them. But I still really do not like the new Muerta. She does not have infinite stacks anymore, which was the main reason why she was such a good late game carry. So now she's just a mid game carry without anything to compensate if you compare her to the other mid game carries like Templar, Assassin, and everything else that comes in line fast. Because the farming speed is unchanged. That's kind of the thing. Muerta still farms slowly, She does have a really powerful new Aghanim shard, but you farm like a late game carry when you scale to the mid game, which is an issue I really think Dota needs to address. One fix that I can imagine would be make Muerta get her stacks back, but make you buy an item for it or something, because now you get up to 9% spell amp in the ultimate. And the average that we're used to seeing in this season of the EPL before Muerta got nerfed was around 20 to 30% of spell amplification before you even buy the Aghanim shard, right? So you would pay 1,400 only from the point where you have around 20% spell amplification. Now you cannot even get half of that, when people already used to ignore the spell amplification completely.
Yeah, and the poor unfortunate thing is Muerta cannot really benefit from this new Hydra's Breath item and stuff like that, which explicitly says Muerta is not able to use it just because you cannot use it on the split shot and stuff like that. She was trying to at least, I guess, mitigate some of the physical damage coming in with the Bristle and Ursa, but then you have the Pugna and the Amber and the line that is definitely going to be a huge problem, so Dream will need to do a lot of heavy lifting to avoid what Lynx have to throw at him. But the rest of the team, they feel quite compact, they feel very well compiled in a way, but yeah, I cannot neglect the fact that Zero Tenacity are looking at this game through a very aggressive lens. So they should either deliver or Lynx are going to shut them down and it's going to be, you know, on point even.
I hope so, because yeah, this Muerta, she can win. I think she definitely can, but she's an early game carry with a very low farming speed, meaning she is the hardest to execute carry this patch. And last patch I used to talk every time that she was picked about how much I love Muerta, how fun of a hero it has all been taken away, and I hate Valve so much for it.
I mean, some people are happy, some people are sad. You can never be happy when it comes down to the Dota, you know? Sometimes you're gonna be ultimately super shut down and you'll need to change positions, and God forbid, you'll need to walk away from your safety patterns because all you want to do in Dota is win, win, win. Or, you know, if you don't win, you want to assert as much mental damage as you can on the enemy side so you can just at least have that satisfaction of, you know, having at least one level of victory in your favor. But speaking of victories in somebody's favor, Game 2 upon us. We shall see if it's gonna be yet another game favoring Zero Tenacity and their very fast-paced, aggressive, somewhat of a glass cannon type of a draft that they're bringing in here, or if it's gonna be the long-paced late-game draft dragged in from Team Lynx, which might even be opposite. You know, we've spoken about some drafts that we've wanted them to see execute really early on, but it's been latter the opposite, because some team is aware of the weak points on the other end, so they can start exploiting them from the very start and never even give them the privilege to fight back.
Yeah, I just don't like the new Muerta innate. It feels so anticlimactic.
Hold up, full-blown reveal, Warwick, they're gonna connect him as well as Desire, but he finds the Burrow Strike away back to safety, and it's gonna be Jesu locked in the fray as he's dropping severe little K, and he traded off. It's gonna be Warwick, but Jesu falls right after. Cracker is gonna be the next one who die. Moves under the chase, they're gonna connect onto Nefert. He's trying to fight things out. Meldril going in for the deep dive here, really wants this Veno dead. It's gonna be QBFY that falls right after Vladik, looking super low, but it's gonna be 4 for Zero Tenacity before the horn goes off.
They did, you know, they did kind of sacrifice their first blood, and the first blood is worth 2 kills, so technically they're only 1 kill ahead in terms of money and XP, but that's still elite despite the fact that they gave away the first blood, as now Dream comes in, secures a rune, and heads for his lane. This is the tempo they need for sure. It's gonna be at least
3. Plus they're getting 3 bounty runes from for sure. Maybe, no, they're not gonna get a 4th one. Meljul is a little bit faster. Still, 1 extra kill per the math, 1 extra bounty rune, a very good kickoff, and Zero Tenacity, they have a good way to kick off the tempo, so even though they're a little bit scathed, Muerta did walk away with 11 charges on her magic wand, so if things go really bad, she can instantly pop it up, and plus, she does have a bristleback on the other hand, which does tend to get super spammy, but 1 small overstep, and it's gonna be your life, because with a lion on the other end, Lynx are gonna be looking for vengeance at one point or the other.
Well, the action is gonna continue over on the top lane, where Dream is doing a good job keeping everybody at bay. Though against Vladik, he's actually in for a rough lane. Not yet, of course, because Bristleback quite susceptible to magical harass and quite susceptible to being slowed up by this Venomancer. But we've talked about Terrorblade having a super good matchup against the Bristleback because of his like 13 points of armor before he even hits level 6. Well, for Dream, he has somewhat low armor and a low health pool to boast, so once Bristleback comes online, he's gonna suffer in the lane. Moose, though, he's having fun on the Venomancer. Like, level 1 Venomancer is so cancerous still.
It is, and especially, you know, with the Poison Sting being rotated, and you don't really need to commit for that any further. However, it's gonna be a down bottom kill onto Cracker, as the siege is still on to Jesu. They want to take down the bear, but he's a little bit far out of range. And, you know, an interesting observation that I just now realized on both ends from Zero Tenacity, they have opted in for a dual range combination on the side lane, so it's very interesting to see. And if it's gonna be, you know, a good sign for Warwick to lead up the siege, but it just, you know, keeps on amplifying the fact that they want to go for this one fast. They don't care about the consequences, they just want to close it in as soon as possible.
And yeah, Jesu, I wonder if he's even gonna go for a Battle Fury. I mean, probably, but the timing is gonna be super important. Getting that Battle Fury up and running at a good kind of helpful timing, if you do choose to go for it, it's gonna be so essential. And he's only died once during that little first blood fight, so it could be a lot worse for him just yet. But if he dies once in the laning stage 2, delaying his Battle Fury, then Zero Tenacity may actually have a game, despite the fact that they choose the worst carry in the current patch, in my opinion.
I mean, he's facing off against, you know, two players that didn't die during that first exchange. So 104 on the Ringmaster and 202 on the Enigma. So they're at least, you know, a bit ahead in terms of items. So maybe they can just keep up the pressure even further. And it seems like it's gonna be raining on to Cracker, even though this Pugna, he is scary, and you must not, you know, negate the fact that the Nether Blast hurts like hell and the Decrepify can turn things around really swiftly. But Desire, he doesn't back up, he keeps up the pressure, he's gonna back away with the whoopee cushion, but still, they're gonna close in and take him down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we are having Warwick falling down solo by Melojoel, which is another problem that we completely overlooked, which just now happened.
It's not supposed to happen. Like, even if Melojoel had a massive advantage from that 0-minute fight, this is not supposed to happen. And Warwick, well, he needs to be in damage control mode. He just needs to focus on holding his lane for the time being in order to keep things from getting even worse here somehow. Speaking of things getting worse, this bottom lane definitely is.
Uh-oh. I mean, they're actively at this bear, they're just trying to pressure him as much as possible, but it's gonna be difficult. Again, this Pugna is causing so many shenanigans, so much control over the unit, so much control over the lane. Still, it's a good safety for the bear. Just keep up, stay alive, and wait out for somebody else to pop in to help you out with the kills. It might result in a decent Battle Fury timing that we're still not certain if he's opting in for.
I mean, if Cracker keeps buying as many clarities, as many healing items to kind of keep the Urza in the lane like he is doing, I do agree with you that Battle Fury may not be that bad of an option, because right now Urza is, well, not exactly doing that well in last hits, but he is still last hitting at least. Just thanks to Cracker and his massive investments.
Yeah. I mean, he's contesting Nerfed actively, not in terms of units only, but I mean, his units do translate into farms, so the lower they are, the more easy they're going to be turned as such into some sort of a, you know, get-together gold for the next items for the Ursa. But still, every single overstep might be punished. Again, this dual range combo is a little bit too heavy to reach, even though Desire was taken down during the laning stage. Let's check out what's happening on the other sides, though. We are not seeing any stacks.
Yeah, they are making some in the triangle, but they immediately get taken by the Dire before they can even really start stacking. But Melojoel,
he's not happy about this QBFY from the sidelines. Muse is gonna be punished for his overstep.
So at least they protect the triangle, but there's no more farm to be had other than a couple of Venomancer wards for Melojoel, which I don't think he's too pleased of, considering that now there's a Sand King level 6 and he immediately skills the Epicenter. So Warwick, a different beast entirely. Though still not great at catching the Ember Spirit with the remnants available.
Yeah, maybe he can go in for somebody else. Like maybe he can go for Ursa down bottom. Maybe he can rotate up
QBFY
top.
for free on mid. How about that?
Or, yeah, maybe they can go for it. Even though QBFY will not fall. However, down bottom, it's going to be Cracker that Zero Tenacity are going to be claiming. Despite the fact that the Enigma had fallen severely low, he's going to be back home and, you know, pretty much ready up for the next siege. Meanwhile, Desire is keeping up the harassment onto Jesu as the bear is pretty low as well. Impalement Act will connect, the second one will not, but the TP is gonna go through. They're gonna connect with Desire. QBFY, even though he's low, he's gonna connect and he's gonna save up his buddy, but the Eidolons are gonna take him down and they're still keeping up with the siege, even though Desire falls in the process. The bear is kept in check. And on the other end, Vladik will be caught up.
He's having a really good day. It's weird because honestly, like at some point or another, playing like 5, 6, 7 rounds of Dota in a row has really got to tire you out. But Desire, for him, it's the opposite. The longer he keeps playing, the better his gameplay gets when it comes to these self-sacrificial support plays. Speaking of sacrifice, at the Wisdoms.
In the backlines, they're gonna go in for the deep dive, and they will be finding Nefrit, taking away the killing spree. But still, Warwick secures the shrine. For Zero Tenacity down the bridge. Cracker is trying to run off and hide. He's gonna pop the Decrepify, and it's actually gonna be enough. He is safe and sound. On the other end, QBFY gets one for his team.
QBFY real happy with that because even by the standards of a Lion who gave away solo XP, he's behind, but...
Warwick caught up as well. Jesse is going in for the deep dive and it's gonna be a successful one, even though backup is right around the corner, but they're happy because Black Hole is still not available. Chasing targets back and forth. Jesse is in trouble. He is gonna be taken down by Nefrit. Again, the Eidolon landing in the last hit. Wheel of Wonder popped out. Meljul is dancing around it not to be caught up, and it's gonna be a mission success.
Sand King for Urza, not the greatest of trades, but because Urza isn't committing for the Battle Fury just yet, it's definitely massively gonna favor Zero Tenacity, even though they are kind of sad at Warwick dying when that ultimate is available. But switching over to the net worth, you can see that Muerta's second in net worth just behind Meljul, because yeah, she's been free farming all game and getting a lot of kills and assists, even though that kind of does show what I mean about her farming speed just being really crappy.
Yeah, but it's at the same time, taking down the Ursa so many times this early on, like 8 minutes in, he does not have a single component, not even close, towards completing the Battle Fury. So that's already quite a concern, which you can definitely work with, but not in such a way, Warwick. I was talking that you guys had an advantage, not a disadvantage.
Cass's curse at its finest, though once again the Sand King, he's focused on looking for an ultimate, wants to catch one person with a big epicenter, and it just goes nowhere really. While the mid tier 1 is gonna get punished for it instead now.
I mean, he definitely needs somebody else to help out with that. Like, as such, topside, look at what's happening. Vladik is gonna be Muerta and Moose with a takedown of Vladik. At least 2 heroes are actively on the shutdown in the favor of Zero Tenacity. So far, they are allowing Meljul to be reigning free. As bottom side, he's gonna make a claim of Nefrit's life again. So eventually, I think you can manage over an Ember Spirit a lot easier, but at the same time, that is such a tempo that a spirit that is dictating and is actively keeping up the pressure. Like, look at him so courageously walking into Zero Tenacity's pretty much side of the jungle. They're gonna be popping the Wheel of the Wonder, but Cracker on the sidelines, yeah, he's gonna pay for this crime, and this is how the cast curse is working. This right here.
But I'm happy we got to see an epicenter from Warwick do something, because you said he needed some help, and at this point he does, but we did see him solo kill Lunas in her jungle before, so it's not so much do you need help, it's, you know, how can you, like, who can you kill solo and who can't you kill solo? And Desire coming in there does a really good job of kind of outscaling the Pugna, because even though Pugna was trying so hard to keep her Ember Spirit alive, Ringmaster just happens to have the perfect
speaking
answer.
of the Ember Spirit, he's gonna pop the Remnant exactly where they were waiting for him. The second Impalement Act is not gonna connect, but oh, that was freaking scary.
At least he got a Pugna to heal him back up, so Melojule doesn't have to go for a walk of shame for that. But even without him dying there, that is still space, not just for the Muerta, but to contest Jazzu with, as Jazzu once again getting bullied back behind his tower and struggling to farm up while Sand King comes in with an amplified damage rune, and he wants this kill.
Oh boy. He's gonna be hexed up temporarily, but still there's the siege coming in from the sidelines, but there's Melojule there for the punishment. Moose is there. They're gonna connect with the Impalement Act, but the TP is gonna be going through, so nobody shall die on the end of Team Lynx.
What an outplay there
tower.
from Melojule. That rotation just completely saved his carry's life. Because Sand King, I've talked about it before, delaying the Urza's Battle Fury is always worth dying on the Sand King. Not getting the Urza kill and dying on the Sand King though, now that's a problem.
Dire's top tower is under
Either way, they're stalling the Ursa at whatever expense they can throw at. Like, he only just has the Perseverance available, but it's gonna take some time until he gets it from the Secret Shop. Meanwhile, Melojule gets caught up. First use of the Black Hole, almost Cracker stepping in there, but it's still gonna be nobody dying. Yet the Wheel of the Wonder is gonna secure things in the backlines. QBFY trying his best to stay alive. TP out is gonna be successful from one. QBFY will fall down.
They did bring Dream into that fight, because yeah, Muerta, she needs to be so fast this patch, and getting some extra kill XP, being a level ahead of the Urza, while delaying his Battle Fury even further by taking over this bottom lane is exactly what they need to be doing here. As Dream, he's just 500 gold away from finally having some normal farm speed with the Maelstrom coming out. But another person that we haven't really talked about is Vladik on that Bristleback. He's been having such a good Bristleback game earlier today, but here he's just struggling so hard.
I mean, it's not looking that, you know, brilliant. Level 8, just the two bracers with the Soul Ring. He's been also very heavily shut down, so yeah, Zero Tenacity, they've been doing a very, very good job at just keeping up the active pressure. And even right now, Melojule is being shut down. They're closing in with Nefrit, who... He got the worst out of this past couple of interactions, but that last Black Hole did really put him back into the game. And now, Helm of the Dominator, he can start doing these, you know, lane pushing shenanigans, keep things in check. The problem, the thing that I don't like with Jessu right now is where he's at in the map. So that means that Zero Tenacity, they've gotten the better out of him, and they just have him actively on the leash.
Dire's top tower
And
is
top,
under attack.
Cracker, just gonna fall there.
Nice little support kill as well, but yeah, what you just said about the Urza is definitely worth pointing out, because even though this is still gonna be a 14-15 minute Battle Fury timing, mostly thanks to all of the money that Pugna kind of invested into his hard carry, they're still gonna try to delay it
speaking
more.
of, Wheel of Wonder is gonna go through. He's completely out of resources, but he's gonna be able to buy away the distance, even with the Malefice connecting.
Muerta may not get so lucky over on the top lane, but they will immediately go for 2 follow-up TPs, saving the Muerta's life. Nicely done. Ringmaster's the only one that's gonna go through, but well enough done, because now over on the bottom lane 2 are smoked, and Enigma just makes it look like he was gonna help out there and now doesn't. So instead they're pushing to the bottom tower, forcing somebody into a really dangerous position.
There
Will be
he
Vladik.
is. It's poor old Vladik who's gonna fall in for the bait. It's like, yeah, Enigma farming down the lane, and then it's just a Bristleback free kill, no problem. You thought you would get the Muerta easy? No, we're gonna get your Bristleback 10 times easier than that.
Beautiful
And guess what?
play.
He's dead. She's not.
Yeah, Dream not going down is huge, because the hero falls off so much. He has 6% of spell amplification for in the ultimates right now, and you lose half the stacks every time you die. So it's a really kind of costly death hero, similar to Storm Spirit, but Storm Spirit scales indefinitely. Muerta doesn't, and I hate it so much. Like, there needs to be some, you know, past 40-minute insurance, because all of her damage is magical anyways, and there comes the point where people have like 50% or more magic resist, so your damage being magical is literally no upside compared to physical damage anymore after a certain point.
Yeah, and plus with the BKB amp up, things are looking a lot smoother. And speaking of, things are not looking smoother for Warwick, as he's gonna get the second finger of death takedown by the Lion. Desire trying to run up down the lake, well, down the river, but it's not gonna happen. Cracker claims their lives.
You see what I mean about the unicycle just being worthless, right?
Yeah, but it's still funny to look at.
It is, but they just need to increase the damage threshold, because any spell, if somebody, like if you're in range of any spell, basically, anything that can hit you, you're still in range of, you cannot press Unicycle or this will happen, and he kind of knows it. That's why he just held onto the Unicycle until he had a moment to waste it, because what you really want is to have a strongman's potion ready when you follow your carry around, or... Well, even having that, even though I don't like it, Whoopee Cushion can be really, really good as Lion.
Speaking of catching around carries, they were looking at Dream first, but instead it's gonna be Zero Tenacity catching QBFY red-handed. Cracker dropping the ward, but nope, it's just gonna be him dying out, regardless of using the life drain or not. So yeah, a little bit of a something, a little bit of extra resources for Muerta. Now we have 8 stacks of the Supernatural. So, yeah, things are looking quite small in her favor. And yeah, regardless, I mean, yeah, you do have the Ursa on the other end, which can, you know, dispel himself. He's gonna become a little bit more immune towards what she has to offer. He finally obtained the Battle Fury, so 16 minutes in, he's looking finally a little bit more stable.
Painful.
But he's lost plenty of ground control. So, top side lost, bottom side lost, they only need to claim up mid lane, which is pretty much down to 800 HP.
Mid lane would be a good kind of tier 1 to get just for the cash infusion, but instead Melojewel makes sure that that lane stays pushed out, because he's been having a bit of a rough game with how much catch there is for him, but thanks to that Mage Slayer he's now finally farming really well and making a ton of XP happen, so he can kind of keep his scaling alive. Speaking of things that are alive, this Roshan is not gonna be for much longer.
Well, but they've been exposed, Zero Tenacity. They've been scanned out even though they almost arrived here on time, but never jumping in. Black Hole catching on to both supports. QBFY, Cracker, both of them have fallen. They have Jesse on the lockdown with the backlines. The Noxious Blade will eventually expire and he's on the run, but still the death shot will connect. They still have him inside. Warwick jumping into the backlines. They have him surrounded. Even if he has any backup, this bear is completely dead. Thanks for the Aegis. It looked good on you for 10 seconds, but a triple kill looks on Dream 10 times better.
Yeah, I'm not gonna believe if we see a Muerta win the grand finals of the EPL. Then again, it is still kind of viable as a carry hero. If your entire team picks a super aggressive draft with big ultimates, I think that's kind of the main message to be delivered here. Because at some point or another, Urza is gonna be able to answer you. But Urza, like we've talked about, he has horrible Battle Fury timing, and even worse, gets punished for the first Aegis of the game immediately.
Warwick, dead and gone. He is unfortunately gonna be joined in by Desire here, as, I mean, Melojewel, regardless if he had the Mage Slayer or not, he'd been a very good tempo maker, and he's been all-around aggressive so far for Team Lynx. Ooh, unfortunately, those Searing Chains will miss out on Moose. That shot, however, will connect, so he's gonna be all fine and dandy.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity though, you can see they're already on top of their power spike, being currently like 80 to 20% to win this game. But from here their win rate is gonna start falling off a little bit, because for one, Urza is farming, 2, Emberspirit is opting for the late game with that Mage Slayer of his now paying dividends. And 3, Bristleback, he's pretty meta, even though he did skip the wrappings or what you may call it, the new item that makes him so tanky against spell damage. He instead went for a Lotus Orb, so he's gonna deal with the spells being targeted at him in a whole different way.
Yeah, he's gonna have that extra layer of safety. Attempts to push in bottom were being made, and it's gonna be a successful run there for Team Lynx. Topside, however, they're looking for a little bit of an extra, and it's gonna be Warwick that they spot out down in his jungle, farming up, having a, you know, a pretty inconspicuous time that he's gonna be hunted down, and it just happened. On the other end, can Zero Tenacity do something, as they have Vladik in sight, but it's a little bit heavier to punish the Bristleback compared to the SK.
They do have a Spirit
will they
Vessel
go
on
for
the
it?
Venomancer.
They commit, the Wheel of Wonder, it's gonna connect, but now they know.
Moose ulted
There's
himself.
a Lotus Orb available, so the Noxious Plague will be thrown back into Mooses' face. Cracker trying to put a stop to it. Eventually, they're gonna break out. Still, Melojewel, he's committed. Escape back for the save. But still, there's the bear. Hello, Jesu, but right into Dreams' hands. Oh, it's gonna be a bait! It is gonna be a pretty big one. Vladik looking severely low, and they are gonna call it back off.
Nicely played by the Muerta there. They were just a couple seconds off of having the black hole. Altogether, extremely well done. Even though Venomancer goes down once again, if he goes down like that, where he kind of ults himself, you just gotta say that's deserved. But it was the reveal of the Lotus Orb, so the next time he tries a sneaky play like that, everybody is gonna be ready for it and is gonna be expecting it. Meaning, they didn't quite get enough out of the Lotus Orb reveal, in my opinion, considering Urza is still poor as he is.
Yeah, I mean, they did get 2 out of it, but still Jesse instantaneously lost the advantage that he got right after those kills, so... Yeah, I mean, things might be ever so slightly easier now that the BKB is halfway through completion. But Zero Tenacity, they did prove to show that Dream had obtained a lot. 609 in terms of his KDA, so 12 stacks of Supernatural, still looking good. Better fight your way forwards to keep him up together. 4-man smoke, rotating towards top. The Tormentor is still not taken down, but it might be a considerable objective for the Taken on either end, you know, if they want to go for it.
0-10 could, but they would have to use a big spell, I think, so I'm not sure how easy this Tormentor would be to take down, because all the big ultimates are there, and because of that, they're going for an aggressive Wisdom steal and see if they can't, you know, take over a portion of this map without even having
They're gonna make it a double.
Tormentor, though.
It's gonna be going for Lynx, so it's gonna be short for QBFY. The mana drain still is the same, with the spell immunity being granted and +2 additional units, so no changes there. I do like the shard. It is gonna put Line a little bit more into the spotlight, because the one thing that I'm still missing out on this hero is how much of a good potential impact he has with, you know, the Finger of Death plays just being actively utilized, but how much in reality he's actively suffering for it. And speaking of suffering for it, Cracker, dead and gone.
Not quite the engagement they want, because Black Hole is there, Epicenter is there, but it is farming space for them, where it has 0 tenacity. They will hold onto their win rate for now. Pushing objectives and ending is still going to be very difficult, but if they can find a good team fight with the Sand King initiation, who, by the way, is going for an early BKB now. Warwick changed his mind halfway through the Aghanim Scepter. He says, okay, you know what, screw it, BKB first.
I don't like it. I mean, this halfway through commitment is... You're not sacrificing one item, you're sacrificing 2 items, because... What are you gonna do here? You know? Halfway through getting the Ogre Axe, you're gonna be like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, should I get Staff of Wizardry, or should I get the recipe for the BKB completion, you know? I don't like it.
Fair enough.
It might stall some things, unless 0 Tenacity can just compensate it with about 5 minutes of farming to get both of the items online in time without any consequences.
Funny coincidence you should say that. Guess what? Muerta, coming in with the Shadow Blade already, needs exactly 5 minutes of farming till Dream can just kill this Bristleback. So, in terms of timing, it would fit their team, and I do think that may just be the game plan. Farm up another 5 minutes, then do everything we can do in our power to end as hard as we can.
Yeah, but you're still giving a lot of benefits at the same time to Jesu, because he's out of the fights. He's been decent on farm, not heavily taken down, so he's got a BKB, Blink Dagger, and all of those, you know, get-go shebangs that a Nursa needs to get into the team fight, and they're not gonna be afraid to show it as of now. Similarly could be said for 0 Tenacity, but they're looking for their targets elsewhere. Across the gates, which they're not going to be getting, even though there was this courier passing by very close, but they didn't catch a glimpse of it.
Zero Tenacity still smoked up. They do have that Silver Edge on the Muerta, so she can be a lot more aggressive, and they have been itching to use these big ultimates for a couple of minutes now. Not really getting the space, not really getting the impact that they really want for themselves here. So this is an extremely interesting...
Oh, look at this. Jesu TPing in, but he's not going to be seen by 0 Tenacity. That was so freaking close.
That could have been the fight that 0 Tenacity have been looking for like 3, 4, 5 minutes now. Instead, everything will be fine for the side of Lynx a while longer, as Team Lynx, they've made a comeback on their Urza. Urza second in net worth, but more importantly BKB completed, so he has a reliable answer to the Muerta ultimate.
And plus he's gonna go in for that good old reliable basher, so... Things are piling up for this hero, so it's not a good idea to, you know, leave him be as such. Kills are good, but keep adding at them, Zero Tenacity, because you're gonna need them. 17%, 18% spell amp currently for the Muerta is good, but you just gotta give it some more. Come on. You got this.
Oh no, 18 is the max. She has 12, and you lose half every time you
12.
die. So there's a maximum of 30, which would be a fair maximum. If you didn't lose them, you have both the maximum and the losing them. You have nothing that you gain. A Storm Spirit gets a little bit stronger with each Galvanize, like 1/3 of a Galvanize stronger for each one he acquires in total. Muerta, nothing. So, Muerta, yeah, she's looking untouchable. She's feeling really good. And I do wanna believe, because last patch she was one of my favorite heroes, but the moment you die once, half of your spell amp is gone, and it's only gonna get worse and worse and worse every time you die, because at some point you fall off so hard because of those deaths, similar to a Storm Spirit.
We'll see. I mean, nobody has fallen off of, you know, significantly so far in this game. It's been 26 minutes in, even though Zero Tenacity are on the, you know, the slow counter here, as things might turn around really fast, as, again, even with the Muerta looking so good, Ursa is about to get better. You're still having a lot of pressure coming in from Meljul. Vladik, you are keeping actively under check, and even though he didn't go for the consecrated traps at start, he did obtain them soon enough, so he's looking good.
Usually you see people build it really early, mostly because of the movement speed, making farming faster and easier. But going it after the Lotus Orb, I don't think it's that bad, because the way they revealed the Lotus Orb, they got something out of it. As Zero Tenacity are in a really awkward spot should a team fight kick off, but the Venomancer wards are keeping them some vision so they don't get caught by surprise instead.
But they're gonna go for it. They want Vladik, as the second hit they spot him out, the Lotus will go off, but Warwick dancing around with the Epi. Still, it's not gonna be enough for that takedown. They even popped the Pierce the Veil in the backlines. Oh boy, without two big ultimates, they only have the Black Hole to commit should they siege down Roche on the other end. Jesu, he's taking the long detour across the other side, but I think he got scouted out the second he got revealed, as there is double vision on the other side. QBFY gets spotted out, throws Finger of Death, but is just gonna be for his own demise.
Rather him than the
1-for-1.
Urza. But yeah, Muerta, she kind of showed her one weakness there, because now she's almost gonna have to pierce the veil again. This hero just lacks damage. This hero just falls off so hard now. And I really hope they get her infinite scaling. Any form of infinite scaling. Make it 0.1% of spell damage that you keep from the supernatural stacks. Anything like that. Because she misses that so much. And it's kind of like that Terrorblade against Morphling game that we saw, right? Morphling was countering the Terrorblade, was looking favored all game. He gets caught out of position once. Terrorblade now wins.
Yep. But we'll see. I mean, so far things are looking manageable from Zero Tenacity, but we're still overlooking this potential Roche contest, because you don't want to give it to the Ursa. You want to give it to the Moore to give her, you know, an active chance to keep up with the team fight, because with, you know, the Roche granted, you are, you know, looking to win and get heroes up first, as Meljul already gets caught up in the Wheel of the Wonder. Pugna is trying his best to save him up, but this time it's not the bristleback that they're encountering, as a far easier target is going to be granted. Nefer jumping into the backlines keeps up the siege onto Cracker, and Desire with a beautiful whip claims his target. Vladik gets caught up once again. They're separating the team fight in such a good manner to keep things in control, while Ursa is pushing down the lane. Zero Tenacity, they can go into secure Roche after this. But let's see. Lynx are still within the vicinity if they want to go for a risky jump.
They can't.
But
They
you don't
just
want to
can't.
really. Meljul only can do this and collapse.
Well, there's Enigma lurking with the Black Hole, so Dream, he doesn't even have to use his own ultimate, will break the Roshan, make it... Oh, he will use the ultimate actually to get it safely. Meh. Feels kinda
At the very
overkill.
last second.
Maybe they were afraid of like Urza blinking in and just hitting everyone with the Battle Fury. Still, I don't know, the game feels awkward. Last game was really clean from both sides. This game feels kind of awkward from both sides, because both sides, like Urza had a really hard early game, So Jezu can't go for his usual build, can't play the hero like he usually would. And the other way around, I think, Zero Tenacity, we saw that fight where Dream couldn't get the Bristleback, wasted his ultimate and realized, oh crap, this is a whole different beast, this is not the Muerta I'm used to.
I mean, Dream did bring in the cocaine bear last time, so this time he is bringing the cocaine death, as it seems. Let's see if this time
First
he's
of
gonna
all,
keep up.
that's racist, given that Muerta is based on the cultures that actually use
No!
it.
Don't turn this around, man! I never even thought it through!
Oh, so the
Come
Colombian
on.
is on coke, huh? I see! Because she is based on like
No.
Colombian folklore, so it's really fucking funny that you would say that. I know it wasn't in the intent.
You're just twisting my words here. You're just making me look bad on camera because, you know, there's people watching this. There's some people who are dedicated to be here at the European Pro League Season 35 finals instead of watching Burmy, so cut me some slack, man. Don't do me this dirty. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity, they're gonna drop the Roche banner with the double catapult and they're looking to siege in tier 3s after taking the tier 2 with such an ease. Team Lynx, they gotta respond to this somehow. So far, Fortification is not gonna put a stopping power. On the other end, the bear is still lurking to try to counteract this. Eventually, the tier 3 will fall. Jesu, he can close in onto the other side. So far, Zero Tenacity, they're anticipating a jump. They're throwing Dream out into the open. They're willing to risk the Aegis, no problem whatsoever, as long as they do as much damage as possible. And they may contact Dream, escape back for the save. He's gonna back off, do a quick reset, and recommit once again for the Rex. Finger of Death jumping in, Warwick in the backlines. He's gonna get a lock onto the line, but Cracker doing his best to keep him up and safe. He's not gonna be killing anybody with the unfortunate Epi, and so will Nefrit fall by the hands of Jesu. Warwick is gonna get taken down as well as Just Dream. He's gonna fall twice. Zero Tenacity, they overextend their welcome.
There was just a really weird happenstance there though. Did you see Enigma got the black hole off on the Urza? Urza was stunned and he still killed Enigma the second after. I think that was like he got sucked into the black hole, but he pressed Earthshock before, so when he landed from the Earthshock, that was the damage that killed Enigma mid black hole. But either way, they had Jezu there. They were about to turn the fight around with a really clean catch, and the second they get the clean catch onto like two heroes with the black hole, Enigma instantly perishes.
Yeah, I actually didn't see that because I was looking at what was happening with the jump, because the team fight was split, and that sort of a split, it favors Zero Tenacity when they're fighting Team Lynx out of a 5v5 situation, when they're aware that there's at least two people completely out. In such a scenario, you cannot split the team fight. You need all of your resources to be poured onto 5 heroes. So, I don't know, Team Lynx, they got the better out of this conundrum, even though they did lose the tier 3. The damage that they had done is completely negligible.
Even worse, that 7% of spell amplification taken from the Muerta. Whereas Jezu, he's going for the nullifier, so he's only now trying to get a reliable answer to the Muerta, to the Sand King, to these cores which have been making his life miserable, while Vladek is going to set up a beautiful little tormentor for the both of them.
Easy. That's gonna go for Cracker. So now we have the Netherward upgrade and still the good old life drain. So, as Doty would call it, the Pugna petrol station is currently active and operational. So, you got the reach, you got the help. Now we're finally going to be seeing a little bit more of that bristleback action, the Ursa action, just being pumped in extra health whenever they jump into the fray.
Yeah, I wonder what the answers from 0-10 are gonna be, because I really approve of Muerta going for a Lincoln Sphere. I think that's a huge item for her. But you can't have Muerta do all the work. Nefrit, he's got a BKB, but he died mid-BKB the last team fight. Even though he's really fat, what defensive item do you think is gonna allow him to finally commit through for a full duration black hole in the middle of those really big chaotic team fights?
I was asking myself the same question, but we're looking at an Aghanim Scepter being completed already onto him, so he went in all aggressive there for the additional damage being brought in during the black hole, but it feels insanely situational, like you really need to get lucky, and yet it doesn't respond down the lines of going in for the defense. But maybe go in for a greedy assault, maybe a Crimson might work you out something. We're looking at a Shivas on Warwick, so that's gonna amp up with a little bit of something. But you still need more, because this bear is about to hurt. more than ever.
Oh yeah, this is Cocaine Bear 2.0. Haunting this Muerta's dreams.
We'll see in the end, because I still want, from the bottom of my heart for this Muerta to win. Just because, she's gonna rub it in your face that there's still somewhat of a hope, left remaining that you're not a firm believer of. But at the same time, Cocaine Bear.
Second time we see him in a row, but I guess that's one way of getting the reliable black hole up from the Enigma. But like this, it's just gonna be wasted.
He's running around dancing about. Unfortunately, there's no remnants to get him very far off behind, but he's gonna be fine and also popping the region rune. Instead, refocusing the efforts onto QBFY. At least Zero Tenacity are not gonna walk away from this one empty-handed. But they didn't secure Melodrill, unfortunately. Still, they expanded the 9-second BKB. So at the very least, you can be happy about something.
Yeah, though the Enigma black holes, they feel so underwhelming 2 fights in a row now. Another underwhelming black hole, and things are gonna be so freaking hard, because we keep talking about this carrying Cocaine Bear, and he's not even doing anything of worth right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing his own bidding. He knows that this entire map is his playing field. He just needs to get to that nullifier, even though it feels like a little bit overdue. It kind of feels slow, especially since you have that big of a curve once you get the Battle Fury. Meanwhile, Zero Tenacity, they've been just picking up whatever they can find across the map, which is not much to work with, even though I would have been hoping to see this Silver Edge being utilized a lot more in an aggressive fashion. Where are the smokes? Where's the kickoff? Zero Tenacity, come on. You had a good game so far. What's stopping you from, getting a bear? He's right there.
Well, 0-10, they are keeping information, having at the ready at least one of their big ultimates still, though I don't know, they have so much trouble dealing with this Urza, because I feel like you need both the Epicenter and the Black Hole, and neither of them is available right now, so just avoid the Urza, just hope that the Roshan respawn doesn't screw you over and contest the next Roche with both of those huge tools available. As we're gonna see how long the timer is gonna be, over 2 minutes. That's actually really rough for 0-10.
But it's good for them at the same time. Maybe, presumably, they can go in for maybe 2 good black holes, because it's gonna be available in about 30 seconds, but they don't have any vision, they don't have any intel on what Team Lynx are cooking or what they're after, but they might find that out the hard way, as a 3-man, make it a 4-man smoke, is rotating across the map, and down bottom, they might as well find Warwick here, who's been eyeing out on Vladik for quite a bit, whereas the rest of Zero Tenacity, they're gonna go in from across the other side, so we're having a game of cat and mouse here. Who's gonna latch on to first?
Enigma
From the
does
high
have the
ground,
black hole.
Mellow Jewel. Oh, they find him first. Instant initiation. They have the bear, but they're gonna lock him out with the escape tag. Beautiful save. Jesu walks away pretty low, but he reinitiates, takes down Nefrit. Even though the trade-off is versus Cracker, QBFY dies down in the backlines thanks to the Epi. Mellow Jewel keeps up the hunt, and they're gonna find Jesu, as Mellow Jewel is also severely low, and it's gonna be a team wipe. They lose Nefrit, but for everybody to die.
Yeah, Muerta's still struggling with the damage output, but I don't think it's the damage output they even need the Muerta for in fights like that. Because while she was desperately getting everybody low health and kind of watching all of those kills run away, guess what? The Sand King blinks around, finishes them off left and right, and the rest takes out to the Venomancer. So the damage is there from other sources rather than just the Muerta and Dream. The main thing he brings to the table, it kind of feels like that Huskar carry from last meta, right? It's not about a carry that does a lot of damage, it's not about a carry that can 1v5, it's about a carry that the enemy just cannot kill.
Yeah, but at the same time, during that last encounter, out of the 14k damage dealt, 10k were, assigned to the Muerta, so even though the setup was there and they set things rightly into motion, the Muerta's damage is still not to be laughed at. It's still good. It's still doing the heavy lifting.
It's as good as your stuns are, let me be real. I'm a Muerta spammer. I will love that hero, even if she's kind of meh nowadays in late game, or if you get killed too often. Because we saw how, like Dream, he died once. We saw how much tempo one death cost him.
Yeah, but now he's back where he pretty much left off in terms of those supernatural stacks, and he's, you know, been really painful about it right after. 2 sets of racks completely dead and gone. Roche is back on time right after all of this is done. It's gonna coincide with Zero Tenacity's retreat, and they should work on this as fast as possible because the bear is also back into the concoction, so you don't want to contest that while he's still alive. Zero Tenacity with the smoke up. They are gonna stick around, instantly jump onto Cracker, take out the Pugna first, and they refocus the efforts on the QBFY. Both supports out of the picture. They're gonna know from this point on if Lynx want to go at it, if they force in the buybacks. But instead, they just want to keep up the pressure down the lanes, and from the side, Jesu is lurking, he is hiding, he wants to commit for a jump. But be careful to venture out too far because then there's the jump. Work. Oh, instant black hole. They're gonna put him to a stop with the Wheel of Wonder and everything. Complete lockdown onto the bear. He's not gonna be back for another 90 seconds.
That's huge, and they want to contest
Rest
the
of the
road,
crew,
but they're being
hold
chased.
up. Mellow Jewel, he's gonna go in for more. He wants to bring vengeance to his friend, but it's not gonna be enough. The BKB eventually expires. They still have him on the lock. He does not have any remnants remaining, and he's gonna throw himself out there. QBFY in the backlines. He's gonna be able to throw the finger of death onto Dream, but Dream is still fine, though he does not have well, he does not have his life anymore, but forces out a buyback as he does have his available. Is it gonna be enough? The work will fall into the backlines. Desire still keeping up with the siege. Cracker falling down very low. He is gonna fall here as well, as Nefrit has led the siege for almost everybody to die.
Yeah, you see, dealing with the Cracker Pugna there is exactly as simple as dealing with a Gorilla. Rock to the head. That's all you really need to do. Now the Roshan is gonna fall to 0-10. They do need to go for the final push, because you already feel the Muerta falling off, both in terms of stacks and in terms of tempo. However, once again, Muerta is exactly as good as a carry as your stuns are. And Warwick, he had a perfect stun to set... 2 perfect stuns to set up that fight on top lane, and then there was a really good black hole. So that's all they need to do if they want to close out this game, is hit multi-hero stuns every single time so that they can't run away from this Muerta.
And they very easily baited out Dream there. Like, they know that the bear was gonna be looking for a, you know, a granted opportunity, and he saw work, so he was very confident about shutting down the Sand King. Okay, no Sand King, they're not gonna jump with the EP and stuff like that, but he completely neglected the fact that Nefrit is gonna use that as a granted opportunity. BKB, it was revealed before, so they pretty much knew about it.
Oh, that was
But
rough. They tried to jump Urza on the Muerta, and she got the ultimate of a split second before. So Dream is gonna live, and they will get the Mega Creeps. This may very well be a 2-0.
Look at this.
0-10.
Look at this Bristleback having a very bad time. Jesse will commit for the jump again with the escape pack. Beautiful double black hole. They're gonna have a lock on to both of them, and they're dead and gone. GG is gonna be called up. Oh boy, it seems the Aghanim Scepter did do some heavy lifting at the end there. But Zero Tenacity, they took this game from start to finish very seriously. Regarding they put this game on a timer. And it's gonna be a 2-0. Joe, what do you have to say for this?
On the one hand, I'm glad my Muerta hero is redeemed. On the other hand, exactly the struggle that I said you would feel, where you suddenly don't have the damage to kill the Bristleback, don't have the damage to kill the Urza. It got very real for them there for a couple of minutes. However, I think it really boils down to Warwick and Nefrit delivering huge stuns, while Desire, like, I think Desire, I want to name him as my MVP again for the second time today. Come on, those saves were amazing. Don't tell me that these escape X could have been any better from the Ringmaster. Though this, like, Sand King and Enigma are also really deserving, because those 3 coming together enabled this. It's not the Muerta that makes this draft good. It's the save. It's the, you know, oh, they jump our Muerta, we save her so she can even press the ultimate that makes the hero work. But it all came together so wonderfully. I think Zero Tenacity, absolute masterclass on how you adapt to the new Muerta, and on what kind of draft you can pick her in because of how hard she countered this Urza, even though Ember Spirit and Sand King gave her a pretty hard time here. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we should go to a bit of a break, as we just got moved into the lobby while I was still wanting to show some stats. So, with that, we'll see whether this is going to be a 3-0 grand finals, which would be a shame. But remember, Base Defender, you've pointed this out before, that if they do win this season of the EPL, then Zero Tenacity are going to be the team to have won the most EPLs ever. So yeah, we're gonna head to a little bit of a break. See you all after for more amazing Dota 2 action. Thanks for watching and hope you're enjoying the show.
buy for this hero. So a lot of favorites across both sides, a lot of favorable heroes, a lot of good synergies that could be complemented very soon enough. So both guys are bringing the tempo, they're bringing in the fire, they're bringing in all of the fun at this map number 3 of the grand final series of the European Pro League season 35. Zero Tenacity and Team Lynx. And of course, to kick things off in a good old familiar fashion, we're gonna have a little bit of a pause. So, any leftover remarks from the drafting stage before we kick off?
I mean, I do really enjoy two of my main heroes facing off against one another, but I do think Team Lynx, even though this last pick Keeper of the Light may fall a little bit flat if he dies once or twice in the early game stages of the game before he can farm up those stacks really efficiently. If Mellow makes the tempo for Slark, this draft can be terrifying. It's funny that Lynx, they got out-tempoed so hard the last game that this time around they're saying, we're gonna go for this aggressive draft. We're gonna pick a Dazzle and a Slark, though, as our late game insurance. Because this draft is the best of both worlds. It seems really well-rounded.
Yep. But again, we're gonna build up a little bit of a pause suspense until we see anything of that happening. The one thing that I'm kind of scared of here for Team Lynx is they have this a little bit of a one-trick pony combination that they gotta have to work with. And that means you gotta bring Slark and Nyx Assassin at the same picture and deliver completely with your team, because the lockdown potential is somewhat limited until you get the Will-O-the-Wisp. And you know, you did mention that there's a lot of these unpolished corners across the map as the patch unrolled, which are not favoring the Pango. On the other end, Zero Tenacity, they have ground control, they have the Primal Beast, which is downright annoying, and they have the silences and hoodwinks and shenanigans like that, so they can get a 2-for-1 combination very easily on, and damage is not going to be that big of a problem because everybody will be adding up to the equation equally to some point, until of course the Muerta breaks off if things are going in her favor.
Yeah, things going in Muerta's favor is kind of a must the first 5 or so minutes of the game, which I think they know, and Jakiro I do like. Jakiro is gonna make Muerta's lane significantly easier compared to most other supports. You do need this kind of really aggressive support. Man, I hate the Liquid Fire mana cost. There's so many things in this patch that really just irk me because of, like we've talked about, it feels really old school Dota-y. It feels really, you know, back to Dota 2 beta days, which I think is great and has a lot of potential for the next 2 or 3 patches that come out. But then sudden things catch me off guard so hard, right? Like the mana cost on the Liquid Fire, because Liquid Fire... Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, if the trade-off is, you know, 2 spells for 20 mana, or 1 spell which costs, what's his face, 135 at the very start, you'd rather go in for that trade-off, regardless of the cost. You know, the aggression potential, the control is just too much to offer, you know? And again, 2 free spells is already too broken.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid Fire, it's... I don't know. They didn't really improve it in any meaningful way, so the first couple of levels it feels really bad, but there's still a reason why everybody skills it beyond the damage. And it's not the, very low mana cost, but it's the high attack speed reduction. You can slow somebody's attack with 1 level of Liquid Fire by 30 points. That makes last hitting so incredibly tedious as a carry, and that's why you want to spam that out, even if it's gonna cost you your mana. That's why I think it's balanced to cost your mana.
Yeah. I mean, definitely it's something that this hero needed. I mean, we saw him being uber spammed during the previous patch. It's so far an interesting sign that he's survived, you know, so far within these past couple of days. Just proves to show that this hero is still somewhat reliable, because you cannot negate the Ice Path setups, the Macropyre jumping in and stuff like that. There's so many good things that this hero does, even at the cost of this little mana addition. But he's also already very squishy, so if you always have the reach to him, you can actively keep him in check.
And we got ourselves to a 0-minute smoke. Sadly, that last that last pause did trigger that bug where, you know, package loss and now it forgets which music pack I have, so I just don't get to have sound at all. But I'll reboot the next time there's either a pause or a really quiet stage, because I do think this will be the most aggressive game yet. And judging by these smoke rotations, well, Lynx were trying, but decide against being super aggressive here. Now kind of getting their Slark to his rune instead, making sure that Jezu can get into the lane without getting ganked on the way there. But this is the first time in these grand finals at all that we see the runes be split 50-50 instead.
I think so far it's been one additional 4-0 Tenacity.
Every time.
At least in the... at least in the grand finals, not in the previous series for sure.
Yeah, in the previous series they also got an extra rune once, I think, but not every time, like they did in the grand final so far. So, I do think it's really interesting to see how Lynx have been taken out of their comfort zone and are now kind of rediscovering it in this patch. But out of all the teams we saw today, I do think that they have some of the most interesting reads on this new patch, even if everything they do always seems to be high risk, high reward, and neither of the last two games their high risk approach got, you know, rewarded with the high reward. So we're gonna
so far the only consistency is being 0 Tenacity.
Yeah, pretty much. Lynx, I do think that they are once again one of the strongest teams, rightly so, but they definitely need the most time to kind of still start learning this patch. One thing worth pointing out as well, Jezu skilling the saltwater shift really early, making him so much more efficient against Nephrit, dealing with all of that quill harass without having to constantly press the sticks.
Yeah, but it's still going to be some time until we see the pick-off from Jesu. Nephrit is always going to be right in your face and popping those quill sprays. Meanwhile, Desire is picking up the pressure as he's trying to get a takedown onto Cracker. One more hit, he's gonna get it. Nephrit gets the first blood. Bushwhack in the backlines. Oh, a beautiful return kill there. It's gonna be
Not
Cracker for Nephrit, and maybe +1. Jesu, one more strike, he's gonna get Desire. Already fresh off the shop with 1 permanent agility.
Yeah, he was really close to getting the second there, but I do love the Dazzle just kind of going for that last breath blood grenade, accepting the fact that his carry needs the tempo, and this is exactly what you need this top lane to do, because Slark is one of the best Bristleback counters, and Bristleback is one of the best heroes in the current meta, so this is exactly the start that top lane was looking for. And Lynx, I don't think they're gonna face any of this pressure. Then again, Jezu needs to be careful not to get caught.
Yeah, he did suffer a little bit during that one, but at the very least, you know, so his support came back fresh from the fountain, so he has that going on. Mid lane, deny of one rune, claim of the other. Warwick, he's gonna fill up his bottle, which Melojul, he doesn't care, because the good old Coddle with the built-in chakra magic is gonna keep you sustained and good enough in the lane for the farm, for the harassment, which unfortunately, Warwick, he's felt plenty off of it.
Yep, Primal Beast against Keeper of the Light feels like a really classic matchup, because Keeper of the Light is always slightly gonna win it, not needing to have a bottle, but it's also always gonna be the lane where both of the mid lanes are gonna be really rich in comparison to the side lanes, and these ganks are gonna be extremely severe from either of them once they start rotating in a couple of minutes. But since the game is currently super slow, including the top lane, I'm gonna use the opportunity to restart my Dota real quick to fix the sound bug. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen of the chat, I really hope they fixed it, but it won't take long.
Go before something happens.
Yes, it's already loading in again, we're good in a couple.
Okay, Dream didn't die down there, so it's good.
Loading in now, then I gotta fix my camera and then we're good.
Good call.
Come on, finishing loading. Okay, we're good.
Nice.
Dire's courier
Oof.
has been killed.
Courier dead.
Only a courier. That's the only kill we missed though during that quick
But
restart.
hold up, we're about to get some more as it's just the top side. It's pressure between Desire and Cracker as Nephrit is still being under chase, but Jesu will give up the contest as he's got a couple of way too many quill spray stacks and he's ventured
Middle tower is under attack.
a
QBF
little
Wise
bit too
brought
far.
in. Would really like that extra stack of agility for his Slark, and they will
he's
connect.
gonna get him. There's the bounce, they will connect, and Melojo will close in as well to get a little bit of a pinch of experience there. So yeah, we did have a little bit of a technical, but Joe did a very beautiful job at calling it right on time. Even though some harassments were observed, we didn't miss out a split second of the big action.
Thankfully, it's
4-4.
become a bit of a skill at this point.
Thankfully or unfortunately.
Well, I kind of wish that the bug would be fixed after over half a year of, including Tier 1 tournaments experiencing it. On the other hand, though, at the very least, this patch didn't introduce any bad new ones as far as we're aware, right?
Yeah, so far so good. I mean, it seems like even the servers, even with the small pauses, they're being quite favorable today. We did have, not sure if you caught it a couple of days ago, like not only the Dota crash for 8 people, including Doti, then Discord crashed for me after players having the same experience and turning back to TeamSpeak. So it was a hell of a technical day.
Yeah, all of Discord was down. I've noticed that as well. And days like that where Dota just says nope and kicks everybody, we have those a lot. So let's be glad that this patch didn't introduce any new bugs, because from here, if the infrastructure stays the same, then Valve is eventually gonna optimize it still. Neeks though gets the shield rune on mid, and Moose is gonna be the one to face his wrath.
Yeah, he's gonna be venturing out a little bit too far there. He was scouting out kills presumably, or something to give the benefit for down the mid lane, because we have yet still to see a pulverize being utilized for the kill. So far, good time has been granted for Melojo as he's farming up with the Kyle. He's top 2 along there with Jesu. But we'll see. I'm still anticipating a lot more from the Scuttle, and he so far is delivering, but Warwick, he makes the right call to get the hell out of there seconds before the Impale gets off cooldown.
So yeah, mid is gonna teleport back, still very low kill count, 0 tenacity though. You can see how the Muerta is already being quite out-tempoed by the Slark, and not having a single kill in the lane, not having that big gold lead from the laning stage onward like they had last game, it's already going to make the game significantly more difficult. But, and it does come at the cost of a but, Warwick, who is supposed to have a really rough laning as the Keeper of the Light, and kind of does in terms of net worth, he's still not died a single time, so he's still kind of in a position from which he can recover, especially if he has a couple of stacks to trample or that sort of thing.
Yeah, but we have yet to see, the might and rage of a Primal Beast arriving, because he is somewhat, out-tempoed, but let's see, he found a catch finally down the mid lane. Dual Breath is gonna connect onto the poor old QBFY as he finally shall perish. For a second there it looked scary because he got counteracted by the spiked Carpus during the trample, but finally he got something.
Yeah, I mean, we both agree this is looking like a really good Primal Beast game still. Unlike most other really strong mid laners where he doesn't just win the game because he's having a free game, but he is still having a free game, so as long as he can make enough space for the Muerta can definitely become relevant and capitalize on those pulverizes. Keeper of the Light though, the first one to gank over onto the bottom lane, and Moose is gonna die for that.
Well, it's a little bit of a something to indeed favor Team Lynx, but they're looking for Dream, and they're gonna catch him as Jesu decides to join in as well across the gates. But Dream, there goes, pierce the veil. Is he gonna survive this? There's no backup coming in, and the Coddle is on the other end. Eventually, Pierce the Veil will expire. They pop off the Shadow Dance, and they can close in the gap for her death.
Point number
Down
3
she
of
goes.
agility, killing spree for the Slark, and you just shut down Muerta, who's a lot less late gamey than Slark, and a lot more momentum based. Neeks Assassin will
Down
get
mid.
caught.
It's gonna be a shallow grave to try to prolong the pulverize, and it's gonna be enough to save the life of poor old QBFY. Meanwhile, Vladik closing the gap with the Rolling Thunder from the backlines. Moose is trying to protect his mid laner, and it's gonna be unsuccessful. Warwick pays the price for his aggressions.
It took 4
Yeah, so
people,
far so good.
like 20 seconds to kill the Primal Beast, which goes to show you how good of a game he was having and how, favorable this matchup for him is. But they do eventually kill him. With that, the win percentage is almost 50-50, but still slightly favoring Lynx. And I think it will until the Slark is shut down, because Muerta, her Maelstrom timing is going to be over 2 minutes later compared to last game, making her life a decent bit harder.
Unless she can get something in sort of a kill, you know, but it doesn't seem like Lynx are gonna relieve that pressure or that tension, because second I say that, a smoke is gonna be headed down bottom, scanned out, they go for Dream once again. On one end they have two, on the other side they have two more, so they're gonna squish her into a sandwich down to this tier 1. Once again, she pops, pierces the veil, but she's 1v4, even with Jakiro on the sidelines. They're calling in for backup. Ice Path will connect onto QBFY, Deadshot will not, however, but even more so, they will catch her, and she's dead and gone. Warwick joining in a little bit too late. He's trying to trample about, maybe get a kill, maybe punish somebody, but nope. He's not even gonna go for his target, as he's gonna be shallow graved up, safe and sound. Moose on the walkaway, only person left alive from this exchange.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Top side, Jesu, maybe a return kill, as the Shadow Dance has been popped up, but nope, it's just a little bit of harassment.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, at least Slark is, you know, still kind of going really ham over on this top lane for the side of Lynx, because I want that third game, though I wonder, you know, when the Primal Beast plus Muerta are finally going to commit together, because like you said, in that bottom engagement he was just a little bit too late, when in theory Warwick could have completely turned it around if the Muerta would have still been alive. Lynx, however, they are in the position where if they don't keep their snowball rolling, if even one hero of their 3 cores falls off, they are gonna get punished really hard. But currently, looking at the Pangolier, he's gonna have great Diffusal Blade timing, and Keeper of the Light, of course, farming extremely well, though he is going for the Dagon.
They're going in for a double diffusal. They already have one onto Jesu, which is quite an interesting take here, not gonna lie.
I mean, it's just good. The slow may not stack, but the mana burn does, as Muerta goes for a defensive dead shot, enough to save the Jakiro's life over on the bottom lane, and everybody's gonna disengage for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been a good contest, but you're venturing a little bit too far for comfort. Down to tier 2 is gonna force out Zero Tenacity to maybe do something, because even though they've suffered a couple of difficult strikes, they've been, you know, withholding in probability to get their next bigger items, but their Team Lynx will be trying to challenge that. Desire caught up top, and he's just another piece of food, not a fishy, as, you know, Tidehunter has nowadays, but it's another agility for Slarky Boy.
Yep, and it looks like Slarky is playing for the maximum tempo, maximum aggression, as he's queuing up a Mage Slayer after, which is interesting. Usually you go one of the two, Diffusal Blade to farm heroes, Mage Slayer to farm creeps. But, well, Dream, he's still a ways away from his farming item. This will be like a 14-minute or so Maelstrom. So if the Slark can farm creeps as well, the deficit of the Muerta is gonna get even worse.
Yep. And they're still, with, you know, pretty much holding up their position on this end of the map. They know that they've exerted so much pressure onto Zero Tenacity. They're not backing away from just keeping it up. They want to see where Muerta's at. They want to keep her punished. They want to keep her in check. Even though they don't have vision that far off, but, you know, they can keep up across the lanes, find somebody else to pick off of. Because either way, yeah, there's going to be Desire. Either way, Zero Tenacity, they're kind of slow in terms of farm, even though they have, you know, these big damage dealers potentially. They're kind of out-farmed at the current state, so they're not able to do as much damage and as much impact as if they were on a good day. So far, 13 minutes in, it's 12/3 and 4k in the favor of Team Lynx.
It's only gonna get worse until they find one good comeback fight, which I think can only be like a 4v4 or 5v5 at this point. But Zero Tenacity, they are biding their time, they are farming for now. Let's see when they feel like taking that fight, because there's so much riding on it. I do not want to rush them. I do not want to say like, oh, they need to fight right now, because if they lose that big fight right now, then that means their main comeback condition has also been lost.
Yep, I mean, it's all or nothing at this point, so you gotta keep it stable, you gotta keep it focused. Get what you need, hopefully in time. Things have kind of toned down, disregard the few support kills here and there, but we're gonna be getting the Blink Dagger at a decent timing for Warwick. Muerta, she's still, you know, shying away from completing that Maelstrom in about 300 gold. But at the same time, Team Lynx, they're done with sitting ducks, they're willing to strike, and they'll be finding Nefrit around the ancient camps, instant lock-in. Even though the BM is protecting him, it's not gonna be enough, and even if that was a problem, there was even a Slarky boy on the other side who is currently pushing down the final tier 1 tower on the end of Zero Tenacity.
So Jesu, he's an old school Slark play. He's still going for the Aghanim Scepter to push the aggression to be even faster and more in your face about this, rather than the, which I'm not joking about this, Blink Dagger that has been getting popular this patch.
I would rather, because just it feels like you're closing in just a little bit more of a distance, but
well,
I don't want to say both. I mean, it's an either or condition, you know? But we've also seen like a double down on heroes like the Earthshaker with the Enchantment Totem and stuff like that. And speaking of the devil, he is gonna be finding Desire on the side there. Not gonna be broken for long. He is still gonna be claiming the additional agility. And they can keep up with the push down bottom, but at the same time, this silence from Zero Tenacity, it could be something that is going to be bringing you back into the game, or something that is just going to be building up further concern.
Yep, they're either gonna go out with, like, well, not even go out, but they're either gonna have a really big bang, or they're gonna go out with a whimper with very little in between. And honestly, I do like both. As a Slark player, I do like both. You should not get both in succession. But the Aghanim Scepter, it's less of a, like, you close a lot less distance, you surprise people a lot less, but you get a lot more Essence Shift stacks out of it. It basically gets you 3 times the Essence Shift from, you know, not attacking over time. So it's really good if you're already ahead, if you already know you're tanky enough with this Mage Slayer against the Muerta, that you can get away with it. The Blink Dagger is for should the Muerta get damage, right? Like if you can't just jump her while showing.
Nefrit, speaking of jumping somebody, they're gonna jump onto Nefrit as QBFY will die right after, and they're still keeping up the pressure as they have Warwick in range. Jesse gets the lock, and they are gonna destroy him. Meljul will claim the kill. Speaking of finding more, Moose will die by the hands of Vladik. And they also have a keen eye on to Dream, and they commit for the jump. Even though he pops Pierce the Veil, tries to turn this around, she is gonna severely punish the Slark, but the damage has been done already. 0-10 are forced to fight as 2.
You say severely punish, I'm thinking the opposite. Mage Slayer already paid for itself twice over. Because this is the second time it saves Slark from a situation where he should have been dead by reducing the magic damage by so much, and it's really working wonders for him, even if it's the type of item that falls off.
I mean, it was a little bit of a something, you know, a little bit of a security for Dream that maybe if they catch up to the right team fight, they do have a fighting chance, but yeah, they couldn't have done anything. But I really want to see a little bit more of a response from Zero Tenacity, but I do fear it might be like, and this draft field felt a little bit more, you know, concise when we were looking at it during the drafting stage, but now it kind of fails to deliver. And already at the very start, Jesu did walk away with a lot of advantages and a lot of early control. Zero Tenacity, they didn't have the chance to shut him down, and they're facing more and more so of the consequences.
We're already like 10k ahead almost, and the win rate still says it's a 30% comeback chance for Zero Tenacity. I don't really see how, given that, you know, the damage is lacking severely, with Muerta being the only damage output and even her not being that great at it. Though Primal Beast, he has a Blink Dagger and he thinks to himself, I just gotta catch the right target. As they all smoke up. Can they do it?
They were very close to Jesse for a split second there, but they gotta be careful not to overstep, because Team Lynx, they are quite in the proximity, so either completely wrap around Jesse and instantly take him down, or focus onto something which is, you know, a lot easier. Still, it's Jesse who is within, you know, close proximity, but they're not gonna be able to scout him out. Still, they're dancing very close by, so there might be some information being relayed or onto either Team Lynx onto Zero Tenacity. Unfortunately, we don't see any action.
Yeah, I mean, Zero Tenacity is not that bad for them, because at least Dream, he's finally farming a little. He's really looking for that Hurricane Pike so he can break the Slark tethers. But we're gonna see. I am happy if we're gonna get a, like, 4th game to the series, and I'm really happy if it's because of one of my favorite heroes. The other way around, though, a comeback now would be so hype as well, that we literally, as the viewers here, cannot lose. Bristleback will get broken.
Yeah, he's caught up. They have him in check, and they are even committing their Rolling Thunder for this because the rest of Zero Tenacity, they're in the backlines trying to fight things out as Jesu. He was trying to pick up a bone with somebody else from Zero Tenacity, but it feels like this counter play might be costly, even though they get Nefrit out of it, forcing Zero Tenacity on the run. Desire, they also get a squirrel, so it's definitely a worthwhile siege coming in from Team Lynx.
This actually looked good-ish. Like, they had the positioning, they had the initiation, and they didn't have the damage once again. Slark just having so free of a game because they lack the damage to burst him from full health to nothing. And if you don't burst him from full health to nothing, it's just like, one ulti and I'm back to full health while I also have the agility needed to fight now. We've seen that happen time and time again. There's only 4 kills for Zero Tenacity as Zero Tenacity. Honestly, I think the throw here is just the draft. I really think they shouldn't have picked this Muerta.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one time it was a miracle, second time is, just an unnecessary flex push.
Because the first time they already struggled with it too. Let's be real about that. They did clean it up. They did have a really good game thanks to Sand King and Enigma. But the Muerta in the vacuum isn't that great, and the only good stunner they have is Warwick, who's still looking for that one catch to turn this game around. Because he knows it's there, it's possible in theory, but he hasn't found it yet.
Still, who do you catch first on the end of Team Lynx? Because everybody could, throw things around really, really fast.
Well, it depends. Dazzle or Keeper of the Light are always the prime target, but if you know Jesu has used both the Dark Pact and the Shadow Dance, you can also go for him. So those are the 3 targets.
But you also have the Nyx problem.
Yeah.
He's gonna cut you out.
But if you catch the Nyx, then you just do nothing, because there's a Dazzle and a Keeper of the Light behind him, so you cannot physically catch him. And Primal Beast, he is going for the BKB. He is currently saving for that Nyx answer, but he's only gonna have it in over 1,000 gold, so he's gonna have to bide his time a decent bit longer.
Well, Team Lynx are not allowing that to happen, as a 3-man smoke is already headed towards the mid lane, which they can pick up a bone with Nefrit. There's the jump, QBFY, they're willing to commit, and Nefrit is dead and gone. Thankfully, Zero Tenacity will not take on this invitation, but they're still gonna be playing with 1 player less. Even though it could be 2, because Moose got spotted out from this observer there. He's gonna be trying to TP out Vladik. He says no, even though I feel like this was a little bit of an overcommitment given how close Jesu was.
Gotta make sure your carry gets the Agi.
Yeah, better be safe than sorry.
Besides, the cooldowns aren't that long. That's a 70-second cooldown and 10 seconds left on the Slark ultimate. A Slark, he's not even gonna wait for the ultimate. He's already starting to chase down Desire via the Twin Gates, but he's not even needed, because Sneak's Assassin finishes the job, and instead comes top or not. They're winning all lanes. They're not sure where to play.
There was Warwick on the sideline there, who, I don't know why was he there, maybe trying to, cut the wave, but at the same time, I am seeing a wave closing in, so nothing too much in particular. But for him, it's just a recipe left remaining for the BKB, but looking at the net worth, looking at the items from Team Lynx, they are a little bit too far ahead, and Keeper of the Light coming in with a level 5 Dagon. That's gonna be hurting, and not even poor old Muerta can mitigate that, who doesn't even have the BKB of her own. She's gonna go in for the Silver Edge once more.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower.
Well, the Silver Edge is gonna be very, very helpful this game, though she's only now starting to pick it up and does not have the upgrade to the Maelstrom for the extra damage output and the extra farm. So the Silver Edge, it's really the last-ditch effort to get the Muerta back into the game. While over on bottom lane, Desire dies once again, and Jesu, he's already going to work on this tier 2 tower.
No problem whatsoever. Top side, they are, working as a team, because Zero Tenacity have been lurking about for quite a while. I was about to say 24 minutes in, we still haven't seen a Roche kill. And that may or may not be subject to change, but now we are having smokes. and players lurking across the map trying to scout out something. On one end, Zero Tenacity, they're not seeing anybody as the Primal Beast is on one end of the map. Team Lynx, they are at Zero Tenacity's territory, but they're not gonna find anything either. So, at the very least, the towers are still there, and... Oop, hello, Moose. Bye, Moose.
Thanks for the agility, by the way. Now we're gonna try hunting your carry instead, as Muerta is running back to the base, and thanks to that Hurricane Pike being completed, will make it. But the win condition is just not there, because where does the damage come from? Not from the Muerta, maybe a Bristleback Aghanims is an option? I know it's not great anymore, but they need the damage, right?
It's gonna be... The best we can do is a Sanjan Yasha. That's what we have a budget for.
I mean, Warwick's Aghanims is almost done, but he's gonna get chased down by the Pangolier.
Warwick.
Can he get out?
He's gonna be TPing out. No. He's completely out of resources. He's... The Fusel is coming into play for sure. And 2 kills across both sides of the map. It's gonna be Warwick and Dazard. The join hands and splish splash in the fountain for a while. Team Lynx, they have 26 kills over 4 and 15k net worth advantage 25 minutes into the game, and they might be adding plus another one, and it's a big one. Dream down the mid lane will be popping Pierce the Veil to try to get the hell out of there. He's gonna be fighting things off to try to utilize this big ultimate, but it almost cost him his life. Moose dies down on the other side by Jesus' hands only.
Yeah, Muerta, she's online. That last fight kind of shows that she's finally doing some work, but it's just not enough because the Slug is also online and you still don't have the damage to burst him down, so you can't even kill the supports, and...
I mean, yeah, both of you are online, but Muerta is using dial-up. This guy is on 5G.
That's such a good metaphor. Thanks, I'm totally gonna steal that one. So, yeah, the Primal Beast still doesn't have the BKB either. 200 gold left. If he can just get those 200 gold, it will be absolutely game-changing from Warwick if he gets the right grab on the right person. But that's the only comeback scenario I can still kind of make up, you know, the one thing that will get them back into this game.
It feels quite abysmal, but at the same time, Lynx, they do need the Scepter, not the Scepter, the Aegis, to push through high ground, because at the very least there's this somewhat of a high ground advantage that Zero Tenacity can utilize, but I can still negate the fact of how much of a catch Team Lynx have currently, with Blink Daggers equipped on at least 2 heroes, with a lot of damage, and with the Slark being absolutely insane, and with Nefrit, not sure why was he even there.
Space created. Only reason, like, you can't do anything anyways. You may as well make space for your carry, and more importantly for the Primal Beast, who now has his BKB. Because this is the final shot, this is the final hooray. They need a good grab into Muerta ultimate, and hopefully kill a valuable enough target to get back into this game. But instead, Mellow Jewel, the moment Moose comes out trying to place a ward, or at the very least give his backline some vision for the Primal Beast to blink on in, he dies so quickly that he can't even scout out where they all are. At the moment that he dies, Pangolier is just like, okay, let me finish the tier 2 then.
I mean, I was about to pose the question, why not throw a support there to do the very same thing, instead you're throwing in the Bristleback. But for Team Lynx, it's like, not either or, we're gonna get them both. As they have cleaned up 2 tier 2 towers, they are willing to close in the gap topside. Claiming the shrine, Jessu's gonna close in. Hello Dream, how you doing? We'll commit for the jump ever so slightly, but they're just gonna break it off instantaneously, as he doesn't really want to venture too far out back. It's just the space that they need.
Gotta respect
they're also
Primal
farming
Beast.
things up.
Yeah. Jinx.
But still, you don't have to worry about much. I mean, you do have the BKB, you do have the Mage Slayer, you do have the Aghanim Scepter double bounce combo that you can easily deliver with and fend off. But yeah, Zero Tenacity, they have been withholding so far. We haven't really seen much of an aggression and a big defense on their end, so maybe, if something, they've been building up for this moment. But so far, I mean, look, I'm looking at the net worths, I'm looking at how it translates into items, and it's not much to work with, unless they do believe that they have the superior late game draft, which if you're not delivering with it right now, the time will, pretty much expire, and you're gonna have to face it off in game number 4.
Yeah, because they definitely don't have the better late game draft against the Slark, a Pangolier. Keeper of the Light falls off because most of his damage is magical, but at the very least he still gets some percentage-based damage from that Spirit Vessel. But these other two are just gonna scale incredibly well, because do keep in mind, the level 25 talent for Pangolier hasn't changed. It's still 20% attack damage to swashbuckle damage.
Yeah, but as in if it doesn't hurt already, it's gonna hurt Zero Tenacity far more from that point. I don't like the fact that usually when there's this double off-leaning sort of a combo, one role takes off the leverage from the other one. So one goes in for the aura play for the Crimsons and for pipes and stuff like that. The other one goes down the aggressive route. Nefrit is kind of doubling down on himself mostly to be that pincushion for Zero Tenacity, but it doesn't seem to be ever slightly of a problem for Team Lynx so far, whereas the Primal Beast is going in for those aggressive sort of plays, which is the nature of the hero and the name of the play when you're going in as at mid. Meanwhile, they are committing for the jump, but Warwick won't make the connection. Instead, Jesu is going to be reigning free, and Warwick will pay the price. Rest of the crew, Jesu still on the double, finds Dream, keeps up the chase, turns around, they won Nefrit instead. They have a full lock on the Bristleback. And what does he do? Nothing. Moose dies by it on the neutrals as he's trying to TP out. And it's gonna be a 3 for null.
Yeah, GG, just call it. This is why I told you Muerta is just not a good carry this patch. Sure, you can pick her for those hyper-aggressive drafts like last game, but even last game, the only reason why she was doing so well was massive Black Holes 2 teamfights in a row, which here she doesn't have to rely upon. The one thing that can turn around a teamfight that can win you engagement is the Primal Beast, and he's going 0 and freaking 5.
Yeah, and even in the ideal scenario, granted, he was not able to connect. He did pop up the BKB, but it was not enough to survive what Team Lynx had to offer, and they're about to offer a little bit more. Dream finally is able to pop off the Pierce the Veil, but it's just gonna be for that Aegis takedown. He's still completely surrounded. Jess is keeping up with the siege, and she is dead and gone. Rest of the crew will follow right after, and there's your GG. We're gonna go for a game number 4. Team Lynx, they took every single advantage they could have over the overly confident drafts, I might say, that Zero Tenacity brought in. I mean, they got pretty ballsy, and I mean, it's been win after win for them, but it's a second loss so far during this game, so they mustn't feel overly confident.
Yep. So, with that, one more victory for Zero Tenacity, and they close this out. But Team Lynx, if they can get another outdraft like this, we're gonna go all the way with the finals. Because I definitely think that their drafting, it's still really, really good. As long as they, you know, pick heroes that they're both comfortable with and that are good in the current patch. Which this was a masterclass of. A wonderful draft, we both kind of agreed on that. Especially once the Muerta came out, just how hard of a game she would have. And she did indeed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna head off to just a little bit of a break, so we can, you know, get ourselves ready for the 4th game of this incredibly long best of 5 series. But it's impressive that Zero Tenacity, they have been playing like 6 rounds of Dota back to back to back, and they're still gonna be delivering more here.
Yep, but they just need to round up a good draft because, you know, obviously actions have consequences when you're overlooking what the enemy A has to offer, and when you're following off a very confident choice, because they did good, again, for what it was worth, but they should have done 10 times more better, and Team Lynx had an obvious read of how they were going to be approaching this game, and they shut it down instantaneously. I was not a firm believer, but Zero Tenacity, maybe at this point the exhaustion points are starting to kick in, so
I do think
either
so.
fortified. Yeah, so just fortify your position, get something that you're comfortable but safe to play, and maybe you can have, you know, a chance to prevent Team Lynx from performing a reverse sweep, because if you're, you know, falling down that line, that might be the course of action.
One final thing before we go to the break, as I do want to mention the complete lack of Desire impact. Because Desire, last game, he was my MVP, despite the fact that it was the Black Holes and the Sand King kind of carrying it, because he was the one keeping both of those huge heroes alive and making sure that Muerta would actually be able to get her damage in with the wheels. And this game, he was still on a hero with a lot of lockdown, with a lot of catch, but he didn't get Muerta a single good initiation, so I do hope that they're going to switch up the Desire hero a lot, because Desire is one of my favorite players, and he just didn't deliver at all.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately the Hoodwink was completely shut down, along, the carry to go with it. I would be adding up, the Jakiro pickup as well to be a little bit too great. I mean, they went full in greed, and there's nothing, further to discuss from it, but there were so many things that just added up to the subject, and they didn't enable the Muerta, they didn't have anything to play with. The only thing that would have been, a chance was Warwick, and, he didn't even have a chance either. So, yeah, I think we can definitely wrap it up from this point.
Well, with that, let's see what the next series has next game of the series has in store for us, as this has definitely been the most stumpy of a game we've witnessed so far, but it's not over yet, and I don't think Zero Tenacity will let themselves get stumped once more. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you all in a couple of minutes, as this final may still go all the way yet. See you all then. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, once more hello and welcome back to the European Pro League Grand Finals of Season 35, as we're potentially on our last game for the second time in a row. And yeah, well, once again we got the Venomancer this time around with a Doom, which isn't bad. It's not as good as the other Venomancer drafts we've seen, but with me once again Michael, base defender. And Michael, what do you think of this Bat Rider most of all? Because I think that one looks kind of out of place.
It is still looking out of place, but there's still, ways to complement it. But I'm not really sure why Team Lynx opted in for this guy, but there's still a lot more to show for it. Zero Tenacity, they were taking their sweet, beautiful time in considering their picks, because last time, and we do both agree with this, that it was a complete outdraft, which resulted in a stomp, and, it's pretty much ancient history. I do like the Doom, I do like the Shaman for the control, and I do like the Venomancer for the damage, but do pave a path for a lot stronger of a carry. I do like what they've taken out already. The Ursa is going to be out of the concoction, the Beastmaster as well, who is a potential candidate, and a Wraith King is going to be popping in. So this is a first timer for this hero, not only in the series overall, but also, granted with the patch as well. So what's the change here?
There's quite a bunch. It's not, the Venomancer tier full page of patch notes, but the Vampiric Spirit has been changed quite a bit. So it no longer levels up, it now scales on level like all the innates, which I think is a really good, difference. Though the one thing, the Ray form, it doesn't really get longer as quickly. It's like the Ray form is significantly weaker, the lifesteal is significantly stronger as far as the passive goes. And I think like Wraith King, he's still really, really good as a greedy-ass offlaner. But now the question is, Team Lynx, do you think they're gonna put Jakiro or Bat Rider mid?
Far more likely a candidate to be the Bat Rider, just because he does have that little bit of an output, which I feel is a little bit stronger. Jakiro feels a little bit too squishy, and Zero Tenacity, they can still superly counter it up, but I do believe that it could be a formidable Bat Rider offlane and Wraith King going in as a carry.
Wraith King 1, like the innate ability kind of allows it, but there's one really big issue I see with that, and I think that maybe Team Lynx gets slarked for that if it is indeed the one position Wraith King and Zero Tenacity read that correctly. Because the ultimate, you can now only at level 18 get mana cost to 0, so any hero with a lot of mana burn, he's just gonna ignore your ultimate until you're level 18, which is such a detriment towards Wraith King that it has cost him a bunch of games in the past. And yeah, now we're back to it. I'd much prefer the Shard.
We'll see. Definitely it's gonna be the left remaining position for revealing to be the mid lane, which Zero Tenacity are taking a very big precaution and respect to. They're gonna take away the Coddle. Same is gonna be reciprocated with the Ember Spirit takeaway from Zero Tenacity. Doom was seeming to be an offlane candidate, but with the Tidehunter being brought up, it still could be either or if he's gonna go in for the mid lane, but now there's that shift towards the carry role, which is an interesting addition.
Yeah,
I don't know what to look at for last.
Really like the Tidehunter, and I wonder how Zero Tenacity wanna synergize around his ultimate, because we talked about how strong Tidehunter is and how much those fishies can win him the game if he gets like 3 kills in the lane and just kind of goes up off with that.
Yeah, but we still have to see that mid lane contender. They're taking out the spirits. Worst move that Zero Tenacity can do here is opt in for a Warwick Storm Spirit, so I'm looking at something. I want to see an offlaner going in as a mid lane. Primal Beast is not going to be a good addition, so maybe going for something cheeky like a Dawnbreaker would be interesting, but then again, you have the Jakiro, you have the Ringmaster, so they're gonna lock you down very easily with the Ice Path and the Wheel of the Wonder, so pray tell what happens until you get the Scepter. Puck would have been an interesting contender, but it's gonna be taken out, so let's see. Invoker, okay.
So
I like
1?
it.
I think it's Doom 1.
Doom 1. Yeah. I like it.
I mean, it
Not
does
gonna
offer the
lie,
mana burn.
it's aggressive, it's in your face, it is downright annoying, and then there's no Ursa to punish you, so Team Lynx, they should either opt in for something early, explosive, and fast. Unfortunately, they've fallen down the 3 range lines, so a 4th one might be a little bit too heavy on the Wrath King, but there's still the option for the Wraith King to go in as a carry, and Razor is gonna be picked up last, so still vague. Let's see what's gonna be the final choice here.
Yazoo won. Oh no.
It's gonna be mellow and mid with Razor.
So, Invoker, he doesn't have the facet anymore, which is such a shame, because Invoker, I literally went out of my way to compliment his facets and how well done it is that you focus on one of the elements without, you know, the other ones becoming weaker. And for him, having changed that, they did give him an extra level in Quas, Wax, and Exhort to kind of make up for it. But now, the Aghanim Scepter, it's kinda weird, cause I don't know, it feels like you don't really get the tempo. It's a lot more like that old school late game Invoker again.
But I like the fact that you don't have that hard lock on what you opt in for. The previous facets, you know, you lock in on Quas, you lock in on Wex, or you lock in on the Exhort. Still, you have the flexibility to pick and choose regarding on in which direction the game is going to go for. So I do like that being picked up. Not really sure about the Razor, though. Like, I do like the aggression. I want to talk about Meljo a little bit more. We have seen that active punishment when you have a strong right clicker to, you know, pretty much extinguish with the static link. In this instance, it feels like a little bit too heavy on the magic damage, and that's what I have a problem with too much.
Yeah, the pick itself is good, but laning him in the mid lane may not be. I definitely agree, because Invoker, he has plenty of answers to the Razor, he's not really suffering in that lane. And they may as well put the Bat Rider on the mid lane, at least put somebody with some chance to kill the Invoker into the position to do so. But it is really greedy, so the reward for this greedy ass Razor and Wraith King is that they're gonna super out late game the Dream 1 position Doom, right? So 40-45 minutes, and we are gonna have that 5th game that we're looking for.
Yeah, at the very least, you have that upper hand. If you get the level 6 on time onto Razor, you can synergize it with the Jakiro and just go in for the early tower push to open up the map a lot more in your favor and punish out this greedy draft from Zero Tenacity. Nevertheless, Game 4 is upon us, ladies and gentlemen, as once more, it's Team Lynx versus Zero Tenacity. Zero Tenacity 1 point away, and 1 pause away, first off, away from a victory. Team Lynx, they might have a chance to go in for Game 5 here, because this is indeed a promising and a lot more stable of a draft. Zero Tenacity are falling off the line to be a little bit more greedy at the start, but still their late game is gonna be falling off of how this Doom performs. And he still falls down the line of being a little bit more effective down the late game, but Wraith King might become way too big of a problem, and, you know, same could be said for Razor.
Alright, I do think that that pause broke my audio, so I'm gonna use it to restart Dota real quick before there's any, you know, action happening, because I could see a huge first blood potential from the side of Zero Tenacity. Hopefully the last time we have any technical issues. Give me just a second. Almost back in again.
Okay. 20 seconds.
And we are right back on time, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, no first blood or anything missed. The runes once again going 2 for 2, which was kind of what spelled doom for Zero Tenacity the last time around.
But topside, we're seeing some aggression as already the Shadow Shaman, even though he's a little bit far off range, he wants to keep up the harassment onto the Batrider as Zero Tenacity. They will kick off with 3 around the topside for some early type of a punishment. But no, eventually they'll give up the conquest and stick around. Leave the Shadow Shaman down bot, and this is an interesting take. I was looking at the Shadow Shaman falling off into the position 5, not position 4.
I like it though, because it's not as aggressive as you would think. Now, as you can see, Desire, he's the one that's being aggressed upon, and Shadow Shaman is so hard to catch.
QBFY. Yep, I mean, second I was about to question that. We are seeing a little bit of an overstep there on QBFY. He was trying to punish moves, but already a Venomous Gale with a right-clicking Venomancer, it's a little bit too hard to punish. Though he has fallen severely low, so he's not going to be able to contest this Batrider. But
Cracker
even more so, he's on the
bottom.
side with Invoker. Yeah.
Shaman Invoker is gonna be some busted stuff. Especially with the new Invoker, you do a little bit more exort damage on the early levels. Because the Aghanim Scepter no longer gives you 1 extra level in each of the orbs, and they've kind of balanced him around that now, which I really love.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's strong, you gotta make use of it. It's gonna keep up the pressure across these side lanes, which Zero Tenacity, they should get the maximum value out of, because second somebody breaks out, and I'm still looking at this Wraith King, I really want to see how well he's gonna be performed, because I've been seeing, you know, people playing around with this guy, and it's been looking pretty good in pubs, but more likely down the offlaner role. And he's gonna be caught up. There's the Sunstrike once again. It's not gonna lead to a kill this time as Desire. He's gonna be pressured off by Cracker. Nefert still looking for that execution. But it's gonna be the Jakiro now that they're gonna be worried about. Fairy Fire popped up. The Dual Birth is gonna be connecting. But Nefert is using this as a chance to keep up with the pressure. Nobody is gonna fall down this bottom lane. But they're still looking at it. Hold up. Dual Breath is gonna be connecting once again. Still, this Shaman is not giving up that easily. He's looking for this Lotus. He needs about 15 more seconds to claim it. Although, yeah, there's the Tango being popped up, so he's gonna have a little bit of a recovery.
Yeah, this Lotus is gonna be huge for him as well, because there's no way that you can walk past the Tidehunter. And Shadow Shaman really needs that free region, so Zero Tenacity once again looking very dominant as they claim both of the Lotuses, are putting a ton of pressure on both of the side lanes. QBFY wants to punish for that, but Venomancer is just gonna snakebite him.
Yeah, he's gonna miss out. Actually, he's gonna connect with the Venomous Gale and once again work from across the mid lane. Throws in the Sunstrike for the kill. Vladik, unfortunately, he is gonna walk far off, but thanks for the Firefly, it's gonna be enough to keep him dream away. But Moose uses this as an opportunity, and they're gonna claim him as well. Zero Tenacity, 4-0 so far. 3.5 minutes in this game.
So there's one more thing about Venomancer worth pointing out. It currently, like the wards currently apply the full Poison Sting, and that's gonna be Razor's Demise over on the mid lane.
Uh-oh, they have him, and actually they're gonna, you know, lose contact. Thankfully, Impalement Act is gonna miss out, so Moose is still gonna be able to stick around there. Even Shadow Shaman has arrived there on the double. Unfortunately, Zero Tenacity, they lose the advantage of the vision, and eventually are forced to break off. What? Both water runes? Well, one for each end.
Vladik, he's not having any fun against this Doom, because Doom is just so tanky, but finally they do find an opening to maybe punish him.
They're keeping up the pressure. They have 4 Naple stacks available, and it's gonna be enough to take down the Heavy Doom. Even though they brought in both supports here for the attempted, you know, save, it's not gonna be enough. And unfortunately, these two don't have any healing to, you know, help you up. So, just wait out. Maybe they can utilize the Doom upon his return to punish something back. Even though it's the first kill. And Doom, he's, again, pretty stable, pretty good to work with. He's gonna opt for a first item, Midas. And I thought this item was gonna have a fall off on this hero, so what's the logic here?
Well, for any other position, Doom, it definitely does, because we've talked about the levels, like the level question mark pain being
Bad
what...
work.
Oh no, that's
Yeah,
a
it's
big
gonna be
kill.
a bad one, but finish that thought. It was a 3v1, so it couldn't have gone any other way.
So, Doom, you don't need levels of yourself to deal damage to the enemy anymore. It only scales of the enemy being like level 6, 12, 18, 24 or 30. Which is a lot more predictable, it's a lot easier to use. So you don't buy it for the XP yourself. Though here I think they're just planning to money printer max to make sure they can punish this Wraith King before that level 18, whereas ultimate becomes really good again. Over on mid lane though, no initiation will be found just yet.
Yeah, even though they were closing in the gap with Miljo. For a second there I thought he had Eye of the Storm, but it's missing out as he's still level 5. Yet Moose gets caught up down the mid lane. Beautiful Tornado connects onto 2. The Meatball is gonna connect onto Cracker along with the Shackles. They have Jakiro pretty down low and they're gonna get him, even though Desire has fallen pretty off as well. And Moose is clinging on to drops of HP as well. Foul play ticked off, but on the other end, Vladik will close the gap with one right click and Desire shall perish. It's support for a support trade-off.
Nicely done by the Bat Rider, because even though it's just a support trade-off and Razor did get the rune there, an Arcane Rune isn't bad for him, but it's definitely not good enough to capitalize on anything else. So, showing that you brought the Bat Rider in just to secure that last kill is 100% the right move there. Especially if you look at Zero Tenacity still being favored by the win rate quite a bit, and getting their huge team fight online soon-ish as Jazu gets ran down over under the bottom tier 1 tower.
Yep, they're closing in the gap from the other side. Dream has arrived. He has the Doom. They have the Log, but they're not even going to be needing that big ultimate. He's going to be out of the picture and no reincarnation available, so no 2 lives of the Skeleton King to work with. On the other end, Cracker tries to use this opportunity to snatch away the Shrine. It is going to connect Nefert with the Ice Path, but he's still in an awkward position. He is attempting to take down Desire, who is pretty goddamn low, but he could throw in the Shackles and pretty much turn this around. They have the catch, they have the Sunstrike, they're gonna take him down, but it's gonna be so far. Desire for Cracker, they even popped the Sunstrike for this one. Melojoule keeping up with the chase with the Static Link. Nefert popping up the Kraken Shell, he's trying to hide, but it's not gonna be enough. On the other end, Dream has arrived, he has the Doom, he has the power, but unfortunately Melojoule has sucked in a little bit too much of that right-click damage, and he will jump in to contest the Shrine, but it's still too much of the Doom damage. They will lose Melojoule, they will lose the streak, and they will lose the Shrine.
Zero Tenacity making a massive freaking comeback off of that Shrine fight. I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough, but the first Doom of the game definitely looking very impressive. Definitely doing some really good positioning and jumping here. So yeah, Invoker is looking to get himself the Spirit Vessel, of course. Though Warwick doesn't really have many charges for it yet. With the urn ready, every Sunstrike will now net him 1. And he tries to go for the rune, but immediately perishes for it.
No, it's gonna be punished, even though that Tornado is gonna be good enough in the Fury Fire, but still, back off is a little bit too far away, so they might as well, Zero Tenacity, be forced to watch this mid lane tower fall with the Eye of the Storm being popped up, or they might venture in the back lanes where Vladik might have scouted out a couple of heroes from Zero Tenacity as they're walking in on the move, but instead they focus their efforts down on Moose. QBFY, he's trying to close the gap, Tame the Beast will be used up, he's feared back, impaled, and taken down.
Moose, he was going so well. These early deaths could really add up for him. Though, in comes a beautiful grasp from the Shadow Shaman. Melojoule is perfectly zoning out the Invoker, and instead Desire has to run for his life. Should be fine, though.
Yeah, should be fine, but Zero Tenacity, I mean, they're kind of low on units, and they don't really want to bring in the Tidehunter just yet, who's keeping an active check on the Wraith King. Even though Melojoule getting kills and, you know, keeping up the pressure is a little bit too bad, but still, they managed to, you know, force out all of this just for 2 heroes, which I believe is worth enough to relieve the tower pressure. Just a tiny bit, but let's see, fighting things out. They have a lock once again. Wheel of Wonder is not going to connect onto anybody. Instead, they refocus their efforts onto Cracker. Once again, it's going to be a Shackle Sunstrike combo, leading to a kill.
Very well done. We do have the Tidehunter ultimate now available from Nefrit, but they don't even need to commit that for the fight, because slow and drawn out fights are what 0-10 are all about right now, but that does lead to Nefrit being in a very bad position.
Uh-oh, he's forced to pop the Ravage now, and on the run, they have him slowed down, the damage is gonna be there, he's doing everything he can to survive, maybe buy some time for the rest of Zero Tenacity to arrive on the double, but it doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Still work, makes the connection, throws the EMP with the tornado, but the Ice Path from the high ground is gonna arrive and it connects onto Nefrit. Is gonna be enough for the takedown. Work, TP's out. Nope, you're not going anywhere.
Zero Tenacity, maybe that tiredness factor is coming in, but that was looking so good. And they got out-positioned by Mellow having some really good angle to come into that fight and make sure that he's never really standing to get caught, even when the Invoker got the mana burn off on him. So, well played there for sure. Especially since it makes Wraith King some much needed space, and it looks like Jesu is actually going for that Midas Wraith King build. Wait, are both hard carries going Midas? It looks like it.
Yep, I was for a second asking myself if that is the case. But are you sure about that, Midas? I mean, he has got the Sacred Relic already queued up, and it feels like he's gonna go in for the good old Radiance first.
I kinda like it though, cause Dream, he needs to outfarm the Wraith King, and the difference in farm isn't big enough for the Doom to win here.
Speaking of Dream, he's under siege, and in the Macro Fire, it's gonna be Moose only that burns. And they're gonna be forced to disengage, and on the other end, yep, it's because the Doom had landed on Meljul.
They
I don't think you can deny it.
You could,
You
because
can?
he had Venomancer damage on it. Like, he had the Venomancer damage, and that's what you can deny, so they tried to deny him, and they rolled low. If that was a high roll on damage, then Doom would have died, but he was literally within, wait, how much magical damage? Within 15 health, because one tick from the Venomancer killed him.
Yeah, it was enough to stall Lynx away, but they're still sticking about. Vladik leading the charge. Both Impalement Acts will be used up. One will connect onto Zera, one onto Dream. Wheel of Wonder will miss out, but they still have the lock onto the poor old Shadow Shaman. Foul play will pop off, but unfortunately not in a good manner. Moose locked with the lasso, pulled back. Dream keeping up the pressure. Meljul, he jumps back in. They have Nefrit on the double, so it's gonna be just 2 for 1. Maybe they can get more. Tornado, Sunstrike, connect. They're trying to body block Vladik even further to maybe take him down. 3 seconds left remaining until the Ravage comes back online. Eventually, Eye of the Storm expires. They have a lock onto 2, and they will commit. Going in for +1. Maybe going in for another. Meljul on the run, and he's gonna be fine. Still trade-off favoring Zero Tenacity.
Barely, but yeah, using that first Ravage of the game to kind of catch somebody off guard is really, really good, because Doom, his ultimates, it's very easy to time around, it's very easy to punish him when he doesn't have it, and we're gonna see a disconnect, but if you compare the Doom net worth and the Wraith King net worth, you can see where that Midas of Dream comes in, right? Because you do have to compensate for the Devourer already printing you money. The best way to do that is definitely by printing more money with the Hand of Midas.
Yeah, and definitely gives you the upper hand from Jesu, who has been completely left out from these interactions, and he's been successfully pushing down bottom, which is gonna fall right after the pause. But yeah, his Radiance timing is kind of late, which also adds up to the pressure, but once he completes that, it's gonna be a completely different story. So Zero Tenacity, they should use this overstep as maybe a chance, but they're kind of exhausted after what they've done up top.
Yep. And exhaustion is the name of the game, because Zero Tenacity, they have a good draft, they have good aggression, but they make some dumb mistakes, and more of those dumb mistakes will cost them. But I can't blame them for it either, because let's be real, how long have we been sitting here now? A couple of hours at least. That is the same amount of time that they haven't had a break, which is so nice. Because we have a stream uptime of what? Let me check.
9 hours almost.
Over 9 hours stream,
Yeah.
but yeah, 9 hours till the players had to get into the lobby, not till they had to play. Still saying something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big feat of strength. Strength, because you don't get, you know, a good amount to relax, eat up, stretch your legs. Even though we did have about a 20-minute break in between the games, it's still not enough for you to regain your senses and just compose yourself and get back to playing. So yeah, so far it doesn't seem like Team Lynx are super wearing off Zero Tenacity, as this time they opted in for a lot better of a draft and a lot better of an execution. And speaking of, they're gonna go in for a jump onto Melojule. The EMP Tornado is gonna connect, escape tag beautifully executed. However, the Wheel of Wonder is not gonna latch on to anybody for the Magnifier to deal a lot more damage, and QBFY will be the first one to fall. Cracker looking like target up next, and we were talking about the earned charges not adding up for Warwick. Now it's the Spirit Vessel. He already has 2, and having used up 1 already in the fight, for sure.
It looks like Warwick also building up a Midas. Zero Tenacity, they know how much they need to out-snowball the enemy, so they're building not 1 but 2 money printers, which I don't even think is bad. I know it's kinda greedy, but so is Wraith King. Like, Wraith King won with a Razor. You're always gonna have the late game advantage, because Melojule, he's both a hard carry and an aura tank from the mid lane if he comes online enough. Whereas the Wraith King is just incredibly late game scaling with the new and improved ultimate, with the, you know, new and improved Vampiric Spirit. Everything about him is just really good, I think, for either a 1 or a 3 position.
Yep, I mean, the good thing is when you're bringing in Midases, as such, you gotta instantly utilize the value, not only in terms of money printing, of getting the creeps, of keeping up the farm, but you actively gotta put it into combat. Let's see what Zero Tenacity are gonna cook, because they might as well be throwing 2 deep behind enemy lines where, yeah, good call. Just get the hell out of there. There's 4 right behind you, so you're gonna be feeding the enemy team, and it would have looked like another Caster's Curse. Anyhow, if you find the balance out of both, these Midases won't be up to waste, and Lynx are not shutting you down early, so it's a good sign, and they gotta utilize on that momentum, otherwise it's gonna be an item waste.
Well, the momentum is almost there for Dream to do something with the Radiance of his own coming in. And Dream is still gonna have the same Radiance timing as Wraith King, despite a whole Midas being on top of that. So the carry advantage is definitely huge. Warwick, he's doing alright-ish, approaching his own Midas, but it's very important that he doesn't die and delay it further.
600 gold is not a lot of money, but it is gonna be if you fall here, so he's gotta be careful when he goes on these deep adventures, especially as that tier 1 tower is still standing and there's Cracker on the double, so don't greed out, don't play stupid. We know you're tired, we know that this is the, well, 4+7th game that you're playing on stream, but don't give up on that advantage. He's still gonna go for it, but he's gonna have backup as Desire is on the other end. They're gonna pop the, let's face the scan very carefully there, because they know they shouldn't overextend, but they're still definitely overstaying their welcome. Can you back off, please?
It should be
Please,
fine,
please.
I guess, because Wraith King, he knows that... Okay, he got the Radiance now they need to back off. Like, Wraith
I mean,
King... Sorry, go ahead.
they cannot kill him twice.
Definitely not. Though, Wraith King, he cannot fight without the Midas, so the idea isn't to kill him, the idea is just kind of to zone him away, to custom farm. And seeing that he has the Radiance, they're like, okay, you know what? We got the Midases, we don't need to outscale this Wraith King, we just need to outfarm him. So they back off, they don't try shutting him down anymore, not taking any risks. Though I do think Team Lynx really like that, because the win rate, it is slowly but surely crawling back in their favor as long as these Midases don't start generating an actual measurable gold advantage, basically.
I mean, on the other end, Dream with the Radiance and the Midas off his own, he is going to be printing a lot faster, and it's still showing. Like, he has a significant advantage over all of the cores so far in the game, but it's still down to the rest of the cores from Zero Tenacity to compensate for their effort. Work, he's got the Midas off his own in a pretty decent timing as well, and he's going to go in for the shard upgrade, so for the mini upgrade. So far, because we have this flexibility onto the Invoker, which option would you opt in for?
Yeah, I've already been like reading them and kind of thinking the same thing, because I really like the big Aghanim's Ice Wall, and I really love the EMP as far as the Aghanim's Shard goes. So that's the way I would like to see him go. The alternative, though, is that he goes double Exort, because Exort is only good if you know, choose both of them.
And you just keep on being aggressive. But speaking of aggression, Zero Tenacity are bringing it down bottom, as the snakes will be popped for the tower siege, and they're still sticking around to make sure it falls down to 0, even though Cracker, he does have the upper hand and has active vision on Desire, with whom they are going to be making contact with. Ice Path, double impalement acts. Desire has fall. Is it enough of a distraction to take down that tower? Is it gonna be Jesu? It's gonna be a deny. They got the objective, they got the opening, but they didn't get the value out of it, so I guess it's not that okay. Okay, maybe if they get Cracker on top, they're gonna call it even. But Cracker, he's still dancing around courageously. Dream eventually finds him, lands in that hit, and he is gonna take him down. So, yeah, now they can call it even.
Mega kill for the Doom, kind of impressive, but Wraith King does have the better late game, even though getting there is gonna be quite hard. He's opting for an armlet, so really they're playing more not to lose than they're playing to win right now, but Invoker, beautiful initiation.
They're gonna even pop the Doom for this one. They want him dead and gone, but I don't think that Doom was a good call there, given that Jesu popped in, but he's gonna be not overextending, given the use of the Noxious Plague. Connects onto Meldril temporarily. Zero Tenacity still sticking around because it's not heroes that they're after, it's the tower. Just to try to keep up with equal measure, or maybe have +1 compared to Team Lynx so far. Siege successful, maybe they can find some extra. Ooh, Tornado connects in the backlines with Jesu, EMP however does not. Ice Path puts a stop. Just reconsider, maybe, if you want to stick around, even though they have the Ravage. And they might favor off of it, even without the Doom being present.
That they do. As for Invoker, that last EMP is exactly why I think you should, choose EMP Shard and Ice Wall, which is the most powerful of the three in a vacuum from the Aghanims. I know the extra 1 level in Quas is the most underwhelming of the three, but have you seen the new and improved Ice Wall? It's like an Ice Wall that applies Cold Feet if you stay too long in it.
I mean, if it gives... I would like to go in for, a more controlling sort of an Invoker, because if you just go in straight for the damage, it feels like a very blind option. Eventually, Doom will compensate. The Veno is still going to be disgusting in your favor, so keep things in check, Make sure the EMP lands in, keep the Wraith King in control, so I do agree with you.
Warwick, he's gonna buy the first one. What's it gonna be? For now he's holding it,
I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be Moose facing the wrath of a 5-man smoke up top, which does put Meldril in an awkward position now that he popped up the Eye of the Storm. Ice Path connects onto Nefrit for just a smidgen. Tornado, Gust, nothing goes through. Zero Tenacity will only lose their support.
Invoker, however, has made his choice, and it's gonna be that EMP upgrade just to deal with the Wraith King better. They may go and try to gank the Wraith King right now, because he's got 5 more levels, and after that he can just ignore mana burn, because his ultimate will cost 0 mana. If they could get this kill, it would be huge.
It's gonna be a tough one, given that Team Lynx are fortifying their presence around their carry. Even though Zero Tenacity are not fully aware of that, they do realize that it might be an overstep, and especially they don't have the Blink Dagger onto this Shadow Shaman just yet, so they can't make a swift jump into an execution. And
Yep.
I think they know from earlier that there is somewhat of a vision, at least around these gates. I do believe Cracker did reveal something earlier when they were taking down the Shaman. So, better be careful or double down.
Well, I do think the doubling down may be the way to go, but I was gonna point out the supports on the side of Zero Tenacity are really, really poor to kind of make space for all of those Midases. But it's actually Warwick who's now really poor, as he's died once after getting the Midas, and Moose who's kind of pretty rich for his support, because he's been given a lot of that farm, and guess what? He bought that new Essence Distiller, which is such a cool item. I really love it, and I think it's gonna be quite fun to see him activate that at, niche moments to catch people and cut off their ways and stuff.
I mean, it does feel like a holy locket on steroids from the description itself.
Do keep in mind it's a charges item, so it has kind of a risk to it, but if you use it well, it's such a good support item. It's not very expensive either. That's the great part of it. Like, for what it does, the price to impact ratio is really, really good, and I love that we have 2 different variants of the urn that stack with one another as well.
Yeah, and as long as Zero Tenacity keep the ball rolling to keep the charges coming in, they're gonna have the better off of it, and there might be a chance here with this 4-man smoke en route towards the Radiant Ancient Triangle, where there's already 4 units on the standby. Can they get the jump? They find QBFY, he pops an instant escape back in the backlines. Meljold with the BKB, they set up the Ravage just only for QBFY for the time being. They've done enough with scaring off the 9-second BKB off of Meljold that easily, and they can just pave the path towards a smooth Roche.
I do not like this BKB this early from Melojewel, and we already saw the punishment, but even if he didn't have to activate it there and still got out, I still wouldn't have liked it, because he's got Guardian Greaves, so you got the Dispel, and the Dispel is currently the main benefit of the BKB, other than being able to fight into the Invoker, but you don't have the damage to bring down the Invoker, so the main thing you want to press the BKB for, killing Warwick, is still going to be slightly difficult to execute. Speaking of executions, though, with that Roshan down over on top.
Vladik has been spotted out, but the Shackles didn't yield anything, and unfortunately the Tornado will miss out. Still, even if he closed the gap, he had nothing to use.
Yep.
Why didn't you upgrade the Arcanes? God freaking damn it.
I mean, the Blink Dagger, it's too essential, given the Invoker combo, given that huge synergy with the Invo who cannot be afforded to fall off. Though, I'm also kind of thinking maybe Invoker with the other, like, Aghanims, big Aghanim Scepter, he may still go Cataclysm just for the Ravage synergy.
I mean, it does work out, and eventually we might be even seeing, you know, the Doom AoE Scepter popping in. So far, it has appeared either in the form of, you know, buying it by your own means or being it granted by an Alchemist, but this time, no Alchemist, so you might as well go for it. So far, Doom money printing machine seems to be working out. 715, Aegis wielding for another good 4 minutes, and he's just scouting about, keeping up with the farm. Meanwhile, Team Lynx, they've ganked up topside. They will find somebody in from the smoke gank, and it's gonna be Moose, who's gonna be lassoed back, but instantly they will call off a disengage. That Zero Tenacity, they're ganging up their troops around here, and it seems like the Snakebite might be hurting Vladik just a little bit more than he wants to. Still, a lot of big ultimates, well, just one big ultimate used up, and no kill.
As a matter of fact, everyone on the side of Lynx just slowly but surely backing off, as they do respect the Doom ultimate and the Aegis. But fighting grouped up will just make Moose, well, he doesn't have an ultimate, okay, never mind. So they're not gonna get punished for being grouped up unless the Ravage can land perfectly.
They're gonna punish Vladik just a little bit, even though they won't be able to connect much. Still, Doom goes off, and he's gonna be bound to die in the backlines. Ravage pop, Cracker will fall, Meljold, they're fighting things off with Dream, but he doesn't care. Eventually, QBFY has fallen. Doom runs out. Vladik is gonna be essentially fine, but at the cost of 2 supports falling, and potentially a tier 2 tower. Aegis remains unscathed.
I think they do need to push this tier 2, because Jazu, he needs one more level. One more level, and he's level 18, so that he can actually rely on his ultimate, and maybe even try to, you know, do that pocket suicide that you get when you activate it.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Is the big question. Because he really hasn't fallen off that badly, but still there's already this 4k net worth difference that between him and the Doom. So far, yeah, it's that Midas, which is, you know, adding up to a little bit of a blow, but it's still giving you money. It's still giving you ongoing value, despite you falling, despite you dying. Oh, Jesu finds Moose. This should be a swift and easy kill, but he's gonna pop the Guardian Greaves, going back pretty high up. It's gonna be enough for Zero Tenacity to call in reinforcement. EMP is gonna connect. There is the reincarnation. Tornado up far too late. Vladik tries to connect, gets the lasso off of the Invoker. Melojewel jumps in for this opportunity. Nefer does not have the Ravage. It's a beautiful chance for Team Lynx to execute Zero Tenacity. They're falling one by one. The Aegis has gotten to the ground. Dream is in the middle of the fray, completely surrounded by Team Lynx, and he is gonna perish.
They tipped Jazu for that one, well deserved, because they wanted Jazu so badly, and he armed toggle twice. Because the moment you take down Jazu, you can try for a turnaround, given that all of the damage is gone, but that double armlet toggle keeping him in the fight was so beautiful that now they're gonna get a Tormentor out of that as their reward, or not, because the Tormentor changes, they're just too strong.
Nope. Too squishy. Not enough. Maybe if we had a life number 2 on Jesu, we could have went for it, but yeah, Jesu is gonna be enough of a target dummy for Zero Tenacity to expend all of their resources for the takedown, which does mean, you know, that the level 18 Wraith King does live up to its expectations. and he can keep up with the pressure, so... Zero Tenacity. It seems like there's a problem. And the problem is Wraith King, and you obviously need to start respecting Team Lynx a little bit more. 28 minutes in, it's 19 onto 19 with no significant net worth difference favoring anybody, but 52%, just a little bit of an extra for Team Lynx. Just because they lost QBFA right about now.
Yeah, 0-10, they're not looking bad by any means, but the Wraith King ultimate is such a good counter to the Doom that I can kind of see why Dream isn't opting for the Aghanim Scepter until the very last item that he picks up. Since you need to kill the Wraith King twice, you only get one Doom. This is exactly the issue that the Doom had against the Urza, where he got his ultimates to land, he got to deal with the Cocaine Bear, but he could never kill the Cocaine Bear twice with just the one Doom, and then he finally had two Dooms with the Refresher Orb, could kill the Cocaine Bear twice, but guess what? Aegis, 1 life extra, buyback 2 lives extra, and you're still 1 Doom short, Mr. Doombringer.
Yeah. I mean, in this scenario, you do have the Wraith King who pretty much has the reincarnation mechanic built in. Imagine what would happen if he gets an Aegis. It's gonna be absolutely devastating. So you either gotta start pushing the tempo just a little bit more Zero Tenacity, or start, you know, thinking what is gonna help you out a little bit more in the long run. So far, attempts are being made to find Cracker, and it's gonna be successful, even though he pretty much was able to jump out in an out of vision department. But Sunstrike found out where he was at, so it was fine and dandy. What could Doom go for? I mean, he's gonna go for Harpoon for the time being, but rushing out the Refresher, Scepter, it might give you a little bit of an extra chance. Just because you're not hard stuck onto locking onto one target, maybe you can keep the Doom long enough for the reincarnation. You're gonna latch onto the Wraith King for a second time.
I want the Blink Dagger first, so he can put his Midas in the backpack, get a regular Blink Dagger, and then, like you said, rush out the Aghanims into the Refresher. Because the Blink Dagger, it's not really a priority on the core Doom, you don't really need it as badly as a 1 position. But being able to stay safe, like just it saving your life, you know, being further in the back in those team fights before they start, I think can give them the Dooms they need, can give them the ultimates they need. And that's the factor that may come in lacking. As do you think that Zero Tenacity are gonna have a better time taking the Tormentor?
For sure. I mean, they're a little bit tankier, they're a little bit stronger, and they're a little bit more determined, as it seems. So even if Moose fell down pretty low, he is gonna be the one who's granted the shard. Lynx lurking in the backlines, but they're a little bit too outnumbered. Still Dream, he's close by. He does see Cracker, and now with the reveal onto Jesu, they shouldn't commit. Even though, I was about to say, I do like the fact that, yeah, as you said, get the Blink Dagger onto Doom. The good thing that you have working as Zero Tenacity is potentially, potentially, you're actively throwing an effort to jump in first with a good Ravage, but the problem is so many things need to line up in the favor of Zero Tenacity from this point of view. Things are not going to be going as smoothly, and look at Team Lynx. They're lurking around, they're looking at Zero Tenacity as their prey, and they're going to make the connection in the backlines. Moose is going to be jumped upon by Jesu, but they're throwing everything they can.
Oh, first life gone?
They're gonna get him down. Okay, Nefer setting up into position. Beautiful Ravage, but Melojul has jumped in as well. They have him surrounded on both ends. Dream forced to run. Wheel of Wonder is gonna connect. Dream, Desire, both of them will fall. Nefer is not gonna be enough for him to fight things off. It's just him and the Invoker. Invoker, he is completely on the side as he's being harassed by Cracker and Vlotic, so consider this a team wipe. Nope, actually he's gonna be TPing out still. 4 for the price of just Jesu.
Not worth the Wraith King for sure, and I'm not sure which target the Doom went on, because I didn't see it tick. Was it like Lincoln Seared by the Bad Rider? I think so, right?
No idea.
Because I did not see the Doom,
Maybe.
and I clicked everyone. I was actively looking for it, and I never found the Doom on anyone, so I think it may have been Lincoln Sphered. I wish we had a replay feature just for that. Because where did the Doom ultimate go? Where did the impact from it go? They had such a clean fight there. Doom pressed the ultimate, and I'm like, okay, now they're gonna win the fight because Wraith King goes down, and the Doom ult didn't do anything, but there is one Lincoln Sphere on the Bad Rider, which I'm pretty sure was used there.
It does appear on the recap, but yeah, either way, let's assume it served its purpose, which already brings out the incentive for the Scepter to unroll, but for the time being, it is gonna be the Silver Edge that he's opting in for. It does feel like a little bit of a stall, given how much of an impact Team Lynx are gonna be gaining up second per second.
It's also
it's
not
just
great
the
against
farming
Melojul.
that is so good.
Like, Melojul also really likes, you know, people trying to walk away from him with a silver edge, because you're still gonna see where they are. You're still gonna benefit off of that drain and off of that damage.
Yep. And speaking of 5-man smoke up, they're looking for something to fight, and Nefrit, they're gonna connect first onto him with Melojul. He does not have the Ravage for another 20 seconds, so he needs to be careful. Instead, Lasso is gonna be bringing Desire down on the low ground. He pops the snakes, he's still alive, but he's not gonna be there for long. Eventually, he pops Nefrit into the backlines. He's being locked with the Wheel of Wonder and the Macropyre. However, they get just to drop down onto one more life. The Doom is gonna go up, but Dream is having a different problem, and it's Melojul right on top of him. He does not have the second life this time available, so it's just gonna be him dying alongside with Desire. Nobody
Again,
can
the
trade it
Lynx
off.
here saving lives. This time around, Doom did come through on Jazzu, but Jazzu, he's so incredibly tanky that as long as you don't have the armlet on when you get doomed, you're always gonna live. And instead, both him and the Melojul Razor get to walled as Jazzu. I think he's enjoying
Let's
this Rave
see.
King.
He is definitely, but I'm curious of what Zero Tenacity are doing right now. They have lost this team fight, but they have the remaining of their heroes popping a smoke and trying to find something, and they might as well find Jesu. There's the jump commitment with the Shivas. They will pop the Noxious Plague. There's no reincarnation available. They might take him, but there's the escape pack prolonging it. There's the Ravager gonna pop it right after. They lock it into the EMP. It might be something. They are gonna take down the Wraith King. QBFY might follow up next, but there's the Vladik once again jumping in, facing front over Mouse. They have him locked with the shards, and there's Melojul from the backlines. Eye of the Storm is up. They get Jesu, but they trade it off so far for one support. Desire will die for QBFY. Nefrit in a bad spot. Melojul is keeping up with the chase. This guy's tanky, but not tanky enough versus what the Razor can do. And there's no backup that Zero Tenacity, so this is going to be a big effort, but it might go down in vain. Soundstrike is going to be connecting, but it's not enough of damage.
If they would have gotten the raise, that would have actually been worth it, but this is the second time in a row where we see Zero Tenacity take a good fight and still have a bad ending, and no happy end there.
I mean, it was a successful run to top lower Jesu, but right now, yeah, you're putting him 40 seconds on the bench, but it's not gonna make him suffer. He's gonna keep up with the farm, he's gonna keep getting stronger, he's gonna still be overcoming your Doom. And what is your Doom's response here? He did do a switch from what he wanted to go for the Silver Edge first, now he's gonna go in for the Satanic.
It's preferable, but it's still neither the Blink Dagger, nor the Refresher, nor the Aghanim Scepter, so I'm really not sure whether I like it or not. Maybe they want to go for a Refresher on the Titan, on the Invoker for the Ravage Double Cataclysm, that kind of thing, because Invoker already got his queued up at least. And yeah, I'm really enjoying this Invoker like upgrade system, but I'm not sure if maybe the Ice Wall wasn't the better way to go, just so you can get on top of the Razor, get on top of the Rave King easier while they're rooted up and unable to defend themselves.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's falling down the line to what can you synergize with the Ravages, you said, but there's so much mitigation here. The Razor, the BKB, I don't know, and there's so many resources you need to pour in to take down Jesu for a singular time. Imagine if you have to take him multiple times in a row. And again, the guy is not gonna get any squishier. He has the Assault queued up. He's gonna, sell the Soul Ring for it. Eventually, he's gonna sell off the Armlet for something even stronger, and I don't know. Zero Tenacity are running on a short fuse here.
That much they are for sure. Though a single good teamfight will get them so back into this game. They need a really good Refresher Orb timing on this Invoker from Warwick, and then they also need to find the Ravage into Double Cataclysm to, drive it home, to make it work.
Yeah, they definitely also need a double Ravage to make their lives a little bit better, but again, if you're having a shopping checklist that, too long, you might be potentially shut down by Team Lynx, but at the very least, I'm gonna say it was a good thing that they, overextended just a tiny bit to keep Jesu in check, or maybe this pause was a little bit too long, so it felt like Zero Tenacity were farming all across. But
yeah, farming wise, they're like 2 Midases and they're 5,000 behind. The win rate is gonna reflect that as a really huge Lynx advantage, and this advantage is only gonna grow if the Doom doesn't lead to a kill once again in the next up and coming team fight.
Yep, 5-man smoke up. There are heading towards Zero Tenacity's lower portion of the map where Moose is going to be scouted out first. They commit for the jump. He's going to pop the Lotus, try to defend himself to the best of his ability, but he will need to face it. He is going to fall in the backlines. Vladik, he's searching for targets. He's not going to be able to connect. Instead, he's going to get the Doom and the Cataclysm off of him. So Batrider is off away with a trade-off for Moose. Nefrid, he gets a lock. It's Cracker in the backlines who's going to pop the Macropire. A little bit of a scattered play here that Zero Tenacity are preferably utilizing. They find QBFY as well, and they make this a 3-4-1 in a very good fashion, and Dream gets all of them.
Yep, Dream very happy with that, as that is his ticket towards that Satanic, and now we're finally gonna see how he wants to close out the game with that, but it's gonna be the second Roshan in a row as well, as with those wards coming out, Rosh is gonna be going down incredibly fast. They do have a lot of armor reduction to kind of stack up on top of him. This Aegis though needs to do a lot of work as well, because you can see in terms of the win rate, it's still favoring Lynx, even as the Roshan falls, though it's very close to 50-50. Again, the refresher from Invoker, the good Ravage Cataclysm play, it's so essential for this draft.
It is indeed. And the only way you can measure up to Jessie at this point is only if you have the Aegis, but I don't want them to turn it into a 5-minute safety. Okay, let's farm, let's see what we can get more. We need those big items, just keep playing. Yeah, you do have the refresher, you do have some things going on, just keep at it. Keep pressuring them in, get some tier 2s going on, open up the map, play around. Don't withdraw, don't go in for the turtle tactics, because Jessie, you must not undermine him, at even the least, unless he is sticking around there for a little bit too long and he gets exposed, because the Silver Edge is about to expire, but he's happy finding a swift corner to TP out of there.
Well, with the Aegis now having 4 minutes on it, these next 4 minutes are going to be absolutely quintessential to determine whether or not we're going to be here a little bit longer and get this grand final to go all the way.
We'll see. Zero Tenacity, they've ganged up. They're willing to push in down bottom. Maybe they can bait out some aggression from Team Lynx that they can proactively punish, because there's nothing more satisfying from them, getting that Ravage landed onto four or five people and get the Cataclysm popping off right after. But let's see. They do know that Zero Tenacity and Lynx are within the vicinity. Snakes have been dropped out. Jessie has been spotted out. They get the Harpoon off. They will connect. But there's the double tornado with the EMP. Beautiful BKBs is going to avoid all of them. And Dream, he's locked into the fray all by himself. The Aegis will be on the ground. Zero Tenacity, can they use this? They might only go in for the tower heal, because they're already setting themselves up for a Ravage. They're not getting it, but I guess it's an alright trade either way. Unless they overstep still.
Nah, just
they're in
reset.
position. They want to use it.
I think this reset is the perfect move, because Doom, he used the Satanic there without the BKB, which has a fraction of the desired impact when your attack speed and attack damage are going to be taken away. But the next time, as the Satanic comes off cooldown, he has a BKB ready to pair it with.
Let's see, there's the jump. They already used up the BKB onto Jessie, so now things are going to be a lot more difficult for him to stay alive. Life number 1 has been lost. Where's the rest of the crew? Where's Mellow? Where's the jump? Jessie is going to be locked out so far. Wheel of Wonder is keeping him protected, but Dream, he does not care. He goes in for QBFY in the backlines. Vladik is trying to fight things off. He's trying to punish Moose for his crimes, but it's not going to be enough, as they're going to be dooming down the Wraith King. However, Warwick falls into the backlines. Lasso is going to be used up onto Dream. He doesn't have the BKB available for 75 seconds. Chance for Melojo to keep up the chase. He's getting him static linked up. He's in a very bad spot. And Zero Tenacity, they're going to be punished for their aggression. Dream has been dead and gone. Only 2 remaining are Nefrid and the Shaman.
They can't keep giving away these big carry kills, though. Doom, at least he got a decent bit of work done there, but he's still going for a silver edge now, and it feels like he is prioritizing right click maybe a little bit too much, because I love the idea of an Aghanim Scepter now. We've talked about it in the draft, which feels like it was hours ago, and really it's just been a 40-minute game, but I guess that's what these pauses and the package does do to us. But the Wraith, it gets longer and longer and longer, so it finally is up to 6 seconds, which is really long without the Aghanim Scepter being there, and with the Aghanim Scepter it's gonna get even longer. So get the AoE Doom, because Wraith King, even if you kill him, he's not gonna be dead, and he still has that AoE Doom to punish his allies.
Topside, defense are coming in from Zero Tenacity as they want to protect this tier 2 tower despite how low it is. But Melojill gets this as a chance, gets a lock on to Moose. The Spore Venomancer is going to be punished once more. And even with QBFY joining in the backlines, eventually Cracker will die by the Cataclysm. Still, the tower is lost. Melojill still sticking around. He's going to keep up the pressure, takes down Desire, keeps the pressure on to work. The BKB is still up. He's doing all of this heavy lifting while he still can't. He gets a lock on to Nefert. Wheel of Wonder in the backlines. They're going to scatter about, but Lasso lock on to work. They're going to take down 3. Melojill is absolutely insane this game.
Yep, we both didn't like the Razor as a mid laner, but maybe this is not about the Razor being put in the mid lane, but Melojill being put on the Razor that's kind of making it work here, I'm starting to suspect. Because even early on, he was really good at utilizing that Eye of the Storm, kind of playing footsies to get all of those strikes from it in. But Bad Rider, he now has an Aghanim Shard, and with that Aghanim Shard, it's looking more and more like a game 5 by the second, as this tower, it's ticking so hard, and they're still not giving up those napalm stacks. It's just a matter of time for this mid tower to fall.
It's gonna take a while, but it's gonna be a mission success with or without a creep wave closing in. Zero Tenacity have been exposed.
Join Jesu in his push, and then you can go the next tower. It is so well coordinated here to make sure Wraith King pushes down the mid lane, while also kind of showing like, hey guys, you still don't know where 2 of our heroes are. They could be on mid, they could be on top. Where do you want to go? Do you want to gamble? And well, obviously Zero Tenacity, they do not want to gamble. They need those safe dooms to land. And for now they're going to be farming a little bit more, but I wonder how 0-10 are going to pull this through, if at all.
It's very difficult for Zero Tenacity because Lynx are proactively putting them in this position. You gotta pick and choose. And instead of Zero Tenacity just ticking the box all of the above, again, is the Scepter and the lack of it, which I have a very big problem with, because we're gonna get the refreshers completely finished on the rest of the crew, and what is this guy gonna have to offer? Yeah, guys, I have a good right-click damage, and I'm gonna be able to counteract Jesu 1v1. No, that's not gonna happen, because Jesu is not your main problem here. Melojill is, and you don't have a check for him, and you don't want to pick and choose, but as Nefert does currently, jumping in with a 3-man Ravage, but it's not gonna be good enough, because the rest of the crew are not willing to intercept, and they don't have the right angle for this team fight. However, it's Lynx who are dropping everything as well. Wheel of Wonders, lassos, and everything. They're still trying to gang everybody up, but it's only so far moves that they're going to be getting with. Okay, Desire is going to be the next follow-up. Melojill, he's going deep here, and he's going to be doomed up. So far, he's fine, and amongst the living dream, he's trying to right-click fight up versus Jesu. So far, it's going to be successful for life number 1, but can you make it for round number 2 is the big question. He's going to withdraw, try to reset. Tornado up on Jesu. They have him on a lock. Beautiful jump in front. Desire gets the shackles off. EMP with the shackle, with everything. They're trying to take him down to 0, and it's gonna be a mission success. Eventually, he is gonna be falling. Vladik on the high ground, trying to punish off a support. It's gonna be Desire falling off after 2nd time, and Dream is gonna die. But guess what? By Melojill.
Yep, that Wraith King with the Wraith form actually pulling through the carry kill is massive, because otherwise, Zero Tenacity would be so aggressive right now. It would be like, hell yeah, we're back into this game. But no, they're not, because they deal with the Wraith King, but you gotta deal with both the Wraith King and the Razor.
Thought. The contest is still on because there's a double gem on the ground, and now both sides are trying to, secure it in a way but work. He's gonna be brought back up onto high ground as the lasso is gonna be the cause of his death. Nefert trying to avenge his friend. Melojill is a juicy target looking low, but he's not gonna get it, so it's a +1.
Oof. If it's gonna be GG, I'm gonna blame this. I'm really gonna blame this. This Razor getting away with such low health. It's massive, because he's only died 2 times. He's on a massive streak. If you kill him once, that's gonna be basically a whole item coming out for you.
Yeah, and I think they lost both of the gems. I'm seeing 1 gem on the Bat Rider, which I think it got sent back home. Yeah, there's definitely 1 gem collected. The other one, I have no idea where it is, but yeah. That was bad from Zero Tenacity, but somehow it doesn't seem like they're super damaged, but I was expecting something a little bit more from this Invoker. It doesn't feel like he's having that much of an impact.
Well, Invoker, his damage output, it may have gone up a little bit, but it's not like they added any late game scaling, right? It's not like he has any additional percentage-based spell amplification or anything like that he got. So at some point or another, he is still really going to struggle to deal enough damage.
Nefrit. Sorry, he was being, the Tidehunter was
I saw.
being a little bit too fishy there.
Well, he does have one Ravage with 30 seconds on the Refresher Orb for the second, which has got to be a massive game changer, because otherwise we are going to have that game number 5, and we are going to, go all the way for it with over 10 hours of back-to-back Dota for Lynx, really making them prove that they deserve to win here.
Yep, for sure. I mean, what good way to go for grand finals other than all the way to game 5? Team Lynx setting themselves up for a potential kill. They see Moose, who I do believe may have forced out a buyback last time around, so maybe we can get a little bit of a better check on those before we head off. No, he does have a buyback, but he is unfortunately financially capped about it. So Zero Tenacity, they gotta be careful because they did commit 1 so far.
And
but first off, it's gonna be the Roche contest. Uh-oh, this is... They really need to be dropping scans. Okay, scan is gonna pick up movement around Roche Pit, and they gotta secure because so far they fought with the Doom having 2 lives. They really cannot fight against Jesu having 3. So what is it going to be, Zero Tenacity? It's gonna be a smoke up. We are gonna go in for the long detour where Melojul might be the first one to be spotted out, but do you really want to go in for this target because he can very easily reset?
Don't care, doom him. You gotta doom him.
Doom him?
Yeah, Wraith King isn't
doom him,
an issue anymore. They can kill him. They cannot kill Melojul without dooming him, but they do not catch him. They're gonna have to back themselves off, and that is not the doom play they were hoping for on the side of Zero Tenacity, as they're once again losing out on a decent bit of tempo here. And it is going to be a 4-man smoke up from the side of Lynx now, trying to kind of wrap things around, trying to kind of get a kill to get the Aegis and end the game.
Well, they are going to take a pretty long detour from across the mid lane, which is not a favorable position given where Zero Tenacity are currently at, but they misstep if they fall down, especially if they reveal Nefrit too soon, it might be a little bit too bad, but at the same time, it might be a favorable position for the Tidehunter because everybody else is going to be following off right after, and they will make contact last. So actually, it's going to be a 2-for-1. Desire gets thrown back as well, and a beautiful lockdown onto him and onto Nefrit as both of them will fall. Nefrit forcing out a buyback. Melojul leading up with his siege. He's going to be doomed up. Dream keeping up the pressure. Jesu locked out. There's the Ravage. He's only going to connect onto one, and it's going to be onto the Wraith King. Still stuck onto the high ground. He does use up the refresher if they want to keep up, as Vladik, that setup was absolutely beautiful, but it's going to cost them the life of the carry, even though for a buyback. But is it going to be good enough? He does have a buyback off his own if he wants to commit, and this is going to be a big commitment because this Roche fight is pretty much all that matters for both ends.
And there's no more Doom, there is 1 Ravage left. Roshan not really getting contested just yet from the side of Lynx, as Lynx are biding their time, are sitting around this pit hoping somebody makes a mistake.
Vladik, they might find him. There's the Tornado initiation. They have the lock, EMP. There's the Lincoln Spear is gonna Lincoln Spear is going to be absolutely fine. And they have the double lockdown once again, sending targets off to Melojul. But don't forget, Ravage number 2 is present, and so is the Cataclysm number 2. Works as thing is into motion. Melojul keeping up with the pressure, but it's not going to be enough. These targets are a little bit too much to handle. Jesu is not going to be here for another 45 seconds, and they're not getting that buyback anytime soon. Moose trying to TP out. He's going to get locked with the Wheel of the Wonder, and he is going to be down 75 seconds without the Viper, without Venno. Desire channeling out a Shackle, but Melojul, he doesn't care. He's gonna be fine and dandy for now, but he's gonna get the Satanic off and it's gonna be absolutely fine. They still have 2 more targets for taken. Invoker somehow is still alive and well, but Warwick is kind of running low on resources. Eventually, they're gonna get Jesu back into the picture, and he's there with the Punishing Power. It's only Dream. They're standing left only with Warwick, but it's not seeming like it's gonna be enough. They're still sticking around. Doom is going to be back in 5 seconds, but the Lynx are pressuring up. They still see Moose, who forced out a buyback. They have Mojo on a lock, who's popping off with the Noxious Plague. Oh, is it going to be enough? But again, the Satanic! That freaking Satanic is going to bring Mojo back up to the top. Escape back for the save, but Doom is still ticking off, but the damage had been done way too severely. Zero Tenacity. They have Lynx knocking on their door with only Warwick there to protect it. Eventually, a buyback will be forced out if Meljo is gone, but Meljo does have a buyback of his own if things go dire. Jesu, he's dancing around. He does have the reincarnation. If things go hasty, he's going to reinitiate onto Dream. Life number 1 is out. Can they take him one more time? But it's still, they're just playing around with their food because they still have all of their buybacks ready. Meljo will force out one. Wheel of Wonder, gonna get a lock onto 2. They still have him occupied with
GG.
the ice stuff. Dream is gone, and it's gonna be a GG for sure.
They may not call it yet. Invo is gonna buy back once again, hoping they make a big enough mistake.
Desire, what the hell? They're gonna try to get a log jumping in with the snakies, but it's not gonna be enough. Oh boy, Tornado though is gonna catch it, but what can Evoker solo do here?
Nothing. He can maybe buy some space for the high ground, for the barracks, but the damage is lacking. Like, the ultimates are there, the combo is there. That's not the problem. The problem is, where do you draw the damage from when everybody's getting double stunned up, double cataclysm, and is at half health? They just don't have the means to finish anybody off. And I really hate the lack of an Aghanims on this Doom, because this last team fight where the Escape Act was there, in the Escape Act, literally everybody would have been doomed, and it would have been such a punish to, you know, Escape Act whoever is doomed. But they just didn't build it, and now they're getting the punishment for it. With the tier 4, it's already gone for. Razor saying, screw it guys, let's end. We have this Bad Rider and Vladik. He will not be told that twice, with the Napalm being there and infinite stacks, of course, as the tier 4 tower is about to fall.
Zero Tenacity, they're gonna jump, and they don't want to let this go that easily. One Ravage has been popped up, setting things up for a second. Even though they have the BKBs up, that was a little bit overwhelming, but work. They're gonna latch on him, but he pops the Lotus. He's gonna get locked onto 2, but he's gonna be dead and gone. No Invoker present until the end of the game. They will be buying a couple of seconds for the Shaman to return, but it's just Nefrid, and it's just this poor old Venomancer being there. Eventually, Nefrid will survive that conundrum. Enough for the second tier 4 to stay alive. They need about 25 seconds. The one thing that I very much dislike here is both sides, they did overcommit with the buybacks. Even Jesu, who had about 25 seconds left remaining. So if they overstep here, Zero Tenacity may have the slithering of a chance, but it's seeming very unlikely given how badly they committed that second Ravage. 5 seconds left remaining. They will be popping that fortification.
1. Last chance.
He's gonna be back. There's the jump. Nefrid, he's gonna get a lock. Jesse's looking low, but it's seeming it's just a bait in the backline. There's gonna be a catch. QBFY there will be taking down the Ringmaster. One support out of the equation for 2 minutes.
Razor's
It's gonna
been
be
doomed.
yet another one, but Desire is the last buyback being committed. Now the throne, they want to go for all for it. Beautiful lasso, catching up the Shadow Shaman. He's gonna be dead, but Cracker is gonna be the first one who falls before him. But so far it's a 2-4-1. Make it that a 4-4-2. And the throne under siege. Dream doing all he can. He may take one, but at what cost? He's gonna be taking down Vladik, but still Meljo on top of him. Jess is still hitting the throne. And ladies and gentlemen, we have bought ourselves a ticket to game number 5 of the grand final of the European Pro League season 35. Oh boy.
You didn't want to jinx it. Well, now it's the opposite. Not jinxing it works. We got ourselves a final worth of being called a finals, though. This must be so exhausting for the side of Zero Tenacity. They really need a good draft for this last one, because this time around they stood a chance, but they wanted to be aggressive again, and they just messed up. You can see this tiredness really getting to them, because we both know Nefrid on his Tidehunter. We both know what a sick Tidehunter he played literally almost 10 hours ago. He's not the type to, you know, press a second Ravage that gets ignored by 2 BKBs that are on at the same time. It must be these hours just kind of getting to Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, and this one they played it out for almost 55 minutes, and it was quite the stretch. I mean, they've had at least 2 one-hour games, if I'm not mistaken, which doesn't resonate in a lot of strength remaining, but I gotta give it to them. They were pretty much on par with what Jesu had to offer, but he was a ticking time bomb, even with the execution that Dream got across. 28-10, like, this is you know, when you have a good game and you're spamming out your team of how good your score was, but you still lost. But look at Melojul on the other end. 22-3-25. He was the main raid boss here, and at level 30, which made that he was completely all out in and willing to destroy. And in the end, he was absolutely unstoppable. There was nothing that could have connected to him.
Yep, it's not even the Rave King that was the late game here, it was Melojul, who's definitely my MVP by far. But ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna head to a little bit of a break once again, because apparently there's been a Dota update. In the middle of the finals, great. But it should just be kind of some of these bugs being fixed, like Meepo having infinite divine damage and stuff like that. Because, yeah, the divine bug is a separate bug that they didn't patch out. They fixed the other Meepo bug, and Meepo is pickable again, but with a divine rapier, that bug they completely oversaw while fixing it. So I think that may be what this patch is for. But we're gonna patch our clients real quick, I guess.
Thankfully, we haven't seen any bug abuses so far within the grand finals, which is a great sign, but even more so, I would like to see some Game 5 shenanigans. I mean, we got the new patch. We have, you know, everybody throwing themselves out there, experimenting things and, you know, doing whatever they can to make the game fun. But now, just throw yourselves all out there.
Bug abuse, though, is against our rules. Like, if something is very obviously a bug, you will straight up be told, you know, remake if you abuse it in any way. And I love how strict Jeepa is with it, because sure, there's a bunch of things, you know, it's not a bug, it's a feature, but with a lot of things you straight up know they're not intended and they're not balanced in any way, and we straight up ban them, which is great, because it keeps Dota fair, it keeps things sportsmanlike. Especially with Meepo being able to get, you know, over 10,000 damage on each Meepo or something ridiculous like that, which hopefully is being patched right now. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, see you after the break. And ladies and gentlemen, once more, hello and welcome back. It's the last game of the day, guaranteed here at the EPL season number 35, as we are bringing the grand finals to a close between none other than Zero Tenacity and Team Lynx. The one and only base defender is with me once again, as she has been for over 10 hours. And do keep that in mind, because that's over 10 hours that Zero Tenacity have been focusing on nothing else than Dota.
Yep, I mean, absolutely. It's an insane stretch here that we're seeing for Zero Tenacity. Team Lynx definitely do have, at least on that point, the favorable output for pulling off a reverse sweep here, but we still have yet to see what these drafts have to say. But yeah, Grand Final, Game 5, these two definitely are going all the way until the very last second to prove who is worthy of being the champion of the European Pro League Season 35. Team Lynx are having their sweet time in choosing what they're gonna go for this upcoming double pick that they have. For Zero Tenacity, once again this Doom opener, which is raising already some concerns on our end, even though Dream had a fruitful time against it, but it was a little bit too much of a heavy lifting that he had to do as a carry, but also his itemization felt a little bit awkward. This time though, Disruptor Ringmaster will join him. Team Lynx, they set things in motion with Pango, Hoodwink, and Aluna.
10 seconds.
Any thoughts so far?
5 seconds.
A lot actually. I'm still kind of trying to look up, different Doom carry builds, because I definitely think the Aghanim Scepter was so lacking last game. It would have really punished every single save. It would have really punished every single, really big setup. But on the other hand, it does cost you your late game if you don't have any other sources of damage, which is an issue if this Doom is indeed gonna be a carry again at all, that they're gonna be faced with once again, because this is two really defensive supports. I mean, Disruptor can kind of set up team fights, but he doesn't have damage of his own, whereas Team Lynx, two massive damage dealers, a Hoodwink and an Undying.
Yep, and did you have, Luna to top things all off in terms of that damage department, but I'm kind of scared that they went in for such an early reveal in terms of their carry. So Zero Tenacity, they still have the upper hand if they want to go in for a direct contest. Thankfully, this time, and you did say that the Doom opted in for going in for that right-click damage deal, but it didn't seem to work out given the fact that Meljul was present and he did turn out to be a super menace. But this time, they're not going to be falling down that road, as Alchemist is going to be joining in something reminiscent of what we saw earlier today, and it didn't live up to fruition, unfortunately, again.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, the Alchemist Doom, I think, is a lot better than putting the Doom in the 1 position. Maybe they've learned from their mistakes, because really, just, if you have more than 3 kills by your own Aghanim Scepter, if you don't, then screw that. But it's so worth it. Like, it pays for itself with under 5 minutes. You can always go out of your way to farm that little bit longer as a carry. I definitely think that's the way for Zero Tenacity to approach this, try to get Alchemist a lot of early kills, and use those to get extra dividends on the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, I mean, they really should go in for a straight path of how they're gonna approach this Alchemist, because it was this hero that Team Lynx opted in for during Game 1, and with the exact same combo, Doom side by side, but he kind of strayed away from the path of utilizing those early steps, of getting that early buff going through. So this time I do hope that Zero Tenacity considered that route, because you can utilize a lot here from this point of view. The Doom AoE, which was unfortunately completely overlooked by Zero Tenacity during their previous matchup, you can monetize on an early Disruptor so far, which could be also nice to shut down some early BKBs and whomever Zero Tenacity go for down the mid lane. We're not seeing Coddle, we're not seeing Puck, neither are we seeing Void Spirit. So let's see what the final choices are on each end.
Well, I definitely still favor this Luna, but a straightforward Alchemist is absolutely terrifying. It's really just that nobody has figured out the power curve 100%, but I definitely think that early kill factor is freaking massive, so...
Radiant team pick.
Zero Tenacity, they really gotta make their last pick count here to just give Alchemist both early kills and farming space. That does do both of those.
Yep. And it was a fast choice in contrast to, the time it took for both of these teams to line up their drafts up to this point. It does give you the jump, does give you that aggression, and indeed, it's a Warwick specialty. So Warwick, after 2 or 3 games, is finally going to be obtaining a spirit to get along with, even though it was something that Team Lynx were trying to fortify over, but I guess they were forced to let the Ember slide over the Void and the Queen of Pain. As per their last choice, it's gonna be very last second, and they're gonna go for Leshrac. Now, we did see the Disco Pony yesterday, and it did prove to be the fighting curve for whichever team opted in for it, and it did go well with the early pacing. So Team Lynx, they want to go in for the early shutdown here.
I mean, if they can get Mellow a couple of stacks, if they can get him, because we've seen a lot of triangle stacking, we've seen a lot of triangle stacks getting contested. If they can get him a really big high value triangle for him to press an ultimate and get super duper duper rich, that's exactly how you get this Lash to pop on off and to have a really good game. It's also great synergy with the Luna. The other way around though, he can get shut down if you try to go into the jungle and all of your jungle has already been farmed up by this Doom Ember Spirit combo, which can really easily invade where and when they want to.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I don't like the path that Team Lynx are going for, which, it incentivizes they've done already so much damage on Zero Tenacity, dragging out this series all the way to Game 5 after they had completed a all the way to Game 3 run earlier on this morning versus Namiga. But I wouldn't underestimate Zero Tenacity just yet, because this draft is definitely packing. It does have a little bit of an early pressure that they can deliver and counteract what Team Lynx have. But for Team Lynx, I don't know. They gotta act fast. They gotta act insanely fast with this draft, unless they've thrown themselves down the gutter or Zero Tenacity, they can reclaim the advantage and the series and the entire season 35.
Either way, it's gonna be the last game of the day, one way or the other, as it's 4-4 tied up, and somebody has gotta take that final victory here. We may be in for like an hour of gameplay though, because yeah, I do agree that late game they can get really overwhelmed on the side of Lynx if they don't play this fast enough, but if they do play this fast enough and then fail to push the high ground, it could still be a really long game. Vladik, though, he's been given his Pangolier once again. We've talked about it since the first series of the day. Pangolier, he's really good. He's really reliable. But I don't know.
The one thing that I'm kind of having a little bit of a problem with is, again, there's no reliable way of you to withhold your targets that nicely as Team Lynx, without necessarily disrupting the control, because Pangle, he likes to throw targets all across the map, all across the team fight, and it might lose you the momentum for setting up, proper splitters or setting up proper bushwhacks. It might, add insult to injury, but if you misplay it, it's gonna be a very costly investment. And speaking of, we already have the smokes arriving to their presumed targets in the backlines. Vladik is going to secure one sneaky bounty for his team, but it's going to put him a little bit exposed. I don't like the fact that Moose opted in for the Thunder Strike here, but you're not going to have a lot of opportunities for a kill and to go in for a level 1 glimpse. Either way, Game 5 upon us, the horn has went off, and we are ready to see which team is going to be crowned the champion of this season. And either way, there's only one team to go down that way.
Well, Nefrit still having a really chill level 1 against Jazzu, and we're
Top
already gonna
side
see insane
doesn't
damage.
seem like it. You spoke too soon, my friend. It seems like Nefrit is there for the punishment, and they might get a +1. Actually, no one. It's gonna be a Cracker looking low. Can they get it? Come on, just a smidgen. They will be getting it. And we kind of overlooked on this Doom. We thought it was going to be a carry, well, at the very start, but it seems like he's just there to punish out the Luna from the get-go. And it seems like the Zarya, he just wants to keep him backed up as much as he can.
Yeah, this is quite impressive. This is some really good back and forth action that we're seeing right now. Though I am wondering, because Luna, she's under so much pressure. She's already been decently shut down to start off the game with, but I'm kind of wondering, like, which build, which build order is the Alchemist going to go for? Because they may just be in a position where Jesu is going to be able to free farm anyways with the bouncing glaives, while Alchemist is still not quite online and not quite ready to fight in people's faces and stuff.
I mean, definitely we're gonna see that decision a little bit later. As for now, he is under fire. He's forced to pop the stun. Vladik is still right on top of him from the side. Moose is keeping up with the pressure, glimpse back into the spill, and it seems like Vladik will pay for his aggression without anybody dying in the process. Even though both Moose and Dream are super low here, they will choose to reinitiate, try to take down the squirrel, make this a 2-4 null. Can she get him? Is she gonna get out of reach? Oh!
Stick just barely enough. Nice escape.
8 HP. 8.
Not a single
Yeah,
return kill
3-0.
for Team Lynx yet. That's kind of worrisome, because, well, Alchemist, he's slow, he needs to bide his time. He's definitely starting off the lane really freaking well here.
I do believe, by the way, the answer to your question regarding of how he's gonna itemize is gonna very definitely lean on how this early game is gonna kick off. If he has the early kills, if he has the early pressure and the early control over Team Lynx, he might as well go down the aggressive road and try to punish them before, they have a chance to do anything more than this. So if things go a little bit slower, then you should consider the Scepter route, just to have a little bit more of a stable kickoff into the mid game, and then find that way. It's either or. So it comes down to the tempo from Team Lynx and how he's gonna be able to shut it down, either sooner or later.
Yeah, for sure, because I do like the idea of you get 2 Aghanim Scepters. One for the Doom, one for yourself, then you use your own Aghanim Scepter to farm your own fighting items, join the team fight, and then you get everybody else their Aghanims.
Yeah, for sure. One thing that you have in your favor currently as Team Lynx is all of your cores are really good in terms of farming and in terms of getting that early lane control, even though quite the contrary can be said for Jesu, but it's given the nature of what he needs to put up with on the other end. But they might be able to compensate and deliver a little bit of strike back and not let, Zero Tenacity walk away with murder every single time. But that might be the case on top, as Cracker will fall right the second he drops the tombstone. It is gonna be challenged by Desire, and it's gonna be enough. The zombies, it's gonna be the same situation. 8 HP is gonna be enough for your supports to survive. But now is the decision, do you want to stick around here and, try to protect Nefer on that low, or you're gonna walk back home?
Nah, just reset.
He's got a self
bottom
coming
in, but it's a
Moose
trade
and
on bottom.
QBFY. Oof. Support trade-off, but a first kill going for Team Lynx. And maybe it might be +1 as Desire. Oh, he's gonna miss out that Impalement Act. But he's still gotta be super careful. Both him and Nefert are severely damaged here. Jesu leading up the charge. They are trying to punish him down. 4 stacks of decay and 4 strength away. They're not gonna give him a chance.
I mean, top should for the most part be fine, because Jesu, he has too many different things to worry about. He needs to keep his GPM in check. He needs to keep this momentum going in his favor and still, not panic, don't make any major mistakes at the same time when he's under so much pressure already, as it's only gonna get worse.
Speaking of pressure, attempts were being made on Dream, but he's gonna try to turn this around. QBFY gets glimpsed back, the Thunderstrike is ticking off, but Vladik is gonna be successful in getting some distance away from his support. Even though the trade-off wouldn't have followed right after to take down Dream, but better be safe than sorry. Because again, as Team Lynx, you gotta retain yourself this early game, because if you're not getting the early advantage out of it, it's not gonna skyrocket afterwards. And at the same time, you gotta fortify your position around Jesu, who unfortunately has suffered ever so slightly, and it might, hinder his way to completing the Mask of Madness.
Yeah, building a first item Mask of Madness on Luna doesn't feel that great anyways. Like, if you win your lane, if you're free farming going 2 or 3 and nothing, then you usually build the Yasha nowadays, just for the extra movements and attack speed. It makes farming a lot quicker compared to the Mask of Madness. The Mask of Madness, it's a recovery item, because you get farming speed from it, but you also disassemble it later on. But in the team fights, you're realistically never gonna press it, except maybe at the start to enter the team fight as Mellow Jewel.
Oh, they're gonna utilize this extra jump here, but it's not gonna be enough. It seems like they're gonna be losing Desire down to the Pulse Nova. Still, Meljul will die pretty much right after. What was that speed, by the way, from, what's it face, from the Ringmaster? It felt like he had a haste rune for a
Oh no,
sec.
that's the unicycle.
Or was
that
it
was
the unicycle?
Yeah.
Are scanning.
Properly utilized, so you use the unicycle to jump in, not to fend off. Meanwhile, QBFY, uh-oh, it's gonna be yet another one for Zero Tenacity. Warwick already claiming 2, even though he got the deny of the Invest rune. He's gonna pay for it with his life.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, so the thing with the unicycle is, I kind of get that you have to use it to go in, because you get hit once by any AoE and you're literally just screwing yourself over. But I do think you're really eager to use it, because unlike all the other items, it doesn't, you know, turn a team fight upside down if you use it perfectly. Though that was a really good showcase of this unicycle not being completely worthless, at least, even though I do still think it's by far the worst Carnival curio. And I don't know, I love the crystal ball. Like, a lot of people consider that the justification to, you know, pick the other facet on Ringmaster back in the day.
But
So-
no facets. Facets are gone. R.I.P. facets. We're not gonna see you ever again, and I'm not gonna miss ya. Cracker, he tried to be evasive here for that shrine, but he's gonna get destroyed. Another one in the back for Zero Tenacity.
Shrines should be split 1-for-1, as Vladik's super happy with that level up, as that should get him really close to his level 6, and with that, close to enabling that really important first Rolling Thunder of the game. But the other way around, you know, Zero Tenacity still in such a good position. Most of the gold lead is kind of artificial, of course, being made by the Alchemist, but it's still the Doom and Warwick who are both really, really rich and making him all the space in the world. So Dream, for now, he's opting for the Radiance, which I definitely approve of, judging by just how early you're gonna get it. And we gotta see what follow-up items he's gonna get after.
Yep, and I'm so sorry that I had to put it in your face there, but I'm still celebrating the lack of facets. You do agree that, you know, it did give a little bit of a complexity and a little bit of an extra thinking across the game. I do feel like it was both, so whichever way it goes, we are going to be getting a little bit more of a fresh kickoff in Dota.
Yeah, I am glad that they kept Invoker and a bunch of others that way, so not all of the really great facets have been completely removed.
Radiant's
And I kind of get why they removed them, because there's always going to be one of the two that's meta, and that's going to be played 90% of the time on a high level, so it really didn't add as much versatility, but for a few heroes such as the Muerta, it was so essential to, you know, be able to switch between carry and support, and I really hope they implement better ways of making that work, because we have seen 2 Muerta games today, and both of them she looked significantly weaker than last patch, especially compared to some of these
Speaking
powerful
of-
heroes.
Nefrid, a big overstep on his end. He's gonna have the entire duration of the Eclipse on top of him along with the Tombstone, so it was a very unfortunate walk around for this Doom. And it gave away a spree just like that onto the Luna. Down in mid, Warwick might be facing off a little bit of a problem, is he's somewhat overstepping as well, but down the river, it's gonna be a Pango that they find out, glimpse him back, root him up, fear him up, and it's gonna be a good one. Okay, this is gonna call it even. But still, you gave away a big streak and a lot of experience towards the Luna up top, which... Is it a problem that you want to give into this early on, or you think you still have the upper hand?
I mean, they're already giving into it by going for the Mask of Madness.
Moves and Desire, that they're going to be connected all together, but a beautiful field in the backlines is going to stall Meljul just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Still, Glimpse is going to buy some distance away from the Lishstrike and the remainder of the heroes, but there's nothing that they can do about it.
Oh, that was so perfectly played. Warwick got a 2-man searing chains, and the moment he got it, Ringmaster pressed the unicycle. Like, that's the other way that you can use the unicycle. Just make your teammates buy you the space to even press it in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's not your escape mechanism because you already have the escape tag. It's just that, you know, follow up, if it's granted again, because you can really easily break it. But Team Lynx, they got a couple of, you know, kills from these past aggressions, which will be resonating them into a better mid lane, but let's see what happens. Cracker, he's gonna be caught up by the Impalement Act. Thankfully, he's got 8 stacks of decay, which are keeping him alive and well, but oh, the second connection is gonna be there. Is it gonna be enough for
Yep,
him to take
one
out?
health.
Nope, 2 HP.
Oh, 2. Like, that was so close. He
Oh,
should have
boy.
really died there, but now there is a lot of resources committed onto this mid lane. They would really like the tier 1 tower for it, at least if they're already not gonna get a kill on the side of Zero Tenacity. Which is exactly what they're gonna
Yeah,
try.
double fortification popped up. They will be saving up the catapult to keep up with the siege, so even after all of those resources expended, tower is gonna be lost. First tower of the game, 11 minutes in. Kinda slow, but neither of these sides have that, you know, big tower push to overly commit to. What they can commit to is kills, and we're seeing a double smoke en route towards topside, so maybe they can find Cracker, maybe they can punish down the Luna. They still need to utilize this Doom just a little bit more, since it's been active, it's been present, but it hasn't really been properly executed. Beautiful ward there, but still, they haven't exposed anybody. Eventually, Cracker, he's gonna learn what's been cooking on the sidelines, gets doomed out, gets caught up, but there's Jessu on the sidelines. They might get the big flesh heap, but they're not gonna get anything else. Still satisfied, they back off.
Well, at least they used the Doom ultimate proactively, though getting the Luna there would have been so much better, because this Luna, yeah, she's died once, she's had kind of a rough lane, but we did talk about Mask of Madness being basically only a comeback item nowadays, and Jessu, he does have that comeback item, so he's still gonna stay second in net worth, very close to the Alchemist, and get that farming Yasha that you're supposed to build early anyways. Well, the Lash Rack.
Uh-oh, he has ventured a little bit too far off. The Splitter is gonna go off. The Diabolic Kitty by a little distance, but Zero Tenacity, they can fight from afar. And they take care of Milljewel with not that big of a problem. Meanwhile, down the Dire side, QBFY, they tried to latch on yet another kill, but the Squirrel is gonna be a little bit too fast for their taste.
It looks like Nefrit on the Doom still wants to commit for a Midas, and one Midas I don't really mind even in an Alchemist draft, since I do feel like last game the double Midas wasn't really good enough, because they had Midases, they had a lot of money from the Midases, and then they died after having printed that Midas money, meaning kills on them were exponentially worth more. I do like Dream kind of proactively pressing the south stand just to farm a little bit faster, while there isn't really much happening on the map, and I guess Luna is coming back, so that's the one good thing for Lynx. But I wonder if Lynx, you know, don't want to use this for some kind of tempo with the Lash Rack, maybe? While the Luna farms up, as instead,
Picking up tempo, it's gonna be instead Warwick who makes a catch, forces out the Tombstone to be used up as Cracker, he knows he's gonna die here. Eclipse popped up, but Jessu, well, nope, nobody else to connect it with. Moose still standing on the top side from the other side of the map, and he is willing to initiate, as they do have the field, they have the storm, they have everything they need, but they are not willing to close in the gap, at least not just yet. Maybe they can allow the creep wave to close in, or they can have a good sight onto Luna. She is at the camp, they know where she's at, they have level 2 onto the glimpse, so it's still a pretty short distance.
I think they're waiting for the Doom, because it's almost ready, and it's ready now, so now they're gonna probably push in, be aggressive with that Doom again, because by now you definitely know Jessu got some reinforcements.
I mean, they see him. They know at least it's one, given how far he's venturing out by his own. There's the Doom being popped up. They're throwing everything in. They're gonna force him back into the field. Cracker is locked there as well, but Vladek, he decides to join and pops the Rolling Thunder. He really wants to punish somebody for just dying, but he doesn't have the catch. He doesn't have the reach. He doesn't have anybody to help him. And guess what? Dream is closing in from across the gate. He's gonna drop the potion and takes down Cracker. So 2 for Null and a cherry on top with the tower. But let's see, they're still on the response line, Lynx. They have Milljewel and they have Vladek, but they don't have the jump nor they have the initiation, so hope for a good bushwhack maybe.
Yeah, that first Rolling Thunder of the game that was supposed to turn everything around from Vladek was so anticlimactic. He did make sure to still get a really good Diffusal Blade to kind of keep himself and his tempo Gucci in this game, but Alchemist, he's now opting for that first Aghanim Scepter of the game, and his team already helped to make a couple of stacks to farm even faster, but as if that wasn't bad enough. He's also getting like really lucky with Witch Creep Spawn, getting a lot of those little skeletons for the extra gold, and just having a completely unchecked free Alchemist game already.
Yep. Who do you reckon is gonna be getting the first scepter?
Doom. I really hope that
I
Doom.
hope so.
Amber, I could
But if
also
you're
see... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what's your second option if you're thinking super greedy here?
Well, no, it's the opposite. Doom is the greedy one, Ember is the tempo one. So if you, as the alchemist, think like, well, I'm not gonna fight anyways until I've given away like 2 or 3 Aghanims, then you give it to the Ember Spirit right now, because he makes you that farming space with it. But the Doom is the better one for the big team fight, and the big team fights are what Lynx need to come back into this game, right?
Yeah, I mean, also you can, view at, other options, but the Disruptor comes in as a leader response with his Scepter. Smoke, QBFY, gets caught up, won't be able to pop the Sharpshooter. Meanwhile, Meljul, he gets caught in the field, but Zero Tenacity, they're not fully aware of it until it's a little bit too far late. Still, they're keeping up the tempo, they're keeping up with the aggression, and we do see the Ember keeping that up with the Scepter. But we're still seeing about 900 gold left remaining until completion, so let's see. Zero Tenacity, they're still venturing out, they're still scouting about, they're still looking for a chance, and you're gonna find somebody with the scan, and that's a big one if they're opting in for it.
I don't think so. I think they're gonna regroup, because they do have to respect that Rolling Thunder. If you get caught off guard by the Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder, it's still gonna be an absolute disaster.
Let's see. Deep Vision has been dropped in. I mean, look at the overstack of Observer was just on that end. Lynx are very scared if Zero Tenacity are looking for the jump, and they might be even considering that they went in for an early Roche, but that's far from the case. They don't have an early Roche draft here.
Doom is up once again, and they have stopped using Nefrit's ultimate super proactively. Though that means that Jezu is now farming extremely well and is approaching that Manta style of his, which may still be okay for a comeback, because Luna is about to be second in net worth, only out-farmed by the Alchemist. As Alchemist just completely reverses the gold net worth chart, he is giving the Aghanims to the Warwick Ember Spirit. So I guess they do want more space for the Alchemist. I guess Dream wants to chill a little while longer, as his next item is gonna be that Blink Dagger coming in, with the first 25 damage and extra gold stacks from the Aghanims being granted.
I mean, I like it because not only that it's gonna... it was gonna be either or, given the Manta situation for Jesu. He's not gonna be able to utilize it as well as he could have, so just keep it as a farming item. But again, I'm not 100% buying into it because, again, it's a Luna that we're talking about. Closing the gap, get on top of her, and she's dead and gone. Just pray tell that she doesn't get the Satanic on time, because it might be the one thing that changed things after all. But at the same time, looking at Meljul, he does have, again, quite an impactful hero, but it's not a Razor that we're talking about. His sustain is also feeling very shaky. So,
he's got the Guardian Greaves for it, at least. But yeah, where's the Pango? Well, he's still bottom of the course, so Vladik, he's farming up, because at least he should have the Aghanim Shard by now, so he can, Blink Dagger initiate and then press the Rolling Thunder.
Nope.
But he only got
still far from it.
Thunder level 2
and that's the thing that I have a problem with big time here, is the fact that you don't have this strong offlane to keep the draft all together, and you're gonna need to rely on what everybody else is gonna be getting. Yeah, you do have the Guardian Greaves on Pilesh, but you're gonna need something more to compensate for what Zero Tenacity can throw right in your face. And you need Crimsons, you need Pipes, you need something strong to get it all together, and Pango only screams aggression for me. And you're not even getting anything. 19 minutes in, Lynx should have had the better output and the more better kills to keep the Luna farmed up and saturated. And, to give in that early pressure for Zero Tenacity, but we're not seeing it.
I'd say Luna is still pretty farmed, all things considered, because it is a 0 and 2 Luna that we're talking about here. But only a Luna that's still not having a great game may not be enough to win this, as at least they will get one return kill onto Moose, slowly but surely stabbing down that Disruptor with that Rapier.
It did take them a bit, given that Glimpse was used up to get distance from Little Shrek, so for Zero Tenacity it's still space created, as they're having a good time with their draft so far. Alchemist, he did switch away though from the Blink Dagger into the BKB, just for that extra layer of safety, because yeah, he might be able to counteract the Moonglaves and their lack of damage, but it's still the Eclipse that is causing you a little bit too much of a problem.
Lynx, they're gonna commit 5 people for the Tormentor, it looks like. Because that's everything they need, but there's a smoke on the way, currently hunting for them. And given that they're not in the Roche pit, I think there's a good idea on Zero Tenacity's side of what's going on, though Lynx. They are afraid of initiating on the Tormentor here, as they have no idea where anyone is on the map right now. Is it gonna come to a clash? It's looking like it. Nice blink away. Not nice enough.
It's gonna be a good one, but they were looking down the mid lane, down the lane if something is happening. Vladek eventually finds the charge up for the Rolling Thunder. They have a lock on to work. Eclipse is gonna be used up, but they pop a beautiful escape deck. Wheel of Wonder. Right after, they're gonna have a lock on to 3 just to Cracker. They will be falling. Moose dies down in the backlines, but he will be popping up to try to fend away from Meljul, but Meljul is gonna be fine. The Disco Point is gonna fend away out of there. But the Tormentor that they were looking for, they're not gonna be getting. I mean, all of these aspects from the team fight that Team Lynx were looking for would have been crippled either way. They had the position good, but they only had the vision down the lane. They weren't aware of the smoke, and at the same time they were super squishy to contest with the Tormentor to begin with, so they just threw out 4 kills for the price of a support and nothing in return for the long run.
Yep. The Tormentor, like, they should have just gone for it, because even though it's a squishy draft, it's very high damage output. If you have 5 people, then the combined, the combined damage of them is kind of gonna compensate for you being so squishy. But you can already see Zero Tenacity, the win rate is crawling up quite a bit in their favor, as this Alchemist just seems to feel more and more unstoppable by the minute, as he's still making himself stacks. After that, BKB is gonna go for a Blink Dagger. 1 Aghanim's given away, and he's not gonna give away any more from the looks of it, which I think is such a shame. Every Aghanim gives you 25 damage.
Yeah, but I do agree with that notion, because we did post that question earlier. What way is this Alchemist gonna go for? He did opt in for 1 Scepter upgrade just to maybe enable the Ember, because I feel it still goes a little bit more down the aggressive path compared to the Doom, but you want to go in for the early shutdown, and you do have that momentum, and you can keep it up. Topside moves under siege, but nope, it's gonna be Cracker who dies down instead. See, just because of this that you have going for yourselves, you have the fight potential, you have the face-to-face combat, and look at this free farm, by the way. He's utilizing the freaking tombstone so he can farm off of the zombies. This is just... it hurts,
I mean, Dream, if he's already going for this early aggressive end without giving away the additional Aghanims to the Doom, then you do kind of need to max your GPM accordingly, but I do think Dream's doing a really good job of that right now. Is going to, probably either after the Assault Chorus or once he's 6-slot give away more Aghanims, I hope, because that was the mistake that cost Alchemist the 1 game where we saw him already, though...
Flips in the back lines, attempts were being made to take somebody, but it's not gonna yield anybody except for the kill onto Jesu. Another beautiful Wheel of Wonder locking onto 2 is gonna be him and Meljul dying as a package deal. Cracker still standing in the back lines. They are fighting things off with the Observers, but it's gonna be a feast that he's gonna be losing, probably along with his life. QBFY gets caught up. Cracker is not in a good position either. Vladek, last person standing, who was not even involved in this conflict, or he just rolled away right after he realized that there was no success to this team fight.
And now the tier 2, it's gonna fall really, really fast, kind of proving just how much early game aggression they have without even there being this Assault Courage finished yet from the side of Dream and Nefrit. He's having a great old time.
Look at what's happening top. They have a lock onto Vladek. He's gonna try as a last resort to contest the shrine, but he's gonna lose everything. Meanwhile, on the triangle, we are seeing movement. It's gonna be on to Jesu, Nefrit, and Work join forces. Look at the amount of cleave that's going through from this Luna, but she's gonna be shut down. Doom, just 1 Doom, and that's all you need. You didn't even need it to commit the BKB for that one.
Yep, Alchemist meanwhile so close to have that Assault Curse be able to join the fights once again, though all 3 of the cores are doing really sick work with how much aggression this Alchemist has enabled them. Alchemist now has the Assault Curse, so he himself can be a lot more aggressive, pushing down these tier 2s, pushing down and opening up these tier 3s eventually. As Ember opting for a BKB, so they are gonna fall off at some point, but the win rate, it is saying over 80%, like 83. I'd say it's 80-20 right now, because there is still a chance that the Alchemist falls off to the Luna somehow, but it does require like a really good Luna ultimate. and the Eclipses have just not been hitting as well.
It needs a lot more than that. I mean, it needs to call in for the right setup. It needs to call in for everybody to be ready on the get-go. But again, I'm feeling a very well, not bad, but more lack of a synergy between what Team Lynx have to offer as a unison. They might get some sort of a high ground defense if Zero Tenacity overstep, but it's gonna be currently Zero Tenacity's mistakes that might get the better off of him, not this draft by itself. And speaking of Zero Tenacity, they're gonna have a 4-man smoke who are circling around this mid lane, maybe to use out the Doom as bait, but whichever way they go, somebody is about to die. And it's gonna be on the end of Team Lynx, I'm afraid.
Probably. Though for now they will settle for a bottom tier 1 tower as their victim.
Oh, but look at this. Instantly, somebody shows up, Warwick jumps in, takes down Cracker.
As we're deep into
And
Roche territory. Maybe these last 2 games are both gonna be stumps, because Alchemist, he's continuing to hit the Roche and really get that Assault Curse to print more value for Dream. As Dream, he wants the Abyssal right now. He wants to be fully 6-slotted and end super early, I guess.
I mean, why not? They do have, you know, the chance to do so. They have outright punished Team Lynx. Even though they don't have the Bounty Hunter hack to know who's where and how far in terms of network, they don't absolutely care. Because they have Roche, they are controlling the lanes, they're controlling absolutely everything. It might have been Team Lynx opting in for way too greedy of a draft that they're failing to deliver with.
Yeah, mostly the rough early game really got them punished, because they were the ones trying to be aggressive. They were the ones that tried to go onto Nefrit right at the start, and Nefrit was the one who kind of turned it around, who proved this Doom is both too tanky and too good at trading, especially with carries, with that burn damage and the curse that he now has as a passive. Because that curse, it kind of scales from the Doom based on the damage he does, so you can do a crap load of damage with it.
Yeah. And speaking of the Doom, he's opting in for for the Blink Dagger now that the Harpoon is up and operational. Down bottom, attempts were being made to make a catch on to Vladik, but it was, thankfully for him, unsuccessful. Though we may as well see a long-range concussive shot. Well, there it is. I was waiting for that one to land. It would have been funnier if it were later, after the smoke, but do you have vision from that? Do you know that there was something being stricken down? Or no?
No, I don't think so. Like,
Yeah, that would have been a reveal.
The only vision you get is on the objectives itself, kind of like with the, with the fountain, with the observer. So if you look at an observer right while it's being captured, you'll see it, but you will not, see anyone popping, actively doing stuff. Uh-oh.
Across the gate, Moose has went, and he is just gonna be throwing QBFY right back where he came from. Dream charging up his stun once again, but it's just gonna pop on top of him. On the other side of the gate, we have a fight. It's been between Nefrit and the rest of the crew, and look at this freaking flex. It's 1v4, and they're the ones running away.
Yeah, Luna, she may actually die in the fountain. She's currently praying not to take out 2 more ticks.
Tick-tock.
Ooh, last one. 1 more tick and she would have
48
died.
HP. It's fine, but the aggression does not subside as they're dropping big ultimates up top, and it's gonna be Moose who finally is gonna be taken down. He was the primary target for the takeoff, but on the other end, it is Vladik. It's the bigger one that Zero Tenacity are getting once again.
This Ember Aghanim Scepter, it has really been paying huge dividends in terms of how easy it is to kill someone. Alchemist, he's still farming though, still kind of biding his time, doesn't want to be there for every team fight. And I guess for a minute the game's kind of going to be chill until the next big Doom can come out and absolutely turn the game around.
Yeah, I mean, he went in for, the investment, so every single time he invests a Scepter is just, 10 more minutes for him to farm out. And look at the devastation on the other end. It's gonna be yet another support kill with the rest of the crew on the rundown.
Doom, yeah, for the support.
Jesu.
For the supports, he doesn't really need much of that, Doom or big abilities. He just does more than enough damage. And Jesu, he's the one person that's still kind of having a game, but it was just too rough of a lane, as now he's 0 and 5, and the Eclipse isn't enough for a comeback anymore, because I've kind of been waiting for that big 5-man Eclipse, but it's never come, it's never really been there so far.
Nope. I don't think it's gonna happen unless Zero Tenacity gravely overstep at this point. But they are pushing in towers. They're still utilizing what they have with the Aegis for 1.5 more minutes, even though it went down the farming line. But it's a contest that they're really comfortable with having, because whatever they have, they can eventually throw it into the Alchemist or somebody else. Down bottom, Vladik once again. This poor Pango gets caught time after time again. And no basher for you. Meanwhile, down the mid lane, Cracker gets 1+. Well, it's Dream getting Cracker, but...
He does have that instant respawn, and one thing I really dislike is they should have made the Undying passive inactivatable. Because right now it's so predictable, like you know that when the instant respawn is there, and Zero Tenacity immediately play around it, they immediately group up, knowing full well that okay, if we kill this Undying again, we can really punish.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah. But, you know, at the very least, you have him instantly on the get-go, because either way, you are going to be forced to fight as Team Lynx, because Zero Tenacity, they're willing to close down this game and henceforth close down this series and be, you know, seasonal champions. Team Lynx, this is your final resort. It's fight or flight, basically. Rax, they've been... Well, one of them is completely dead. Enough time for Zero Tenacity to withdraw, probably reset, and maybe bait out somebody for Lynx, because things are insanely dangerous from this point on.
Top tower is under attack.
Alchemist will get that Aegis reclaimed, got the BKB to work with at the ready, and is basically completely 6-slotted except for maybe trading out.
Lynx, oh, they ventured far out, but they were not aware that they actually caught up Meljul with the Searing Chains. Still, they reinitiate, they catch him in the Tombstone, they destroy it along with the Doom. Harpoon back, they have yet another one. QBFY gets caught up, it's gonna be Cracker. 3 targets that easily obtained.
Yeah, it's just over.
Boy.
This is the most stumpy game that we have seen. And honestly, it's funny because Zero Tenacity, they were the ones super tired. They were the ones kind of making big mistakes last series with a double Ravage, with Desire kind of missing some of his saves, some of his skill shots. But now they're just playing aggressive. They're trying to end it early and really want to, you know, get some rest and get a proper meal in maybe, or at least not looking at a screen for a couple hours. But...
I mean, they realized what happened. I mean, you're talking Stompy, but there was that game 3 that Team Lynx absolutely dominated, and so maybe Zero Tenacity realized what time it is, how they were, you know, sailing against this matchup. So they drank some energy drinks similarly as we did, and now is when the energy finally kicked back in. And with that newly obtained energy, it was 2 sets of Rax, it was a complete domination. Only thing that they've lost so far from this trade-off was Nefert's Courier, and they might as well punish Jessu for it right after.
QBFY instead. Cast his curse at work. If you would have said they're gonna punish QBFY, it would have been the other way around again.
So I need to call out supports, or is it gonna happen once again? Because, oh, Jessu is gonna BKB TP out. It was close! But it did not happen. The glimpse did not connect either on time, so it's something. And speaking of Moose, he is gonna be granted the 2nd scepter of the game, so your BKBs, your big hit spells, your heals, whatever you got, it does not exist anymore.
Yeah, and it's just one lane of Rex keeping them in the game, so when that Doom is ready in just 2 seconds, Zero Tenacity, they're gonna have everything to throw up that high ground one final time, hoping to end this game, which is exactly what they're gonna be doing soon enough with that Alchemist. Having finally given away a 2nd Aghanim Scepter, but it isn't even to the Doom, it's to the Disruptor, which we did talk about how that's a lot more important in the late game, and we are kind of approaching that late game, so it's good to have the ability to deal with all of the enemy items.
Which are quite limited, because Lynx, they've been very limited in terms of how much farming space they got, of how much they got anything from, you know, this shared map number 5. And it seems like Zero Tenacity are willing to close at once and for all. Vladik is going to be the first one to be targeted for death, and he's going to be dead and gone. Meljul Cracker, they're trying to keep them at bay, but it's gonna be that Static Storm used up, the Disco Pony locked up completely and destroyed. It's gonna be the shared bounty, but we are craving for more. Team Lynx, where are you hiding? We wanna get you. We want this title and we want it now. Vladik steps out, Rolling Thunder. They're not gonna be able to find off anybody at the first Cracker. He's gonna fall for a second time. Instead, Desire is gonna be what they're getting, but Dream closes in. Work keeps up the pressure. Where's Jesu in all of this? Jesu, he's down the mid lane. He was trying to chase down somebody, but it's not going to be happening. Forced to reinitiate, and right on top of Nefrit. Do you want to fight this out? Jesu pops the Eclipse, tries to survive this, but nope, it's not going to be enough. He's the first bigger target to fall. Nefrit still on, well, somewhat alive, not for long. Warwick keeps up the pressure. He finds QBFI in the backlines. He's not going to fall. Ember away. They forced out a bunch of buybacks. They still have them at bay. Lynx, there's the glimpse. They're gonna pull him back. Vladik is trying to buy the distance away. Zero Tenacity. They are gonna, well, retreat, but the damage had been done either way. Next up, you need to get an Aegis for this.
Technically, they did hold their base on the side of Lynx. Though, one thing I would like to point out, Alchemist on the high ground, he should have really had that kill, but he hit 6 times and didn't bash a single time. And then he went on the Luna, and Luna actually stood a chance of killing him there. And it was the really good kind of moment to, you know, break the game and destroy. But instead, Luna just got stunned with a first hit bash, and then the follow-up Abyssal. Really well played from Dream, but it's also gotta be so frustrating for Jesu, because they only have this one lane of Rex, and that would have been the comeback that he's been longing for so long.
They committed all of the buybacks for this engagement, so they did manage to keep Zero Tenacity away from that last set of Rex, but the cost was way too heavy. And the next strike, they may or may not survive, even though they did obtain plenty of value. The Gaben graph does not agree. 95% still favoring Zero Tenacity, and it's been an ongoing advantage across this game. Even with that takedown, there's still 39k. And it's not only Alchemist bloated at this point. Everybody else is getting their scepters. They're gonna be brought back up towards whatever they want to have in this game. But first off, Zero Tenacity, they're gonna pay good old Roche a visit. Or maybe they can find Jesu on the side. If they find Jesu, this is gonna be a big one. It's gonna be GG right there and then.
Jesu being really sneaky about it though, using the Manta style to always scout ahead so he doesn't accidentally run into any enemy heroes. I don't think they'll find him, but they will still find a Roshan, which isn't half bad either, given how much value that Aegis is gonna bring.
I mean, Lynx are not gonna be able to contest this. They already have 2 sets of lanes that they need to counteract. They need to restabilize after they've thrown everything during that last team fight, and they're not gonna have a lot to work with. You need to take down Dream not once but twice, and he's turning into a bigger and bigger a problem, even though he doesn't grant away scepters to anybody else, so it's still not Christmas for him. But I mean, maybe somebody will get something.
Because Doom still isn't looking at his scepter anytime soon. Ringmaster is also one of the better scepters. And the most important two you've already given away other than the Doombringer. So everything is fine tempo-wise. I do kind of, you know, think it's sad that we didn't get to see Nefrit get that really big AoE Doom. But with how hard he stumped the Luna in the lane, I kind of get why they didn't go for it, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. But he's gonna be opting in for a Satanic, so at the very least, you're gonna get a little bit more of an effective, let's just call it a right-click Doom, especially enabled without a Razor being present, so that's always gonna be a little bit of good news. And yeah, going for where Zero Tenacity left off is this top lane that they want to go, secure the Megas and close in the game. They're having refreshers also rolling in, so it's a big, beautiful premium item there on Moose. Last time he did throw the Static Storm and Field onto Leshrac only, which did destabilize the hero, but you gotta have that extra stretch, why not?
They are approaching the base, knowing full well that if it's Dream that's gone on, with the Aegis still there, it's not gonna be a big deal, and he's gonna put down that Roshan banner and slowly but surely go to work with the Assault Cuirass, looking to end this game right here and now.
Jesse will take away the wave to try to stall him just a little bit, but it doesn't seem like Dream is stopping anytime soon. He gets the Rex exposed. Second he sees Cracker, he's gonna delete him on the spot. No Undying. Actually, no, he's gonna be back thanks for the Ceaseless Dirge, but still, those Regs are under siege and they're melting faster than butter. Dream is gonna secure the Megas very soon, so you gotta challenge this, and this is your very last chance, Lynx. They have a lock, they finally gonna get a takedown, but Jesu will die for doing this in the backlines. Melojoul is trying to punish out the supports, but there's Dream jumping in once again. Those supports, you may have taken them down alive, but all of your buybacks have been used up, so Lynx, you gotta count. You gotta make every second count, but they're losing units one by one. They've taken down the Lesh, they're taking down Vladik next up, and there's the GG being called up, ladies and gentlemen. Zero Tenacity are your Season 35 champions. Most undefeated team of EPL so far. 4 victories, 3 seasons, and 1 championship. Congratulations.
Definitely an impressive performance. And let's be real, Zero Tenacity, they've always been a very good, a very scary team, but they did have consistency issues. They didn't start off winning series back to back, and now even with their still weird and unique style of drafting, things are looking way better, way more consistent for them, though going 2 and 3 does kind of prove my point that I think they still have a long way to go, but they may very well make it to the very tier 1 team that they want to become. As yeah, I guess we have a new champion for this season, and that will be the conclusion of our grand finals finally, but it's great when those go all the way.
Zero Tenacity, they did prove that, you know, they can go the extra mile, they can go the extra stretch, they can play 8 games in one day and win both series and win an entire entire season of EPL. It does prove to show that this team does hit the learning curve on point. They did learn a lot of lessons today. They got humiliated during one game, but they did deliver back with equal measure. So they're gonna be walking away with what I believe is a 11,000 USD prize. 5,000 will be granted to the second runner-up, which not too shabby. Team Lynx, they were waiting comfortably on the high end, on the first seed of the grand finals for this team to arrive. And, you know, I guess they got a little bit too comfortable at the end there.
Yeah, I do think Team Lynx, I don't know, like most of the time we didn't like their drafting, because Zero Tenacity, even one of the 2 games they lost, they had a really good draft. They did throw one by picking up a Muerta where they really shouldn't have against that Slark, but most of the time Team Lynx kind of got outdrafted, and I do think, you know, a week or 2 from now, we're going to see things turn around big time, and we're going to see, you know, massive change in how these teams approach their comfort heroes, their metas, their combos. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally done for the day, and we thank you all so much for watching, as we hope you enjoyed the show every bit as much as we did. Any closing words, Base Defender?
Well, aside from seeing a beautiful closing of the entire season, I mean, I couldn't have asked for anything better. We got all the way, we saw everything that we could have. We've obtained a little bit more knowledge regarding how this patch is going to be functioning, but Joe, it's been an absolute blast. It's been a beautiful season overall, and I can't wait to see what Season 36 has to bring upon us.
Well, we will have championships first, if I'm not mistaken, so there will be one of those double elimination tournaments announced soonish once we know how everything is looking. As far as the schedule goes with the qualifiers, make sure you follow the EPL on their socials to know when we're going to kick that off. But yeah, a championship, Season 36, a lot of great Dota to look forward to once this current, you know, storm of qualifiers for the big stuff is over. And yeah, thank you all so much for watching, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally done for the day after only 11 hours of streaming. But Zero Tenacity, after 11 hours of working for it, they do really deserve the title of EPL champion. And we will be seeing you all for the next season. Have a great one. Goodbye, and thank you all so much for supporting us and being here.